In this video, we'll be diving into the world of clean architecture with Flutter. We'll be building a fully functional blog app that includes features like sign up, login, keeping users logged in, uploading blogs, displaying blogs, reading blogs with a dynamically calculated reading time, and caching for offline access. We'll be using Flutter to create the UI, Supabase for the backend, Bloc and Cubit for state management, GetIt for dependency injection, Hive for local storage, and FP-Dart for functional programming. The principles we'll cover in this course are applicable beyond the specific technologies used, so you can follow along with any other database, state management, or service locator you're comfortable with. The prerequisite for this video is Dart and Flutter basics. If you're new to it, you can watch the 20-hour tutorial present on the channel. As mentioned earlier, we'll be using Bloc for state management. If you're not familiar with it, you can either watch the 2-hour tutorial to learn it or use a state management tool of your choice. Before we begin, I'd like to thank Anonymous Morlock for reviewing the code. Also subscribe cause the button lights up when I say it. Now let's get into the video. Alright, so the first step is to create and set up a Flutter project. To do that, first of all go to your terminal and in there migrate to the folder you want to create your Flutter project in. After you've done that, run the command flutter create followed by the name of your project. I'm going to call this blog_app and then hit enter. After the project is created, I'll go to the project directory and then open it in Visual Studio Code. If you want, you can open it in Android Studio or any other IDE you want, but I'm going to do this in VS Code. After the project opens up in VS Code, what you have to do is go to the lib folder in main.dart file, and from here, you're going to go down to this bottom bar, select the devices, and you can open any simulator you want. I'm going to run this in iOS simulator, so I'll start this, and once the iOS simulator is up and running, I'm going to go to the Run tab and click on Run without debugging. I prefer to run my applications when I first create a Flutter project just to ensure that everything's set up properly. Alright, so our app is now up and running. As you can see, it works properly the way it is intended to, so our Flutter creation part is done correctly. Now the next part is to understand the overall flow of the app, the folder structure, understand clean architecture, and then we can get into the code. To understand the entire flow of our app, I've created this flowchart. This will be our guiding path throughout the tutorial, helping us focus on the features of the app. Let's go over it once. In the beginning, our app is going to start. When the app starts, we want to check if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is authenticated, then we're going to check if the user's internet connection is present or not. If the internet connection is present, we are going to fetch our blogs from Supabase. Supabase is the database I'll be using, but if you want, you can go ahead and use any other database or any other backend of your own choice. Now, what if the internet connection is not present? In that case, I want to display the blogs from local storage. And obviously, the blogs from Supabase or the blogs from local storage will be displayed on the home page. Now what if the user is not authenticated? In that case, I want to display the login page. The login page is going to have fields like email, password, and a button to submit the form. But other than that, it will also have a text that reads, does the user have an account? If the user has an account, they can click on the button, login, and go to the home page. But if they don't have an account, they'll be going to the sign up page. This is the entire flow of our application. It's pretty simple. The app only has two features. The first one is authentication and the second one is blogs. In authentication, we'll be including sign up, login, state persistence, etc. In the blogs part, we'll be managing the creation and the reading of our blogs. So now that we've understood the entire flow of the app, let's go ahead and dive into the folder structure used in clean architecture. To understand the folder structure used in clean architecture, we must first understand the components that make up clean architecture. The three main components of clean architecture are data, domain, and presentation layers. Let's use an analogy to understand them. Imagine you're building a house. In this house, each floor has a different purpose. Just like in our diagram here, each layer of the architecture serves a different function in a software building. At the very top, we have the presentation layer. This is like the living room where everything looks nice for guests. It is what users see and interact with. This includes all the widgets, which are like the furniture, the things users can touch and use. And behind the scenes, we have a state management tool, which is like the butler, listening for your requests and then notifying the rest of the house to respond. Next floor down, we have the domain layer. Think of this as the internal planning of the house, the blueprint, if you will. It outlines what needs to be done, but doesn't get involved with the specifics of how it's done. This is where use cases come in. They are like the instructions or actions that need to be taken when something happens upstairs in the presentation layer. The entities are the standard rules or the consistent elements that don't change much, kind of like the beams or the load-bearing walls in our house. They are the core concepts or objects we are dealing with no matter what happens. Moving further down, we enter the data layer. Here's where we get into the nitty-gritty behind-the-scenes systems that make everything work. It's like the basement where all the machinery and storage is. In this layer, we've got the repositories, which are like the storerooms that manage all the stuff you need. They talk to the entities to understand what they need to return, store, or retrieve. Within this data layer, we have two special storerooms. One is the remote data source and the other is local data source. Remote data source is like a grocery delivery service. It goes out to the external world to get fresh data. The other, the local data source, is like your pantry. It keeps data saved locally so you can access it quickly even when you're offline. All the arrows that you can see over here are the paths or hallways in your house, showing how people, or in our case data and requests, move from one place to another, making sure the information gets to the right place at the right time. The whole system is designed so that each part does its job, staying out of each other's way, but working together to keep the house running smoothly. So I hope you have a brief understanding of clean architecture. Now let's understand the layers in more detail. So first, the presentation layer. As I said, these are widgets and pages that will be displayed to the user. The users can interact with this page as it contains the user interface. Now, how do we know what data to display over here and what state our application is in? Are we in the loading state? Meaning, are we fetching the blogs from an external database? Or do we have a list of blogs ready? Or if there's an error? All of that logic is contained in this presentation logic holder. And we're not using change notifier, we're using block. But if you want, you can go ahead and use any other state management tool of your choice. So we know presentation logic holder is going to decide if we want to display the loading state, the error message, or the success part. But for that, we'll have to get a real data, right? And that's why we contact the domain layer. The domain layer contains use cases and entities as we saw, but it also contains one other thing that I didn't talk about, and that is repository again. So we have a repository in the data layer and a repository in the domain layer. We'll understand that in a bit. But what does use case do over here? Use case contains a single class or a single function that can be called in the presentation logic holder. It exposes just one functionality of the app. For example, if we want to sign the user up, we'll call the sign user up class or function from use case. That's all it does. It doesn't perform more than one functionality. But yeah, you can have multiple use cases. For example, you can have a use case of signing up the user. You can have a use case of logging in the user. You can have a use case of getting the current user data. So you can have multiple use cases, but one use case is only going to perform one task. Then we have the entity over here. The entity contains the structure of the main state of our application. So for example, if you're fetching a list of blogs, the blog is going to be the main data in our application. So entity is going to contain the structure of a blog. So it's going to be a simple class that will contain all the properties of a blog. Then we'll have the repository layer over here. And note that this is the repository in the domain layer. What this repository is going to do is contain all the functionalities that should be present in the data layer. Therefore, this repository is going to be an interface. It's going to be an interface that will decide how our repository in the data layer is going to look like. If you remember, in the domain layer, I said that this is the layer which outlines what needs to be done, but doesn't get involved with the specifics of how it's done. So with the repository layer, we are specifying what needs to be done, but we are not actually doing it. It's just an interface. Interface just contains function declarations. They don't have the actual function implementations. Now, after the repository and domain layer is created, we have the data layer repository. And this data layer repository is going to contain the actual implementation of whatever methods are defined in this repository interface. As I said, data layer gets into the nitty-gritty behind the scenes systems that make everything work. Then we have our models, which I'm going to skip for now and directly go to the remote data source and the local data source. Remote data source is going to fetch data from an external database. In our case, it's going to be Supabase. Local data source is going to fetch data from our local source, and we'll be using Hive to do that. If you want, you can use any other local DB you have in mind, for example, SQFlite, Izar, but make sure to not use Flutter secured storage or shared preferences because they are used to store simple stuff. They're not used to store entire blogs, which we are going to do. So these remote data sources and local data sources are only going to have calls made to the external database. Now, whatever data we get is going to be raw data, right? We are either going to get a map, JSON, or a string. We need to convert that raw data to a model, and this model is going to be the structure of the state that we are fetching. So if we are fetching blogs, it's going to contain the blog structure over here with properties defined inside of a class. And it's also going to have two extra functionalities, for example, from JSON and to JSON. So it will convert that raw data to a model using that from JSON function. And if you want to upload some data to a database, then you can again use this model and convert it to a map so that the data can be stored in the database. Now you might think that, hey, models is just the entity, right? And that's true. Model is an entity because entity also contains the state of the main data in your application, and model also does that. The only reason we are not using entity in data layer is because it's present in the domain layer, and domain layer needs to be independent of the data layer. As I said before, the whole system is designed so that each part does its job, staying out of each other's way. But they work together to ensure that the application runs smoothly. Then we come to the repository implementation that's present in the data layer. And now I think you might understand why we have a repository interface in the domain layer and repository implementation in the data layer. Domain layer has to stay independent of data layer. So we cannot directly have a repository that's talking to a remote data source. We need a repository which is present in the data layer, which talks to the remote data source, and the interface repository that's called in the use case. So I hope you understood this entire diagram. The trickiest thing to understand in clean architecture is why domain layer and data layer have repository like this. Why they have an interface in the domain layer and the actual implementation in the data layer. I'll again repeat this. In the data layer, we have the actual repository implementation, and in the domain layer, we have a repository interface. We have an interface over here because domain layer doesn't get into the details of how the things work behind the scenes. All of that is done in the data layer. But the data layer is independent of domain layer. So use case cannot directly call the remote data source, or use case cannot call directly the repository that's mentioned in the data layer. That's why we need to have an interface over here and the actual implementation in the data layer. And then it will get into all the lower level detail like calling the remote data source or the local data source depending on the internet connection. If you've still not understood it, don't worry, when we get into the code, I think you'll have a better understanding. We'll also have this diagram by the side, which we'll constantly refer to understand better. For those familiar with solid principles, all of the 5 solid principles are followed in clean architecture. If you're not familiar with solid principles, you can watch my 30-minute video on it. Let's see how solid principles are used in the clean architecture. So in the domain layer, in the repositories part, we have interface segregation. And that's because we are creating separate interfaces for separate tasks. For example, we have iUser repository and iItem repository, 2 separate interfaces for 2 separate tasks. In the domain layer, we have entity, and in the data layer we have model. I said that entity is basically a model, right? Because both of them are going to have the same properties. They're both referring to the same object. So the user model in the data layer is going to extend the user object in the entities of domain layer. And this is list cost substitution. We'll be following list cost substitution, and I'll point it out when we do it. What list cost substitution means is that this user entity can be replaced with this user model at any time. And that's what we're going to do to follow clean architecture. So that's very important. In the use case of the domain layer, we have open or close and single responsibility principle that's followed. Open or close principle is followed because the classes that we're going to create in use case are going to be open for extension but closed for modification. That means we'll be able to add new features in our application. So we are open to that, but we'll not be modifying any other file. And that's because we are going to create separate files for separate tasks. For example, you can see over here we have find user by ID and find items. If we have a third feature in our application, let's say find item by ID, that's going to be present as a new use case in a new file. That way we are following open or close principle. It's following the single responsibility principle because it's only going to have one responsibility to follow. The last principle is dependency inversion. And dependency inversion is used when we are segregating between the domain and the data layer. The entire repository part that I mentioned, where we have to create a repository interface in the domain layer and the actual implementation in the data layer, is a part of dependency inversion. Because dependency inversion means the strategy of depending upon interfaces or abstract functions and classes rather than upon concrete functions and classes. And our use case over here is going to depend on the interface that's present in the domain layer, not the actual implementation present in data layer. We'll also be following dependency injection, which is a design pattern, not a part of solid principles. And we'll talk about dependency injection when we get to it. Now let's get started with our first feature, authentication. Initially, we're going to start working on the signup feature so that the users can create their account. So let's get back to our code and start designing the signup page. The first thing I'm going to do is remove the boilerplate code from the main.dart file. So I'll scroll down and remove the entire homepage stateful widget from the app. Once that's done, I'm also going to remove the comments that I can see. After doing that, we see in the home property of the material app, we get an error. That's because the my homepage class doesn't exist anymore. I just removed it. So to fix it, what I'm going to do is create a signup page in another file and import it over here and replace it with my home page. So let's do that. I'm going to open the file explorer. In the lib folder, I'm going to create my folder structure. But how is the folder structure going to look like? Well, the thing is, different people have different implementations of clean architecture. The one I'm following is the feature-first approach. The feature-first approach organizes functionalities based on the features of the app to ensure clear organization and independent development of features. So in this structure, each feature will have its own folder and will include all of the code. So the layers that we saw, presentation, domain, and data. The rule of thumb for this type of approach is that if you decide to remove a feature from your app, you can simply delete its folder and it shouldn't cause many errors in the rest of your application. So in the lib folder, I'm going to create the features folder, and after that, I'm going to create my first feature, which is auth. And in auth, as I said, we are going to have our three layers: presentation, domain, and data. So let's create them: presentation, data, and domain. Now, since we need to design our signup page, I'm going to go into the presentation layer and create a folder known as pages. In presentation, there are three subfolders: pages, then we have widgets, and then we have our block. But we'll create block later on when we add it to our application. Now in this pages folder, we are going to have our signup page. So let's create that really quickly. I'm also going to minimize this explorer and have the full screen for the signup page. Now writing all the boilerplate code from scratch for Flutter is a hectic task. So what I'm going to do is suggest you to install an extension which is Flutter widget snippets. Once you install this, we can quickly write some of the boilerplate code in Flutter. So assuming you've installed this, I'm going to go ahead and create a stateful widget here. The signup page or the login page are going to be stateful widgets because we're going to have our text field controllers in it. And whenever we have text editing controllers, we want to dispose them. And dispose method is only present in stateful widget. So let's go ahead and create a stateful widget. Here you see I get an auto suggestion. I'm just going to click on this and then type in signup page. With this, my signup page is now created. Now instead of putting a placeholder over here, I'm going to return a scaffold. And I'll then take this signup page and return it in the main.dart file so that I at least see some kind of output. Now I'm just going to restart the entire app, come over here and you see it's entirely blank. That's good. We only have a plain scaffold, so this is an expected output. The next thing I want to do is remove this banner and change the name of my app over here. So I'm going to name this blog app, and to remove the banner, I'm going to say debug show checked mode banner and set it to false. Once I do this, the banner is gone from the site. Beside me, I have a picture of the design we want to achieve. To design this, there are a couple of things we need to do first. As you can see, the background over here is kind of black and over here it's white. We need to change that. Now those who are very familiar with Flutter would obviously know that in scaffold we have a property called background color, using which we can set the color. But the problem with that is that it will only change the color in this signup page. However, our entire application is dark mode. So I don't want to write background color in every single scaffold. Instead, I want the background color to automatically be of the black color. To do that, I'll have to set up the central theme in the main.dart file as it's done over here. To do that, obviously I need a set of colors to follow. And just so that we don't waste much time writing colors in our application, what I've done is provided a link to all the colors that are present in our application. You can just copy this entire app palette class and paste it in your Flutter code. So what I'm going to do is open the file explorer. In the lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder. You see, we have the features folder here, but outside of the features, I'm going to have a core folder. Now this core folder is going to contain all the resources that are shared across the entire app. So anything that's present in core folder can be shared across multiple features in our app. And theme is one such thing. It's not dependent on just one feature. It's not just auth related. Theming is for the entire app. It should be shared across the entire set of features. And that's why we're going to put it in core. So in core, I'm going to create another folder called theme. And in this theme folder, I'm going to create a file. Let's call this app palette.dart. And then I'm going to paste my app palette class. Now, obviously we need to resolve the import issues. So let's quickly do that. Now, if you're wondering how I got the auto fix menu, I just pressed command full stop and it popped the auto fix menu. Now the next thing is to set up the theme. We have all our colors with us. Now we only have to set up the theme. So I'm going to take this and move it into a file of its own. So in the theme folder, I'm also going to have theme.dart file. And this theme.dart file is going to contain the entire app's theme. So first of all, I'm going to create a class app theme over here. And then I'm going to create a static variable called dark theme mode. And that will be equal to this. But you see, if we just do this much, it's again going to be light mode. It's not exactly dark mode. So to fix this, what we can do is remove everything and then type theme data.dark. And as you can see, it automatically imports the material.dart file. Now with this, our entire theme of the app is also dark. Now I'm just going to go to the main.dart file and here I'm going to pass in app theme.dark theme mode. Once I do this, and I'm also going to save my signup page, restart the entire app, and as you can see, it's entirely dark mode now. But the color over here isn't matching the color written over here. So to fix that, I'm going to go to the theme.dart file, and here I'm going to say .copy with. So whatever properties and colors are mentioned in theme data.duck, I want them to remain as they are, but I also need to change a few things. So I can say I want to change the scaffold background color to what? Well, the color is mentioned in the app palette file, the background color. So I can just take that background color over here, app palette dot background color. And after that, I'll restart the app again, and as you can see, the color looks much similar now. The next thing I want to do is go to the signup page and add the sign in text. So I'll quickly do that by going to the signup page. Then in the scaffold's body, I'm going to have a column widget because there are multiple children laid down vertically. So in the column, I'm going to pass in the children, and the first child that I want to pass in is a text. So I'm going to pass in a text over here, and then I'm going to say sign up. Once I do that, the sign up text should show up. That's pretty cool. The problem, as you can see, is the sign up is in the corner. I want it to be in the center, laid out perfectly. So to do that, I'm going to go in the column and add a property of main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot center. So from the main axis is the vertical portion. From that, it is perfectly centered. After that, I want to increase the height of the text. So I'm going to pass in style, text style, and then pass in the font size as, let's say, 50. Once I do that, it's now bigger. Now I just need to bold this. So I can pass in font weight as font weight dot bold. Once I do this, as you can see, they look pretty similar. Now the only difference is this is sign in and this is sign up, but both of them look pretty similar. The only difference is that the fields are a bit different in sign up. So this is how the sign up page looks like. The next thing I want to do is add these auth fields. And if you observe closely, these auth fields are pretty much similar. The only thing that changes is the hint text of the text field. Other things also change. For example, a password will have an obscure text, and every single one of them is going to have a different controller. But from what's observable, only the hint text changes. So what I'm going to do is create a reusable component for this auth field so that I can use it in every single one of my auth pages. So in the Explorer, I'm going to go to the widgets and create a reusable widget, which is auth field.dart. Once I do that, I'm going to create a stateless widget here, and I'm going to name this auth field. After that, from here, I want to return a text form field. We'll be returning a text form field instead of a text field because our entire signup page is a form. We'll be using a form to validate our entire signup process. So it only makes sense to use a text form field, not text field, because it provides something known as a validator which will help us later on. But as of now, let's get to designing this text form field. So the first argument that I'm going to pass in the text form field is decoration. So let's pass in a decoration, and it accepts input decoration. And in the input decoration, I'm just going to pass in a hint text. Now, as we know, hint text is different for every auth field that we create. Because for one auth field, it's name, for another, it's email, and for the third one, it's password. So it only makes sense for me to take it from the constructor. So whenever we initialize the auth field, it gets initialized to the hint text that is passed when calling it. So I'll take it from the constructor, final string, hint text, and then require this. I'm also going to pass in the hint text over here, and there we go. Now I'm going to take this auth field and put it in the signup page. So here we are just going to pass in our auth field and make sure to import the particular widget over here. Once you do that, you get the option to pass in a hint text. So I'm going to pass in an email over here. And let's see how it looks. This is our email tab. Doesn't look that bad, but doesn't look good either. Now the next thing I want to do is format this text field. Now here's the thing. If I go ahead and decorate the text field over here, it's not going to apply to every single text field that I create. Maybe in some other feature, I want the same text field to be there so that my app looks consistent. If I do it over here, it's not going to work out because auth field is only there for the auth feature. It cannot be used outside of the auth feature. So what can I do so that my text field have the same design? To do that, we can go in the theme and set up the theme for the input fields. So I'm going to pass in input decoration theme and pass in input decoration theme over here. Perfect. After that, I have to set my border over here. So I'm going to pass in my border, which is enabled border, and then I'm going to pass in the outline input border. In that outline input border, I need to pass in a border side because right now a border side has been created that doesn't follow the look we want. So here I'm going to pass in my border side and then pass in the color. The color I have is appPalette.borderColor. And once we do that, I'm going to save this entire file. And if I come over here, nothing changes in the email. But if I restart and come back over here, we have a nice border that's attached to our text field. Now the difference is that the border over here is not as thick as the border over here. So I'm going to change that by going to border side and changing the width of the border to, let's say, 3. I'll have to restart my app, and when I come back, this looks much better. The next thing I want to do is increase the content padding that's present over here. So I'm going to go to the input decoration theme, and here we have a property called content padding. And then I'm going to pass in edgeinsets.all27 so that a padding of 27 from all the sides is put in. And again, I'll have to restart the entire app, and when I come back, this looks good. The next problem I can see is that this border radius of the border is not good. I want to make it more curved. So I can increase the border radius by going to the outline input border. Below border side, I can pass in border radius and then pass in border radius dot circular 10. Once I do that, I can restart my entire app and this looks more curved and it also looks better. And now our text field looks pretty similar to the one that's present over here. But if I click on the text field, you can see all the design that we had for our text field is now gone. Now, how do I fix this? To fix it, we need to understand why this error occurred in the first place. This error occurred because we had only set the enabled border over here. We had not set what would happen if focused border was there. Enabled border only works when you're not clicking on anything. And focused border comes into play when you click on the text field. So for focused border, we have not mentioned anything, and that's why it goes back to the default border that it had. So now I'm just going to copy this entire thing and put it inside of focused border. But instead of repeating elements, what I'm going to do is store it in a variable inside of app theme. So I'm going to have static final border, which is equal to this particular thing. And I'm also going to make this private so that this border cannot be used outside of this class or outside of this file. That's how private variables in Dart work. And then I can pass the border over here. The same thing I can do over here. Then I'm going to save this, also put a const over here, restart the entire app, and there we have our email. This looks good. But here's the problem. Whenever I click on the text field, it's as it is. I don't want it to stay as it is. Whenever I click on it, I want the border color to change. That's it. Just the border color to change to a pink color. To do that, I'll have to edit this. The thing I'll have to do is first convert this variable into a function. So I'm going to put parentheses. I'm going to have an arrow, and then I'm going to remove final keyword. With this is now a function. And in this, I'm going to pass in the color that it requires. So this color is the only part that's going to change, right? So I can just take the color from the parameter. So what I can do is color and ask it from the parameter. However, I don't want to be able to add border as an argument every single time. If I don't pass any border, I want it to take the default value of the border color. So to fix that, what I'm going to do is copy this, put a square bracket beside the parenthesis and set it equal to this color. So if we don't pass any color, it's going to take a default value of the border color. And then I'm going to pass my color over here. And as you can see, it's an invalid constant value. So I'll have to remove this constant. And then here, to resolve the errors, what we can do is just pass in border like this. And if I save it, restart the entire app, we won't see any difference. And that's because we have not specified the color in the focused border part. So let's pass in the color. The color that we want is mentioned in appPalette.gradient1. If I do this and save, I'll restart the entire app, and there we have it. But this color looks too strong, so what I'm going to do is change it to gradient 2, restart the app again, and if I come over here, this looks good enough. So that's my entire text field with a reusable function created over here. Now what I'm going to do is go to the signup page again, and now I'm going to leave a sized box space of, let's say, height 30, because I want to leave a space between the two. This looks better. Then we have, let's say, our name text field. Then I'm going to copy this, paste it again. Then there's going to be email. Then I'm going to paste this again. And finally, we're going to have password. Then I can save the entire thing, and we have 3 text fields, but they're stuck together. So what I can do is leave a size box height between all of these text fields. So just like this, I'm going to copy it, but this time it's going to be a height of 15, not 30. Then again, we're going to have a height of 15. Then I'm going to come back over here, and this is how it looks. Not bad. The next thing I want to do is add padding over here. As you can see, there's some space left over here from the sides. I want to do the same thing. Now, one solution is to wrap every single text field with that padding. But that can be quite cumbersome, right? So to do it more easily, what I'm going to do is wrap this entire column widget with a padding widget. So that means all of the children will have to follow that padding. So everything will be leaving a space from the side. So I'm going to press Ctrl+Shift+R from my Mac so that these options appear. And then I'm going to wrap this with a padding widget. If you don't see that menu, what you can do is right click, click on refactor, and then you'll have these set of options. Then we are having a padding with edgeinsets.all 15. So let's put that, and there we have our entire application. Looks good enough. And as you can see, the highlighting also works really well. The next thing I want to do here is create this button. And I'm going to create this button in a separate widget as well, because this button can take a bit of a work, because we need a gradient button to be present, and that's not present in the elevated button. So we'll have to do a workaround. So let's open the Explorer, and in the widgets, I'm going to create auth gradient button .dart file. Then I'm going to minimize this tab again, and then I'm going to create a stateless widget again. I'm going to call this auth gradient button, and then I'm going to return an elevated button from here. Then the onPressed is as of right now empty, and the child is a text which is going to say sign up. Now I can take this auth gradient button and put it in the sign up page. So here I'm again going to leave a constant size box of height, let's say 20, and then we can pass our auth gradient button over here. Make sure to import it at the top. Then I'm going to save this, restart the entire app, and we have our nice little button showing up here. Now there's a lot of things to change here. First of all, I want to increase the height and width of this button. So to do that, in the auth gradient button, I'm going to pass in the style, which is going to be elevated button dot style from. So whatever default properties are present in elevated button, I want to take that and style using the custom properties that I mentioned over here. So the first thing I'm going to change is the fixed size. So what is the size of this elevated button? And this fixed size takes in an argument of size. So I'm going to pass in size like this. It first accepts a width and then a height. The width for my button is, let's say, 395 and the height as 55. Then I can put a const over here, save it, and there I have my button. Looks solid. The next thing I want to do is change the color on this text. So when I have my text over here and it's giving me a warning here, and if you're wondering how do I have inline warnings, that's because of an extension called error lens. So you can go ahead and install this extension on VS Code and you'll get this inline warnings. So it's saying that we have this error because the child argument should be at the bottom of widget constructor invocation. That means whenever we have elevated button, the child should be the last thing that's present over here. So we can pass in a constant text sign up here. Now we want to increase the font height of this text. To do that, I'm going to have style, text style, then pass in the font size. Let's say the font size is 17. The font weight is font weight dot W600. It's not exactly bold. It's very close to bold. Bold is W800. I've set in W600. The next thing I want to do is implement this gradient. Now the problem here is the elevated button doesn't give us the option to pass in a gradient. That's just not allowed. So what we can do is wrap this elevated button with a container widget. In container, we have the decoration property where we can pass in our box decoration. And in box decoration, there's a property called gradient. This is where I can pass in my gradient. And there are various types of gradients, right? The one I want is a linear gradient. If you want, you can search up for other types of gradient, but that's what I want. I have one color over here and it changes to another color over here. So I'm going to have constant linear gradient. And then we need to pass in a list of colors. So I'll pass in the list of colors like this. Now what is my list of colors? Well, it is AppPalette.gradient1. And then there's AppPalette.gradient2. Now if you want, you can pass in AppPalette.gradient3, but in my opinion, AppPalette.gradient1 with gradient2 looks better than all of these three combined. So I'm going to comment this AppPalette.gradient3. If you want, you can put it in. And that should have a gradient on our button. Now if you're wondering, why didn't we set all of this in our theme? The reason for that is that gradient is only needed for this one particular button. Not all of our buttons are going to have gradients. So we don't need to add this to our global theme. Global theme is only for things which will be repetitive throughout our entire app. This gradient button is a one-time thing. So anyways, let's get back to our app, and here we see this is a funny looking picture. You see, we have a gradient showing up, so something happened. But it's not giving us the button we wanted. Why? That's because in the elevated button, it already has its color, right? So it's putting its color, but then in the background, we also have this container. So this color is hiding this background. So how do I make sure that this button doesn't have a color of its own? To do that, I can just do background color as colors.transparent. And if I do this much, there we have our button showing up. Now if you want, you can take this colors.transparent and move it to app palette. So I'm just going to create static const color transparent color, which is equal to colors.transparent. Now if you're wondering, why did I store all the colors in a separate class of its own? That's because this way I have a centralized control over the colors in my application. That means I have only one place to go and all my colors can change. The entire look and feel of my app can change. So if I want to change the background color, I can do it from here, and it will affect all the places where this background color is being used. So that's a pretty powerful solution. If I use this in every single place, let's say all of these colors were scattered around the entire app, and then I wanted to change the background color or the gradient one color, then I have to go into every single file and change the color. That's a pretty bad solution, because once we have, let's say, 20 classes where this gradient one is being used, it's going to create problems, right? One place I'll forget to add the gradient one place I'll forget to change the color, one place I will change the color, so it's going to be messed up. So this is a centralized control of the entire colors part. Now coming back to our auth gradient button, I can pass an app palette dot transparent color, restart the entire app, and there we have it. It doesn't look very good yet. That's because we can still see the background of the button. To remove this, what I can do is set the shadow color to colors.transparent. With this, the shadow of the button will be set to transparent, and actually I need to set it to app palette.transparent color. And when I come back, you see that's my button. Looks pretty good. The only problem is that the gradient is not followed as it's shown over here. And that's because I've not set the beginning and ending of this linear gradient. So I can pass that in. After the colors is passed, I'm going to pass in begin, and then it requires alignment. So I'm going to pass in alignment dot bottom left. So it's going to begin from bottom left and it's going to end at alignment dot top right. And now this looks much similar to this. The next thing I want to do is change the border radius over here. This is more curved than over here. So then I'm going to pass in border radius, and it's going to be outside of this gradient because it's a box decoration property. It's not a property that's present in gradient. So I'm going to have border radius dot circular and then pass in, let's say, 7. Once we do this, that's our solid looking button. Pretty cool. So we are almost there with our entire app. The last thing that we need is this text. Don't have an account, sign in. So let's quickly create that. I'm going to go to the sign up page and then pass in size box of height 20. And after that, I'm going to pass in a rich text over here. The rich text is going to have a text argument, and here we need to pass in an inline span. I'm going to pass in a text span over here, and then the text span is again going to have a text, and that's going to be don't have an account. That's what the text is going to say. Now what is this rich text and how is it different from text? The thing is that we have some text over here which is written in one style. It is having a white color, and then it has a text which is written in another color. Rich text will allow me to create two texts that are in the same line with different text styles. So I can pass that in. Now the problem here is, first of all, the font size is pretty low, so we have to change that. And after that, we also need to add this single inverted comma. So to add a single inverted comma, I can just pass in a single inverted comma, but it breaks the entire string. To fix that, what you can do is wrap this entire string with double inverted comma. But another solution you can take is just pass in a backslash over here. The backslash is going to treat this inverted comma as an inverted comma, not the end of a string. And then if I come back, I have don't have an account text written as I wanted. Now I need to increase the height. To increase the height, I can pass in the style, but I'm not going to do it the usual text style way. What I'm going to do is take use of the default text styles that Flutter has provided us with. So I'm just going to pass in theme dot of context dot text theme dot title medium. Once I do that, it's going to take the title medium that is defined by Flutter by default and set it as the style of this text span. And as a result of this, don't have an account text looks much bigger. The next thing I want to do is create a sign-in text over here. So to create that, I'll have to go inside of the text span and pass in the children argument. This children is going to be a list of inline text span. So I'm going to pass in a text span again, which looks pretty similar to the one we created above. The only difference is that the text looks different. So we have sign in written over here, and after that we also need to set a style so that this text span has the same height as this thing. So I'm just going to copy this entire thing and paste it over here. Simple. Now I can come over here and that's how it looks. Now we need to increase the spacing between the two, so what I can do is leave a space here, and once I do that, you see this looks good. Now I just need to change the color of this text. To do that, what I can do is pass in the dot copy with method that's present over here. But this gives us an error. The error says that the method copy with can't be unconditionally invoked because the receiver can be null. That means this title medium is a text style that can be null, and on that I'm calling copy with. The copy with method is only there on text style, not a text style that can be nullable. So to fix that, what I can do is pass in a question mark. Meaning that if it's nullable, don't call the copy with method, and if it is not null, then call the copy with method. So in the copy with, I can pass in the color. Let's say my color is app palette dot gradient 2, just matching with this style. Okay, both of them look pretty similar. But this doesn't look as good as this one, and that's because we have not bolded the font. So let's do it. Font weight dot bold. Once I do that, come over here. That's how the entire app looks, and that's pretty good. I'm satisfied with this. Now let's just improve the formatting over here. Let's put some const to remove the warnings. So I need to put a const everywhere. To put const on every single line, what you can do is use multi-line cursor. To use multi-line cursor, what you can do is press Option if you're on Mac, and then select the lines you want to add const to. So these are the lines where I'll add const to, and then I can pass in const. With this, const is added on every single line I selected. With this, I'm going to save, and that's my signup page. That looks good. Now there's a lot of refactoring that's still left, but we can look after that later on. The next thing I want to do is set up the form for the signup page. So to do that, I'll have to go to the signup page, and in the signup page, I'll have to wrap my entire column with a widget known as form. This form widget is going to validate the entire thing, and it's going to convert it into a form. Now what I want to do is pass in the key to this form. And this is not any key that you can pass in like a unique key, okay? What we need to pass in is a special key over here, and that's going to be final form key of the type global key. And the global key also accepts a generic. The generic over here is a stateful widget. That's not what we want. We want to create a global key of the type of form state. So this global key is going to contain the form state. Then I can take this form key and pass it in over here. The way form works is that it's going to look into its descending widgets. So it's going to see column, text, then it's also going to see auth field. The auth field contains a text form field, and whatever text form fields have, it will validate that. And to validate based on a condition, we'll have to go into the auth field and here add a new function that we talked about, which is validator. This validator gives us a string argument, and based on that, we can validate the entire text form field. Now here we are going to check if the value is empty or not. So if the value is empty, what does that mean? That means that the user submitted the form without passing in any content inside of this text field. So I'm just going to say that, hey, you've forgot to put in the content in this field. So I'm just going to say $hint text, because hint text is going to say what field it is. Is it a name field, email, or a password field? So we're going to say hint text is missing. There we go. Now what should happen if the value is not empty? That means everything's all right. Then we have to say that, hey, there's no error. Everything looks good to us. So we'll return null. And that's our entire validator. That's all we have to do. Now, whenever the user clicks on the button, what we need to do is use this form key and validate the entire form. So if you check, there's something known as form key dot current context or current state. You can use either of them. Dot validate. Once I call this method, it will validate every form field. So it can be a text form field, right? That is a descendant of this form. And that truly is. So we're going to be all right when we do this. Now we can only do this when the user hits on this button, right? We cannot do this in the init state because think about it. The user comes on this screen and suddenly he just sees a bunch of errors. That's not what we want. Whenever the user clicks over here, we'll validate, is any of this text missing? If any of the text is missing, we're not going to continue forward and we're going to throw out error over here. Now to do that, we'll have to start making calls to our repository, because whenever we click on a sign up, we want to create a new user in our database. Now all of that stuff will be done later on, but first I want to focus on this part, name, email, and password. You see, we can type anything inside of these fields and it will be all right. But here's the problem. We won't be able to access the value that's present inside of these text fields. To access the value, we'll have to create a text editing controller for these text fields. So let's quickly create 3 text fields for each one of them. So I'm going to create final email controller, which is equal to text editing controller. Then I'm going to take this line and paste it 2 more times. The second line is going to be password controller, and the third one is going to be name controller. Now, whenever we create a text editing controller, we need to dispose them off. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to pass an email controller.dispose, password controller.dispose, and name controller.dispose. Now I've called super.dispose after disposing all of this because that's how it's done. We'll dispose everything we have and then let Flutter dispose rest of the remaining stuff. Now what I need to do is take this email controller and attach it to this auth field. So it only makes sense for me to go into the auth field and accept a text editing controller from the argument. So I'm just going to take this controller and require it. I can also pass in the controller to the text form field. So there we go. And in the signup page, you see we have 3 errors. To fix those errors, what we can do is put a comma here, pass in the controller and pass in name controller. And as we can see, it gives an error. Invalid constant value. If you're passing in a controller, that's not a constant. So we'll have to remove a constant from here. And the same goes for these 2 fields. So let's quickly remove it for them as well. Now I can again pass in a controller here and pass in the email controller. Again a controller, password controller. That looks good. Now if I come back, nothing really changes over here. But now we can get the values that the user passes in using password controller.text or email controller.text. That's nice. But another problem that I have is when I type in a password, you see it manually displays it to me. Password shouldn't be that way. It should be an obscure text. That means it should have a dot instead of the characters written over here. To do that, I can again go to the auth field and here I'm going to have a final bool is obscure text. And then I can require it from the constructor. But why would I want to require obscure text every single time? I can just make it this way, right? I can just take this obscure text and set it to false by default. So if the user doesn't say anything, it's going to be false. That means the text is not obscure. However, the user has the ability to change it to true. And if they change it to true, it will be obscured. So here I can just pass obscure text is equal to false. And obviously this dot is obscure text. Now here I can go ahead and pass in obscure text and then it requires a boolean value, so I can directly pass is obscure text. If you want, you can name this is password so that it makes more sense to you. Obscure does make sense to me, so I'll just keep that. Now in the signup page, you see we don't get any error. However, we have the ability to change the property is obscure text. So in the password, I can set it to true, restart my entire app, and as you can see, whenever I pass in, it's a dot. Now, if you want to change this obscure text, the auth field does have a property to change that. So you see we have obscuring character here. You can change that. By default, it is this thing. If you want, you can change it to anything else. However, I do like the dot that's by default present over here. So that's kind of everything I had in the signup page. Now I can take this entire design and clone it for sign-in page, which looks very similar. We've already seen that in this design, right? All I need to do is remove this name text field. We only have email password, change the text over here, change the text over here, change some text over here, and there we go. That's all we need to do. But before we go there, actually I just realized in the signup page we have asked don't have an account. Instead, it should be already have an account. Then we want to sign in. Okay, now that we have the signup page with us, we can close all the save files, open the file explorer, and here create a new page, and let's call this login_page.dart. In the login page, everything's going to be very similar to signup page. So I'm just going to select everything, Command A, copy it, and paste it over here. Then I can minimize the explorer, go up and change the naming. So we have signup page everywhere, right? So I can take the sign up, use multi-line cursor using the option button, and then change it every single place. Now I'm going to call this login page, and this way, this is a login page class. Simple. I'm also going to remove the name controller because when the user is logging in, they don't have to pass in their name. So over here in the dispose, it's going to be just email and password controllers that are just being disposed of. After that, I can scroll down, and here, instead of saying sign up, I can say sign in. Again, scroll down, remove the name controller, and also remove this hide 15. We only have email and password. Then here we say don't have an account, and then pass in the backslash so that this treats it as a normal single inverted character. And then here we can say sign up. Simple. Now I need to see this login page, right? To do that, I'll have to go to the main.dart file. A quick way to navigate in Visual Studio Code is to press Command plus P. Once I do that, I can search files by name, so I can pass in main.dart and then hit enter. This way, it easily opens up main.dart file for me. Then instead of passing in signup page, I can pass in the login page. And by default, login page is the one that I want. So I can remove the signup page from here. Simple. Then restart the entire app, and there we have it. The sign in page with email and password text fields with sign up written over here, not sign in. That's something we need to fix. And followed by we have don't have an account, sign up. Now, how do I change the text of this button? To do that, I'll have to go to the auth gradient button. And here, when we pass in the text, we can ask this text from the constructor. So what we can do is final string button text and ask it from the constructor. So we have required this dot button text. Then I can take this button text and put it down over here. Also make sure to remove the const from here and put a const for the text style. That's it. Now login page and sign up page both give us an error, and that's because we need to pass in the button text. So let's pass it in. The button text here is going to be sign up, and the login page is going to have a button text that says sign in. Okay, that looks good. The text is now changing. The next thing I want to do is whenever the user clicks on the sign up text, they should go to the other screen. To do that, we'll have to set up our navigation. Now for navigation, if you're familiar with Go Router, you can go ahead and use that. If you want, you can use named routes that Flutter provides, or you can just use the material page route normal navigator option that we have. I'm going to use that. So what I'm going to do is wrap this entire rich text with a widget, and that's going to be a gesture detector, so that whenever the user clicks on this, they go to the other screen. So we're going to pass in an on tap, and the on tap is going to have a function. Now we need to navigate from this login page to the sign up page whenever the user clicks on this text. So we can do navigator dot push context, and then we need to pass in the route. The route is going to be material page route. Then we have to pass in a builder. The builder is going to be a context, and then we need to return a widget. The widget that we want to return is sign up page because that's where we are trying to go. Then we can put a const over here. Now I can restart the entire app, and now when I try to go to the sign up page, I can go there. But here's the problem. I have to write this big thing whenever I have to navigate from one page to sign up page. What if I ease this process a little bit? What I can do is Control X this particular part of the navigator.push function, then go to the sign up page, go at the top, and here create a function called static route and return this particular thing. Now whenever the user wants to navigate from one page to sign up page, what they can do is sign up page dot route. This way they're able to go from one page to sign up page by just using this simple thing. It's quite reusable, and we don't have to type this big thing every single time. And one day, maybe you decide that you want your own custom route to be present, not material page route or Cupertino page route, maybe your own route. So you can just change it over here and it will reflect in all the places. Now I can restart the entire thing and it should work as expected. Now I have to do a similar thing for the sign up to login page navigation. To do that, I can go to the sign up page, copy this route, paste it over here. Also, there's an unnecessary import. We can remove that. And here we can return a login page. Then I'll scroll down. We have a gesture detector. I can copy this particular line, go to the signup page, again scroll down, wrap this rich text with a gesture detector widget. And whenever the user clicks on this text, what we need to do is navigate from signup to login. So I can just say login page dot route. Now, if I restart the entire app, I can go to the signup page, I can go to the sign in page, there we go. Now the next problem I have is that whenever I go from sign in to sign up page, there's no back button displaying over here. What can I do about that? What I can do is on the sign up page, I can add an AppBar property. Okay, I'll just add an empty AppBar so that I get access to this particular tab. Okay, now the problem is that this AppBar doesn't match with the color that's specified as the scaffold background color. So to change this, what I can do is go to the theme, right? So I'll press Command P, go to theme.dart, and here I'm going to pass in AppBar theme. And the AppBar theme is going to be this particular class, which will allow me to pass in a background color. And my background color is this appPalette.background color. I can also pass in a const over here like this. I can restart the entire app, and when I go to the sign up page next, you see, this looks good. And I also have a back button which I can click on to go back. The sign in page doesn't have this back button because when the user comes on this page, what's the purpose of showing them a back button? The login page is the first page the user will land on. If they see a back button, they're just going to be confused. So that's the entire design of the authentication pages. The next step we have to do is start working on implementing the functionalities of the app. So whenever the user clicks on sign up, we need to make sure that the user is created in our database. So let's get started with that. To get started, what I'm going to do is close this theme.dart file, open up the file explorer, and then close the presentation layer. We are done with the presentation layer for now. We still need to add block, but we'll do that later on. Now let's get to the second layer, the domain layer. The domain layer in clean architecture is considered the most stable layer. It is considered the most stable layer because it is the innermost layer and does not depend on any other layer. It contains the core business logic and the rules of the application, which are less likely to change compared to the details of the outer layer. So data and presentation can keep changing because the user interface and the way we are fetching the data or our database can keep changing. But the core business logic is very less likely to change. Also, domain layer defines abstract interfaces or contracts without concerning itself with how these interfaces are implemented. These interfaces are implemented in the data layer. If we go back to our diagram, we see this repositories part, right? I told you an abstract interface is created in the domain layer and its implementation is created in the data layer. So domain layer doesn't care how this interface is implemented in the data layer. It just cares that this repository interface is present. This is an advantage because both the layers are now decoupled. By decoupled, I mean if there are some changes in the data layer, it's not going to affect how domain layer works. Decoupling is often achieved from separation of concerns, and that's what we're doing here. If you're still wondering, why do we have a repository interface in domain layer and a repository implementation in data layer? Why can't the data layer repository directly talk to the use case? Why can't we just remove the repository interface that is present in the domain layer? And that's a good question. The reason we can't do this is because of the principle of separation of concerns. In clean architecture, we know that the domain layer is the innermost layer and the domain layer should not depend on any other layer. So if use cases has to call the repository that's present in the data layer, the domain layer is depending on the data layer. And that is a problem. We can't allow that. Domain has to be independent from data. So what we do is introduce a repository interface in the domain layer. Now use case will depend on the repository that's present in the domain layer. And the actual implementation will be in the data layer. This is the most important concept to understand in clean architecture. If you understand this, it's going to be alright. So assuming you've understood, let's go ahead and in the domain layer, create a folder called as repository. And in this repository, we are going to have a new file and let's call that AuthRepository.dart. I'm also going to minimize this explorer, and now over here, I'm going to write my interface, the AuthRepository interface. So you can call this abstract class, but since Dart 3 has come out, we can use abstract interface class that would make this a true interface. And then I can pass an auth repository like this. Now, if you're wondering what is the difference between abstract interface class and abstract class, the difference is that abstract classes are used to provide a base class for concrete subclasses to inherit from. Interfaces, that is abstract interface, are used to define a set of methods that a class must implement. And that's exactly what we want. We want an interface to be present here, which will force the classes implementing this interface to have a set of methods that we define here. And what are we going to define? We're going to define two methods: sign up with email and password, login with email and password. Now, what is the return type of this function going to be? Well, there are two outcomes for that. It can either be a failure or it can be a success. I want to get both of them in this auth repository. Auth repository isn't just going to throw out an error message which can cause our application to crash. Instead, there should be an easier method to do so. And that's why we'll be using an fp.dart package over here. So if you go to pub.dev and search fp.dart, you'll see this package. You can copy this, go to the pubspec.yaml file, scroll down, and in the dependencies, add this particular version, and then save it. Make sure the Flutter pub get is run, and then you can close the pubspec.yaml. Now using fp.dart, what I'm going to do is specify what the return data type should be. Well, it can either be a failure or a success, right? So I'm going to specify either here that comes from the fp.dart package. What either allows me to do is either specify a failure or a success. So what should be the return data type if it's a failure, and what should be the return data type if it's a success? If it's a failure, what can I even return? I can either return a string or something else. It can actually be any data type I want. So what I'm going to do is create a separate class for this called failure. That's because I don't only want a string to be returned when there's a failure. Maybe I also want to return a status code. Maybe I also want to return the error stack that I get. All of this can't be put into a string, right? That's why we're going to create a custom class for this. So you can go ahead and open the file explorer. In the core folder, we're going to create our failure class. Why core? Because this failure class will be used in almost every single one of our features. Whenever we use fp.dart and we want to return a failure, we're going to return this class. So it cannot be something that's created inside of the auth feature. We have to do that inside of the core folder. So I'm going to create a new folder here and let's call this error. So whenever an error occurs, what all stuff we need here. And in that, we are going to have a failures.dart file. In this failure, I'm going to create my class failure, and it's going to be very simple for now. It's just going to have a message. It's not going to have anything else. Just a message is fine with me. And then I'm going to create a constructor for this failure class, and doing just this much is fine. You can stop here, but what I want to do is, just in case I don't pass any message, I want it to take a default value that, hey, an unexpected error has occurred. So you can pass in square brackets over here, which allows me to pass in a default value for the constructor. And then I can say an unexpected error occurred. Doing this, we have our failure class setup. Now I can close this file, and over here, I can first pass in failure. Make sure to import this from the failures.dart file. So in either, the first thing has to be the failure. What is the failure? Return data type. And the second has to be a success. Now what should be returned when there's a success? In that case, we'll have to return a user model, a user entity that we'll create. But for now, we can just pass in a string. Later on, we can update this. But for now, we're just going to have a string over here. And then I can create my function. Let's call this sign up with email password. And then there we go. But just doing this much isn't enough, because whenever we sign up, we get arguments like name, email, and password. So let's take that from the parameter over here. What I'm going to ask for is required string name, required string email, and required string password. So with this, I have my function declaration created. But that's still not enough. That's because whenever we try to connect to Supabase and get data from Supabase, it's going to be asynchronous. So we need to wrap this entire thing in a future. So let's do that. We can do future followed by either failure string. So that's our entire return data type. And we can do the same thing for login with email password too. So we can just have future either failure string. It's still going to remain the same. And then login with email and password. And this time we're not even going to ask for the name, because when we log in, we just have email and password. There we go. So that's our entire interface for AuthRepository class. Sure, we still have to change the success part over here because we're not going to return a string. What we are going to return is a user entity object. But we can get into that later on. First, let's just connect our app to Supabase, get some data from Supabase. Let's upload some data to Supabase, and then we can update this part. So naturally, the next step is going to be to set up the Supabase account. So to do that, go to this website, supabase.com. Once you do that, you have to click on Start Your Project. Once you do that, it's going to ask you to sign up or sign in. Since I already have an account, I'm quickly going to sign in. However, if you want to sign up and create a new account, you can do it right over here. It's a pretty simple process, so I'm not going to cover it. I'll directly see you after logging in. So after you've signed in successfully, you're going to see a page that looks like this. Obviously, you're not going to have a project over here. You'll have to create a new project. I already have one for the demo I had created earlier. Now I'm just going to click on this button, new project. Then I'm going to choose the organization over here. Then it asks me for the project name and the database password. Make sure to remember your database password. I don't think it would be useful when using Flutter. However, I recommend you to remember it. So I'm quickly going to pass in the project name and the database password, and I'll see you after I've done that. After your project is created and set up by Supabase, you should see a screen like this. We'll configure stuff over here later on, but first thing I want to do is connect my app to this Supabase. To do that, I'll have to use a package that's present on pub.dev, and that is Supabase Flutter package. So I need to use this package to get my stuff done. Now you can copy this, or another thing you can do is press Command-Shift-P if you're on Mac OS, then click on .add dependency and then pass in Supabase_Flutter over here. It will automatically install the latest version of Supabase Flutter package in your program. After that's done, we need to initialize Supabase. So to do that, I'm going to open the File Explorer, go to the main.dart file, scroll up, and here I have the main function. I have to make this main function asynchronous because to initialize Supabase, I'll have to use await. So I'll do await Supabase and then make sure to import the Supabase Flutter package .initialize. Once you do that, it will ask you to pass in two things, URL and ANN key. So let's pass it in over here, URL and ANN key. Now how am I going to get the URL and the ANN key, both of them? To get it, I'll have to go to my dashboard, scroll down, and it's present over here, project URL, API key or ANN. So I can copy this and paste it over here. But I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is store it in the core folder. So in the core folder, I'm going to create another folder called secrets. And in that secrets, I'm going to create app secrets.dart file. Now, if you want, you can call this Supabase secrets.dart file to be more specific, but I think this one is enough for this application. Then I'm going to call this app secrets class, and then I'm going to create a static const Supabase URL variable which will store this value. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can git ignore this particular class so that all my secrets are not stored on GitHub when I upload them. And again, I'll have a centralized control of where my Supabase URL is. Now make sure to use your own Supabase URL, don't use mine, because I'm going to delete this project soon after the video is published. Now in the URL part here, I can do appsecrets.supabase URL, and then in the anon key, I again need to take the anon key, go to appsecrets class, and then create a variable static const supabase anon key, and that should be equal to this particular line. And I think anon key is just a single n. Now I can go to the main.dart file again and use appsecrets.supabase anon key, save it, and there we go. Now this supabase.initialize is going to give us Supabase, which can be really helpful later on because we'll have to access supabase.auth or supabase.database. So all of that comes from this particular Supabase that is returned by the initialize method. So what I'm going to do is store this in a variable Supabase, and then I can pass it down to my app and reuse this Supabase variable. However, that's not the point now. So we can just assume that the Supabase initializing part is done. However, we'll rerun the entire app and see if there is any error. So I'll quickly run it on iPhone simulator. I'm also going to run it on Android emulator because if there's any issues, it's going to let us know and we can fix that. So the app successfully runs on Android and iOS. However, I would like to make some changes. First of all, whenever we have an await call in the beginning, make sure to use widgets flutter binding .ensure initialize first, because whenever you run app, it automatically has this part widgets flutter binding .ensure initialized. However, when you run something before run app like await supabase.initialize or firebase.initialize, you need to call widgets flutter binding.ensure initialized, then call this so that the binding is initialized correctly, and after that we can do our own processes. It didn't give us any error, but make sure to do this just as a precautionary measure. Anyways, now since this is done, what we can do is close the main.dart file. I can also close the app secrets file, and now what I need to do is work on the data layer. If I come back to my diagram, we had presentation widgets part done. Then in the domain, we have repository done. I'm directly going to the remote data sources now. Authentication is not going to have any local data source. I'm going to explain later on why. But for now, let's just get started with the remote data source. So I'm going to go to the data and create a new folder, data sources. And in that, I'm going to create a new file and let's call this AuthRemote data source.dart file. Now you can call this auth Supabase data source or auth Firebase data source or any other database you're using. I'm just going to call this remote data source because I only have one remote database connected. After that, I'm going to minimize the Explorer tab, and the first thing I'm going to do here is create an interface. I'm going to create an interface for the auth remote data source as well, so that whenever I have to change from Supabase to any other database, I have a strict contract to follow and I don't miss out on anything. So I'm going to create abstract interface class and let's call this auth remote data source. After that, I'm again going to create my two methods inside of this. Future string signup. And if you want, you can call this signup with email password. And then require the same arguments that we did before. Require string name, string email, and string password. With that, we have signup method created. Similarly, we are also going to have a login method, and that's going to be called login with email password. And here we are just going to take an email and a password, no name. Awesome. Now I have my interface with me. Now I'm going to create a general class that will implement this interface. So I can do auth remote data source. And what should we call this? Auth remote data source is the same name as this one. So I can just call this impl, which stands for implementation. So this is auth remote data source implementation. And that is going to implement this interface that we just created. Once we do that, you see this class now has errors. And the reason for that is we have not created two missing overrides, login with email password and sign up with email password. Now, if you're wondering, why do we have to create an interface again? We just did that in the repository section, in the domain layer. And that's true, you did that in the domain layer for repository, but you didn't do it for DataSource, right? And if you see, DataSource is returning a future string. It's not returning fp dot either failure or string. It's just returning a string, because in remote data source, we are only concerned with calls made to the external database. We don't want any other dependency inside of it. We don't want any other plugins inside of this. We only want Supabase calls to be present over here. The very basis of clean architecture is actually depending on interfaces rather than concrete implementation. This way, you don't have to care about the details that are present inside of something, and you just depend on the contract that's present over here. So with that, I'm going to minimize this Explorer tab, and here I'm going to ask for the Supabase client from the constructor of this class. So we're going to have final Supabase client, and we're going to take that from the constructor. Let's also format all of these files that are present. So I'm just going to press comma, and press Command S, and it will automatically format it for me. If you're wondering how the auto format is being done, you can just go to the settings of Visual Studio Code. To do that, you can press Command-Shift-P, then type in settings, and it will open up this tab, Preferences Open Settings UI. Then in the search bar, you can type in save, and you can scroll down to see editor format on save. Just put a tick mark over here and make sure this is set to file. If you want, you can change the autosave delay over here, but we're not using autosave. We're using format on save. Now we can close the settings. Now we can get started by implementing our own methods using Supabase. But before doing that, I think you might have a question over here. Why are we taking Supabase client from the constructor? Why not just initialize it over here like this, Supabase client? And the reason we're not doing that is because doing this will create a dependency between AuthRepository implementation and Supabase client. So anytime we have to change our database, let's say from Supabase to Firebase, there's a lot of things to do then. So what we are going to do is use dependency injection. By dependency injection, I mean whenever this class is called, we're going to inject Supabase client instance in over here. And if you are familiar with unit testing, you know that whenever we have external dependency, we always want to create a mock when we are testing. So doing this will help us mock the Supabase client and injecting it when we are testing. So to summarize, this is just for two reasons, so that a dependency is not created between the class and Supabase, and the second reason is for testing. Now, coming back to our methods, we have sign up with email and password that we're going to work on first. So first of all, what I'm going to do is put in async over here. And then I'm going to remove everything and start writing my method for signing up with email and password. So what do I want to do? Whenever this method is called, I want to create a user in Supabase authentication. By Supabase authentication, I mean if I go to the Supabase dashboard and go to the authentication tab over here, Supabase has built-in authentication that we can use. I want the user to be created and displayed over here. Now there are a lot of things you can do in this authentication tab, meaning you can go into the policies and change the policies, go to the providers and say which providers allowed. By default, email is allowed and that's enabled too, good for us. But if you want to implement, let's say Google sign-in, you can enable it. Phone, you can enable it. And if you want to know how to implement these things, you can check out the Supabase documentation, which has listed everything. We are going to be using email authentication and it's enabled by default. So that's good for us. If you want, you can change the rate limits over here, how many emails should be sent per hour from your project, how many SMS should be sent, how many token refreshes should happen. I'm not going to touch anything over here and move to email templates. If you want, you can change the email template, configure the URL, check out hooks, but I'm not going to do any of that. What I want to do is very simple. Create a user using supabase.auth. So first of all, I'm going to put in try and catch block over here so that if there's any exception, I get access to them. Then in the try block, I'm going to have supabase client.auth and you see, using auth, I get a bunch of methods that I can use. What I'm looking for is creating a user or signing up. So I can look for a method that has sign up over here, and there we go. We have sign up over here. Then you can pass in an email, phone, password, whatever. So I'm going to pass in my password, which is password. And then I'm also going to pass my email. So my email is email, and that's pretty much it. We also have a name property, but if you see, signup doesn't have a property to add name over here. Maybe in your application, you have other data like putting the user's date of birth, putting the profile picture of the user, but all of those fields are not present in signup. So what we can do is use this data property that we have. This data property will help us store additional data of our user. So I can just pass in the data like this and pass in the name. So the name is name. Now if you have any other thing, you can pass in like date of birth, etc, etc. Also, a thing to mention here is to put this name in a single inverted comma. If you just pass in name, what Supabase is going to think is that the key is the name of the user. So let's say my name is Rivan. So it will think the key is Rivan and the value is also Rivan, and that's not what we want. We want the key to be the name string and the value should be the name of the user. So with this, we have everything set up correctly. Now the signup is of the type future. So what I can do is await it to get a response. So I have final response equal to supabase client.signup. Now what I can do is from here return response dot, and you see response has multiple things, session and user. Session is going to give you multiple things here like access token, token type, expires at, expires in, and even user. But we don't need any of that. We are returning a string because we want to return the user ID. Now you might say that, hey, you've not mentioned any user ID over here. Where's the user ID going to come from? And Supabase is automatically going to generate that ID for us. And we can get that ID by just doing response.user.id. Once we do that, we will get access to the ID. But we only want to do this if the user is not null. Otherwise, it's going to give us an exception. And we don't want that. So I can just check over here if response.user is equal to null. If the user is null, then I'm going to throw an exception. And what exception should I throw here? I can pass in a string. I can pass in the exception class. But what I want to do is create my own custom class for this exception. So I can open the Explorer, go to the core, because this exception that I'm going to create is going to be used in the block feature as well. Whenever we have an exception, we're going to be using this particular exception custom class that we are creating. So in error, I'm going to create exceptions.dart as well. Then I'm going to create class server exception. And this is going to implement the exception class that Dart already gives us. Then I can create a variable final string message and then create a constructor server exception this dot message. Now the reason I've created my own server exception is so that if I have any more details like putting in the status code, putting in the entire stack trace, I can do that. But I'm not doing any of it. If you want, you can go ahead and do it. This is just an extra precautionary measure that I've taken. So I'm going to close this exceptions.dart file, and here I'm going to throw server exception. And what is the message going to be? If the user is null, message is going to be that the user is null. And this is obviously a const server exception. In the catch block, we are going to do the same thing again. We're going to throw a server exception again, and this time the error message is going to be e.toString. So this is our entire sign up with email password function. To recap what we did over here, we're just creating a user in the Supabase authentication tab so that a user displays over here whenever it's created. Then we get a response from here. We are checking if the response user is null. That means that the user was null, but that means some form of error has occurred. So we are just returning a server exception saying that, hey, user is null. And if the user is not null, then we are just returning the user's ID. And that ID was automatically generated by Supabase. Then in the catch block, if any other exception occurs, we are just throwing server exception. What should we do next? Should we work on the login feature? If you want, you can. But what I would prefer is just completing the entire sign up process. So I let the to-do stay over here so that it gives me a warning and keeps a reminder that, hey, I still need to implement this login with email password function. And what I can do is get started with the next thing. Let's see what we have done. We have created a remote data source. Right now we do not have a model. We'll create a model shortly, but after the model, we have repository. The repository that was created in the data layer. And we want this repository to implement the repository that was present in the domain layer, the interface that we created. So let's get started with that. In our data layer, we can go ahead and create a new folder and call this repositories again. But in this repository, we're going to have AuthRepository implementation.dart file. This was just an interface. This is an implementation of this interface. Then I'm going to minimize this explorer and start writing the code for implementation. So I'm going to create a class AuthRepository implementation, and it is going to implement auth repository. And make sure to import that from the domain layer. Now we get two errors because we need to create two missing overrides for them. And it automatically imports this either.dart file. We'll remove this import because what we want to import is the entire fp.dart package. Now, what this auth repository implementation is going to do is call the signup function from the auth remote data source. So you might think of creating auth remote data source variable over here. And you might be right. We have to do that. But we cannot directly create auth remote data source like this. The reason for that is our auth repository implementation should not depend on auth remote data source like this. We again have to do dependency injection. So what I can do is just take this like this, auth remote data source, remote data source. Don't put auth remote data source implementation over here because we don't want to depend on implementation. We want to depend on the interface that we created. Depending on interface means that we don't care about how the implementation was done. We just care if the method exists or not in our contract. So now I can create auth repository implementation constructor. So I'll have this dot remote data source. If you want, you can also make this class a constant. Let's also format this place. Now we're not concerned with login yet. We directly want to go to the sign up with email and password function. And here, again, we're going to have an asynchronous method. Again, we're going to have try catch block. The reason we are having try catch block again is because whenever we call remote data source method over here, like this one, it's going to throw a server exception. We need to handle this server exception that is being thrown. Otherwise, it will give us a runtime error. That's why we have to wrap it with a try and catch block. Now in the try block, what I'm going to do is called remote data source dot, and we have the method sign up with email and password. Then we'll pass in the name, email, and password we are taking from the parameter. And then that's pretty much it. Now this is going to return a future string, so I can await this, and it is going to give me the user ID. So I can just say final user ID is equal to this particular thing. Now if we get the user ID, that means it is a success. So to return a success, you can't just return user ID like this. That means you're returning a string. So this does not conform to the bounds that are set up over here, either failure string. We need to return a string that says, yes, this is a success, not just a direct string. So to do that, we'll have to return write from here. And this write function comes from the fp.dart package. And then we can say, we are returning user ID. This return write means that, hey, this is a success and here's my string user ID value. However, if there's an exception, then we want to return left. That means there is a failure. Now, instead of doing catch over here, what I can do is put a specific exception that I'm catching on server exception. And make sure to import the exceptions.dart file over here. What server exception does is give this E the type of server exception. So that means if I do E dot, I'll get access to the message value automatically. And that's a good thing. I want that. So anyways, if there's a server exception, what I'm going to do is return left, and then I'm going to pass an E dot message. But doing this gives us an error. The argument type string cannot be assigned to the parameter type failure. You see, earlier we had said that if it's a failure, we want to return a failure class. So that means I'll have to take this thing out and wrap it with the failure class. And then as a message, I can pass an e.message over here. And that's basically the entire implementation of sign up with email password. So let's go back to our diagram to refer where we are. We have a repository created over here, and that's a done process. The next part is to use an entity and send it to use case. Right now we don't have an entity, which we'll shortly create. Don't worry about it. Now directly we have to go to the use case, and then after the use case, we'll create a block and then test our application. So let's go to the use cases in the domain layer. So I'm going to open my file explorer. Again, we'll close the data layer. For now, we are done with it. So let's close all the save files. In the domain layer, I'm going to create a new folder called as use cases. And as I said, use cases is just a single class or a single function that is going to do our job. So if there's a user sign up, that's going to be one use case. User login is going to be the second use case. And we'll have to create separate classes for each one of them. So what I'm going to do is create a new file here and call this user_sign_up.dart. Then I'm going to create a class user sign up. And you see, use cases should have a particular structure to them, right? I don't want use case to be anything the engineer wants to type. We want some conformed set of bounds to be present, like it should return something of the type of future either, or it should take in some form of parameter, etc., etc. So again, for this use cases part, I'll have to create my interface of use case. Now, where should I create this interface for use case? I can do it in this use cases tab, but the problem is it will be accessible in the blog feature as well. And I do not want to duplicate my code every single time. So instead of creating a use case interface over here, I can go ahead and create a use case interface in the core folder. So I'm going to create a folder here called use case. And in that, I'm going to create usecase.dart file. And in that, I'm obviously going to have an abstract interface. So let's create that. And I'm going to call this use case. Now this use case is going to have two things present over here. We'll get to that in a bit, but for now, I'm just going to leave it with angular brackets. Then inside of this interface, I'm going to have a method, just one function. Every use case is going to have just one function. And I think I misspelled use case over here. That's it. And the reason it is going to have one function is because use cases are supposed to do just one task. Expose a high level functionality of whatever process you're doing. For example, sign up. Just expose the sign up method out. So here I'm going to have future, either, and then I'm going to pass in failure. But here's the thing. This use case should be accessible anywhere. So if it's a failure, obviously everything is going to return a failure, but the success can depend. For example, in the blog feature, we are again going to use this use case interface. And in blog, we're not going to return a string. We're not going to return a user model or a user entity. We are going to return a blog entity. So I cannot hard code what's going to be the success value. So what I can do is take it from the generics over here. So here I can ask for a type, or if you want, you can call this success type, and then pass the success type over here. So whenever the user is implementing this use case class, they need to pass in their success type. Then I'm going to create this call function. This call function is a unique function when it is inside of classes. We'll understand that in a bit, but for now you can just think of call as a normal function. The next thing we want over here is parameter. Every function, every use case is going to have a different set of parameters, right? User signup has 3 parameters: name, email, password. Login only has email and password. So we cannot set a fixed number of parameters here. What we can do is ask for the parameter from the use case again, and then pass in parameters like this: params, params. And there we go. This is our interface for use case. Now I can go to the user signup class and implement use case like this. And you see, we are missing concrete implementations here. But before doing that, I'm going to pass in my generics. Otherwise, use case is going to think that by default, we have passed in dynamic. To prove it to you, I can just create one missing override, and you see, it automatically puts in dynamic, and the params is also dynamic. But we do not want that. So here, I'm going to pass in the success type. The success type as of right now is a string, and the parameter, what is that? It is name, email, and password. But we cannot take all of those 3 things from the generics over here. What can we do then? One thing I can do is create a class user signup parameters and then take all of this from a class. So we have user signup parameters over here. And in this class, we are going to have final string email, final string password, and final string name. Then we can create a constructor for this. And if you're wondering how am I getting these options, it's because of an extension in Visual Studio Code that I'm using, which is .data class generator. Once you use this, you'll get a set of options over here to generate your own constructor. So I'm just going to generate my constructor, and there we go. I've also passed in my user signup parameters so that I can quickly access email, password, and name. I hope you understood the purpose of this class. We had to take in 3 arguments, and we cannot pass 3 arguments like this in the generics. It only accepts 1. So what I've done is created a class so that all these 3 can be taken. Now inside of user signup, I'm going to create one missing override, remove this, and automatically import fp.dart. Also, when you use .data class generator, it automatically adds this. We do not want it, so you can remove it. Awesome, so we have a call method over here. This is a future, so let's put an async. And what I want to do is call the signup with email password function that was written in the repository. So you see, repository has a bunch of methods. In our case, it only has 2 methods, but as your functionality in the app increases, there will be more functions. We have user signup and user email. Now from that repository, I'm just going to create one use case so that only one use case is thrown out to the block, and all the unnecessary stuff is still kept in repositories. So I'll have to take repository from the constructor again. We do not want the use case to have a dependency on the repository. So again, I'm going to have final AuthRepository, and make sure to not use AuthRepository implementation. We do not want to depend on the data layer. We do not want any import of data layer in our use case. We also want to depend on the interface, not the actual implementation. So that's why we are just going to have AuthRepository like this, and then we are going to have our user signup this.authRepository. Perfect. Now I can just take this AuthRepository and call the signup with email and password function. Then we need to pass in the name, email, and password, which I can do like this: params.name followed by params.email followed by params.password. Now this function is of the type future. So what I can do is await it, and then we'll have either failure string. And actually, if we think about it, even this is of the type either failure string. So what I can do is directly return this part. So I'll directly do return await AuthRepository.signup with email password, and the function will be executed. I would recommend you to not do return AuthRepository.signup with email password, even though it fulfills the condition. Since we have added async over here, this function is of the type future, and then we are returning either failure string. Doing this means you've called the function, but the future may or may not be resolved. So I always recommend you to do return await AuthRepository.signup with email password. Don't forget this await because in some cases it might not work. Awesome. Our use case is now ready. The final thing we have to do is set up the block. That's our last layer before connecting the block to the widgets. Now to install block, what we can do is go to pub.dev and type in flutter_block. That's the package we are looking for. There's also the block package, but Flutter block provides widgets that are Flutter based and can ease our development process. So I'm just going to copy this and press Command-Shift-P, add dependency and pass in Flutter block. After block is installed, I would also recommend you to go to the VS Code extensions tab and search for the block extension by Felix Angelov, the creator of block. This block extension gives us multiple shortcuts that will ease our process while creating blocks. So let's go to our Explorer and see what the block extension offers us. So in the presentation layer, what I'm going to do is right click and you see I have the option to create a new block. If you don't see this option, what you can do is Command-Shift-P, type in new block and you'll see block new block. If you want, you can create a new qubit. That's not a big difference. I'm going to be using block so that everyone can follow along nicely. So after clicking on this, it asks me for the block name. I'm going to pass in the block name as auth and then hit enter. And as you can see, successfully generated AuthBloc. I can close this, go to the block part and we see AuthBloc, AuthEvent and AuthState.dart files created. I'm not going to go into much detail in this because I've already created a separate tutorial for block. If you want, you can check it out. So let's get into the AuthBloc and do some changes. First of all, I want to remove these two things. We're not depending on block package. We're using the Flutter block package. So let me import that. There we go. Then I want to go in the authEvent.dart file. The sealed class is immutable. So I'm going to import the material.dart package as well. And that will fix our issue because that's where the @immutable comes from. Now in the auth state, we have a sealed class auth state and a auth initial class created. I need to create 2 or 3 more classes. The first class that I want to create is auth loading because we want to display a loading indicator just in case we are loading. So I'm going to extend that to auth state. I'm also going to minimize this. After that, I'm going to have final class auth success, and that's going to extend the auth state again. And make sure to not do a typo. And the final thing we want is an auth failure class. So let's extend that to the auth state as well. Now I want to go in the auth event.dart file, and here I want to create my first event. My first event is the user sign up, right? And the naming convention in events is that we first put auth, the name of the block, followed by the event. So it is sign up. So auth sign up, and that's going to be extending auth event. Now we can go to the authbloc.dart file and remove this on auth event. What I'm going to do is catch the auth sign up event. So whenever the auth sign up event is received, we're going to run a function so that the sign up process begins. So we are going to have on, which is a function over here, and over here we'll have to pass a generic, which is auth sign up. That's the event we are trying to catch. So whenever we have an auth sign up request, we have to run this function. Now what should we run in this function? We only have to run a use case, right? If we go back to our diagram, we have our block present over here. The block directly depends on use case. That means we need to call use case in the block. So let's take it from the constructor again. We have final user sign up, and this should be a private variable. It shouldn't be a public variable, because if you keep this as a public variable, anyone can create instance of AuthBloc and call the user sign up variable. We do not want to expose that outside. So we are going to create this as a private variable. Then we can require this from the AuthBloc. So we have required user signup. And as you can see, I've done required user signup. That means I've created a new variable that is being required from the constructor. And then I'm going to set this private variable equal to the user signup I've created in the constructor. This is called as an initializer list. So just to summarize, I've created a private variable over here so that it's not accessible outside. Then inside of the constructor, I've used require user signup, and then set the private variable equal to the user signup value that we get from the constructor. And don't worry, this user signup variable is not accessible outside. So this is a neat way to initialize private variables. Another thing you could do is, without using the named argument, you can just do this dot user signup. And that would be fine too. But since we're going to have multiple use cases inside of this, I prefer using named arguments. And when we do named arguments, we cannot do this dot underscore user signup. That's just not allowed. Because if you think about it, the property would then be called underscore user signup, and that's pretty weird. So this way, the property is now called user signup and is stored in the user signup variable, which we are then assigning to our private variable. I hope this makes sense. Now, whenever we receive the auth signup event, what we want to do is call this user signup use case. So I can just do user signup and then use the .call method on it, right? But there's another way to do this. As I said, this call is a special function. It has a special meaning in Dart. Whenever you have a call function, that means you can call your class like this, user signup just like this. And then this requires you to pass in user signup parameters. So I can pass that in as well, user signup parameters like this. Now you need to pass in email, password, and name, but we don't have access to that. To get access, what I can do is whenever we pass an auth signup event, we can attach the email, password, and name. Because email, password, and name is going to come from the widgets, right? It's going to come from some form of UI. So when we attach the auth signup event, we can ask for the name, email, and password from the user. So we have final string email, final string password, and final string name. Then you can require this from the constructor, put a comma over here so that the document is formatted. Now you can go in the AuthBloc. And now if you see this event, which is of the type auth signup, will have things like event.email. Because auth signup now has fields of email, password, and name, right? So I can just do event.password as well. And finally, event.name. That's nice. But when we call this method, what do you think this use case returns? It is going to return future either failure or success. So we need to await this, and to await it, we'll have to make this function asynchronous. This is a function, right? We'll have to make this asynchronous and then use await, and then set it to a variable called response. And finally, we're going to resolve this response because it can either be a failure or a string. And I said block is the place that's going to decide if we want to display an error message or we want a success output to be shown on the screen. So the controlling part happens over here. So with this, I can just do response.fold. With this, I can resolve the failure and the success independently. That means whenever I have a failure, I can use this L variable, which is of the type failure class, or this R, which is of the type string. So now whenever there's a failure, what do I want to do? I want to emit out a state that says that, hey, there was a failure over here. So I can just use this emit function. So I'll emit auth failure. But you see, auth failure doesn't take in any string. So we cannot pass the failure class to it or the failure message to it. So I'll have to go in auth state, auth failure, and take final string message. And then I'm going to create a constructor for this constant auth failure, this dot message. Also, this cannot be a constant. So let's remove it because the auth state sealed class is not constant. If you want to optimize, you can obviously do that by doing constant auth state like this, and then doing constant auth failure like this. Now it works. Then coming back to AuthBloc, I can pass in l.message. So our auth failure now has the message attached to it. Next, we have to resolve the success. So what happens if there's a success? Then again, we're going to use this emit function and emit auth success state. Now in this auth success state that we have, it has to take in some string, right? Because success is going to have a string. So I can just have final string UID, that is the user ID, and then create a constant constructor of auth success, this dot UID. Perfect. Now I can just return this auth success doing R. That's it. Because R is a string. If you want to name this properly, you can do it UID and then pass in the UID. If you want to name this, let's say failure, you can do it by doing failure.message. Later on, when we have more responses to resolve like this, I'm just going to keep it as R and L. Awesome. So our entire block is now created. Now I just have to set up this auth block so that our entire app recognizes this and then connect it to the user sign up screen. So as of right now, our app doesn't even know that an auth block was created. It's not configured anywhere, right? So in our main.dart file, we need to go ahead and wrap my app widget with a block provider. Block provider will help us register the block. And since there are going to be multiple blocks that are going to be created, so I can wrap this my app with a multi-block provider. So I can do Ctrl+Shift+R and then I'll get access to all of these things. And you see at the end, I also have block provider, repository block provider, block consumer, etc. That's given by the block extension. But none of them serves my purpose. So what I'm going to do is wrap it with the column. Why a column? We've used a column because I want to wrap it with multi-block provider and make sure to import the Flutter block package. Now multi-block provider has providers with it. I can also take this my app and remove it out. It also has a named parameter of child. So I can pass in the child as my app. And then in the provider, I can pass in my own block provider. Then in the create, we need to pass in something like this. Create, then the argument that's given out over here, a build context, that's not useful for us. So I've put underscore, and then we're going to return an auth block because that's the block we want to register, right? Now I'm also going to minimize this tab because there's a lot of explanation here. You see, AuthBloc requires me to pass in user signup. So I can pass in user signup like this. Now, user signup requires me to pass in AuthRepository. So to pass in AuthRepository, I'll have to pass in AuthRepository implementation. I cannot pass in the AuthRepository abstract class, right? If I pass in abstract class, it cannot be instantiated. So I'll have to pass AuthRepository implementation. Now AuthRepository implementation requires me to pass in a remote data source. So I'll pass in auth remote data source implementation. Again, we cannot pass in auth remote data source because that's an interface, an abstract class. So I'll have to pass implementation. And then finally, this requires me to pass in Supabase, which I have over here. So I can just pass in Supabase.client. And finally, everything will be resolved. You see, just creating one block provider had so much stuff in it, and I had to import so many things. I had to import stuff from the data layer, the domain layer, and the block layer. And that's the last thing I want in main.dart file. So we'll be fixing this using dependency injection. But since we've already typed all of this out, let's go ahead and connect our AuthBloc to the user signup screen. So I'm going to close all the save files, open the Explorer, and go to the pages signup page. Now I'm going to scroll down and find my gradient button. You see, my gradient button is present over here. Now, whenever this button is clicked, I want the signup process to run. But it doesn't expose any on-tap function to me. And this auth gradient button is also being used in the login page. So I cannot hard code inside of this function that on pressed should be this particular thing. So what I can do is ask for the onTap from the constructor. So I can just do final void callback on pressed or onTap, whatever you want to call this. And then you'll have require this dot onPressed. Then I'm going to take this onPressed and put it down in the onPressed of the elevated button, save it. I'll come back to the signup page and I have onPressed over here. There we go. I'm also going to remove the const. Then I'm going to open the file explorer, go to the login page, close the explorer, find the error, and here add onPressed again. I'm also going to remove the const from auth gradient button because functions are not constants. Now coming back to our signup page, here in the onPressed, first of all, I want to validate the form. You see, I have my form key with me, and we've already seen how to validate the form. So I can just do if form key dot current state, current context, you can do either of them, dot validate. So if the validate turns out to be true, that means everything's all right. Then I want to call the auth signup event on my auth block. To do that, I can just do context dot read, and this read function, which is an extension created on build context, is given by the Flutter block package. Also remove this widgets.dart because we don't need it. Here we need to specify the type of block. So mine is AuthBloc. And then you can call the dot add method on it and add the event. The event I'm trying to add is auth signup. Then we need to pass an email, password, and name. What is the email going to be? Email controller.text.trim if you want. Then password controller.text.trim. And finally name controller.text.trim. And this way I've added an event of auth signup to my auth block. I've added this event, so that means auth block is going to get triggered. Then this function is going to run that, hey, on auth signup event. Okay, so it's going to call the user signup use case. So the user signup use case is going to run. Then we are going to call the auth repository. And when we injected the dependency in user signup, we passed an auth repository implementation. We didn't pass an auth repository. So that means auth repository implementation is going to be called. And from auth repository implementation, the remote data source implementation is going to be called. So that's the entire flow of the app. I hope you understood that. We are again going to dive deep into it after the entire authentication process is completed. But over here, I just want to take a moment and again reflect that what this auth repository interface is doing for us. You see, when we go to the main.dart file, this user signup requires auth repository. So we are successfully passing an auth repository implementation. And the same thing goes for the auth remote data source. Here we are passing an auth remote data source implementation. If we are dependent on the auth remote data source implementation over here instead of auth remote data source interface, it would mean I could only pass this. And it would seem fine at the moment, but what if I decide to move from Supabase to Firebase? That means I'll have to rewrite this entire code. And instead of rewriting it in auth remote data source implementation, I can just go ahead and create a new class, auth Supabase data source implementation, and that is going to implement the auth remote data source so that I have all the methods that can be called in our app. I'll be following a contract that would mean that I have strict conditions that, hey, you need to make this happen. You need to follow this. So it's highly unlikely that I would miss out on some function or method. And this way, the transition from Supabase to Firebase would become much easy. So I hope this makes sense. Now I'm going to close all the save files. I've done everything. So I'm going to restart my app and test the app. I'll go in the sign up. I'll pass in my name, Revan. Email, let's call it revanranawat@gmail.com, and pass in the password test1234. Then I'm going to click on sign up. Nothing shows up on the screen because we have not configured anything over there. But if I go in Supabase, you see revanranawat@gmail.com is being displayed with the provider of email, and it was created just now. And you see last sign in, it's saying waiting for verification. So an automated email is sent on my account, and once I verify this will change. Now we have our email showing up over here. we have our user ID, but what about the name that I passed in? To view that, you can just do view user info and you'll see everything: instance ID, AUD, role, email, and if you scroll down, you'll see raw user metadata. In this raw user metadata, we have a map with name and the value Rivan. So that means everything is being saved, everything looks good. Now, since we've completed this authentication process, what I can do is work on the dependency injection in the main.dart file. So instead of having this mess over here, I can refactor this code and make it look elegant. So let's get into dependency injection with GetIt. So now you might be wondering, what even is dependency injection? Dependency injection is a design pattern used to achieve inversion of control. Inversion of control means that the dependencies of a component, and that component can be a class or a module, so the dependencies of those components are provided externally rather than created internally. Take an example of this AuthRepository implementation class. You see, we have AuthRemote and we're not creating this internally. We are taking it from outside. We are taking it externally. So from the outside, we are creating an instance of this AuthRemote implementation and then passing it in. This is inversion of control and we want to inject dependencies into it. So that's what dependency injection is. Now GetIt makes our life pretty easy with that. How? Think about it. Right now we have just one use case, user signup. In a bit, we are also going to have another use case, and that's going to be user login. So we'll have to pass in something very similar to this. The user login is going to be called user login, but it's going to take in the same things, right? Auth repository implementation, auth remote data source implementation, followed by supabase.client. So we'll have to repeat all of these things, and it's going to get really messy really quickly. To avoid this, GetIt becomes a very crucial part in your applications. With GetIt, you need to register your dependencies, and then you can just use the service locator to pass the dependencies. That's it. That's how easy it is. So let's quickly install GetIt in our application. You can find GetIt on the pub.dev website. I'm just going to copy this and use the .add dependency to add it to my application. After that is done, we need to register our dependencies. And to do that, we can do it in the main function, but it can get really messy because there are a lot of dependencies we need to register. AuthBloc is a dependency, user signup is a dependency, AuthRepository implementation is, AuthRemote implementation is, even Supabase is. So registering so many things can be very annoying to see in the main function. So what I'm going to do is open the file explorer, and in the same level as the score and features, I'm going to create a new file called init_dependencies.dart. Here I'm going to create a function that is of the type future void and call it init_dependencies, create an asynchronous function, and that's pretty much it. Also, let's fix the naming. The function name should be like this, init dependencies. Now you might be wondering, why is this future void? Why not just void? The reason it is of the type future is because I want to take the Supabase initialization part and put it inside of init dependencies function. Now I can quickly resolve these errors by importing them and then call the init dependencies function in the main function. So all the dependencies initialization is going to happen in this function. Since Supabase initialization is done, I can get to registering the dependencies with GetIt. So to register dependencies, first of all, we need to create an instance of GetIt, and I'm going to do this globally. So what I'm going to do is final. Let's call this service locator because GetIt is a service locator, and I think the name service locator says it all. GetIt helps us locate some services, and the service locator variable should be equal to GetIt.instance. Now I can take this service locator to register my dependencies. Now, as I said, there can be multiple dependencies in our application, so a good thing would be to create separate functions for separate initialization of dependencies. That means I can create a function to initialize all the auth related dependencies, and then another function to initialize all blog related dependencies. So what I'm going to do is create a function which is going to return nothing. So void, and let's call this init auth. And also let's make this a private variable. Private variables in Python means that they're private to this particular file. So I can use init auth inside of init dependencies. That's it. But this init auth won't be accessible outside of this file. So I'm calling init auth in the beginning of the function of init dependencies. And in this init auth, what I'm going to do is register some dependencies. So the first dependency that I want to register is Supabase. And that cannot be done inside of authentication, right? Supabase variable is created over here. So let's initialize it over here itself. So what I can do is service locator dot, and there are two things you can do over here. I mean, there are multiple things you can do, but people usually use either of the two methods. One is register factory. Register factory means that you want the service locator to create a new instance of the registered type every time it's requested. This means that whenever you ask for an instance of a particular type, a new instance of the object is created. So register factory is suitable when you have types that are not meant to be shared across the application and need to be created on demand. Another function that people usually use is register lazy singleton. You use register lazy singleton when you want the service locator to maintain a single instance of the registered type throughout the lifetime of the application. This means that every time you request an instance of a type, you'll get the same instance. As the word singleton suggests, there's only going to be a single instance of this dependency throughout the app. And that's what I want with Supabase, right? Every single time I ask for Supabase, a new instance should not be given to me. I'm fine with the same instance being given to me. So I can just pass in supabase.client over here. And this way I've registered a dependency of Supabase client. Now in the init auth, I can start initializing other dependencies. For example, now I need auth remote data source implementation. So what I can do is service locator again dot. Now what should auth remote data source implementation be? Should it be register lazy singleton or register factory? I think every single time I ask for auth remote data source implementation, I want a new instance of the object to be created. So I can just do service locator dot register factory and then return auth remote data source implementation and pass in the Supabase client. Now to pass in the Supabase client, what I can do is simply service locator like this, as if I'm calling a function. And this way, I've registered auth remote data source implementation. What I've done here is registered a factory. So that means whenever I ask for something of the type of auth remote data source implementation, it's going to return this particular instance, a brand new instance of auth remote data source implementation every single time. Now, how GetIt works behind the scenes is that it sees this auth remote data source implementation, alright? And then it sees that, hey, this needs Supabase client over here. And the engineer has passed in service locator. That means I need to pass in a registered object of the same type. So it's going to go ahead and look for a registered dependency that has a type of Supabase client. And here we have registered lazy singleton, which is of the type Supabase client. So it's just going to take this and put it over here. We don't even have to mention the type. It will automatically get to know. However, if you want to mention your own type, you can do it over here. So after the service locator, you can pass in generics and then type Supabase client and it will pass in the correct type. Just to be sure, you can do this, but there's absolutely no need. GetIt is smart to figure it out on its own. So this way, I've registered a dependency for auth remote data source implementation. The next thing I want to do is auth repository implementation. So let's quickly do it. I'm going to do service locator dot, and again I'm going to do register factory. For all of the classes that I created, auth repository implementation and auth remote data source implementation. and even user sign up. Every single time the user comes over here, I want a brand new instance to be created. So I can pass an AuthRepository implementation, and it requires remote data source. So again, I can just pass in service locator like this, and it will find the registered remote data source by itself. But here's the problem. We have registered auth remote data source implementation, not auth remote data source. And this auth repository implementation requires a type of auth remote data source. Now that can be an issue because GetIt doesn't know that auth remote data source implementation implements auth remote data source. So we need to manually fix this. How can we do that? Well, over here, when we are trying to register a factory, I can pass in a generic type that, hey, what am I returning? What is the type of the object that I'm returning? And I'm returning auth remote data source. So I can just pass it over here. If you try to pass in some other data type, let's say int, it's going to give you an error. It automatically recognizes if it's valid or not. So make sure to pass in auth remote data source so that no other error occurs in the registering process. Awesome. Now that we have done auth repository as well, let's do user signup. So we can do service locator dot register factory, and then we can pass in user signup. And then we again need to pass an auth repository. So I'll do service locator, and now we have the same problem over here. This accepts a type of auth repository, and here we are initializing the type of auth repository implementation. So I'll have to manually say over here that, hey, this is of the type auth repository. After this is done, the final thing is AuthBloc. I can register this as well. So what I'm going to do is service locator dot, and this time instead of using register factory, I'm actually going to do register lazy singleton. Why? That's because I only want one state of my AuthBloc to be present. I don't want multiple states to be present because that would confuse my app. If a new instance of AuthBloc is created every single time, that means my state would be lost. Let's say my app is in a loading state and suddenly a new instance of AuthBloc is requested. That means the loading process will disappear, and again my app will be initialized to auth initial, which is the initial state of AuthBloc, right? If you see over here, auth initial is the initial state. And that's not what I want. I only want one state to be persisted. That's why we're using register lazy singleton. So here I can directly pass in AuthBloc, and then for the user signup, I'm going to pass in my service locator. So this way we have registered all the dependencies, and we know how to use these registered dependencies. Just calling service locator like this does the job. But remember one thing, if you have not registered a dependency and then you're trying to access that using service locator, it's going to cause an issue. What I mean is, let's say you've not registered auth remote data source, okay? And then you're trying to use service locator for the auth remote data source. It's going to give you an error because it doesn't know that a dependency like that exists. So make sure to register your dependencies first, only then can you use them. And I hope the concept of register factory and register lazy singleton also makes sense. There are multiple methods that you can use, like register factory async, register factory param, register factory param async, but broadly these are the two types. Okay? Now that we have understood this, I can close this and make sure await init dependencies is called. And after that, in the block provider, I'm going to remove the entire AuthBloc part, and instead I'm just going to have service locator like this. But now, how will the service locator know what type of block to pass in? It doesn't even know if it has to pass in a block or not. So definitely we'll have to pass in our own type over here, and I'm going to pass in AuthBloc. And since we've already registered AuthBloc, it shouldn't be a problem to us. So I'm going to remove all of these unused imports from here. Then I'm going to restart my entire app, go to the signup process. Let's say this time my name is Naman. The email is namanranawat@gmail.com. And let's say my password is test123. Then I'm going to click on sign up. I'll go to the Supabase dashboard and I see namanranawat@gmail.com showing up over here. And just to confirm, I can click on these three dots, view user info, scroll down, and I'll see raw user metadata with the name of Naman. So everything seems to be working fine. That means our entire dependency injection task was done successfully. The next thing I want to work on is storing the user data in the database. So as of right now, we are storing our data in the authentication tab. So whenever a new user is created, we are storing the details over here, and that's fine. But I want to go one step further and also save this data in our database. Supabase offers a built-in database which uses Postgres. So it's an SQL database that we can use. And generally, whenever you have a user's table, it always helps later on in your application. So we are going to create a new database table over here. If you're from the Firebase world, you might know collections. You can think of tables as some form of collections. So we want to build a table which contains all the users in our application. Now there are two approaches I can take. The first approach is manually putting the user in authentication tab and manually putting the user in the database table. The second approach is by creating an automatic trigger. That means whenever a new user is added in the authentication part, we automatically add it to our database. And that's the approach we are going to go with because Supabase makes this really easy. Now to set up this trigger, we first need to create a database table. And to create a database table, you can use the GUI that Supabase has. It's very easy to use, where you need to pass in the name of the table. So it can be profiles, user, whatever. Then the description, which is optional. Then if you want to enable row level security, this basically means writing your own security rules so that you define who can use a particular row in your table. So you can set up a rule so that only the user themselves can change their data in the table. No other user can change another one's data. So for example, if we have two users, user A and user B, you can set up a row level security such that user A cannot change the data of user B. That's what row level security is going to allow you to do. And then you have columns. So what fields are present in this table? A user is going to have an ID. They're going to have a created at table. Then there's also going to be a name property. You can define all of that. Then if you have a foreign key relationship. But we'll talk about foreign keys later when we are trying to create our own blog table. But anyways, I'm not going to use this GUI. So I'm going to discard this. What I'm going to do is go to this tab, SQL editor. And here I'm going to type in my own SQL query and run it. Instead of writing the query on our own from scratch, what I'm going to do is go to the Supabase documentation where they've written a blog on building a user management app with Flutter. Here they've listed all the steps to build a user management app. You can go over them if you want. We've covered many of these things like creating a project, entering project details. But what we need to do is set up the database schema. By database schema, I mean how our entire users table is going to look like. And instead of following all the steps that are written over here, what I'm going to do is change to SQL and then copy this entire thing that I see. There's a copy button over here. I'll copy all of this text and put it inside of this query builder. You see, a lot of lines come in. Now we're going to go over every single line and understand what they do. So first line is creating a table. And please note, all of this is SQL, okay? That's how you create a table in SQL as well. So what we are doing is creating a table with the name profiles. And in that, we are defining the fields or columns of our table. The first column is ID, which is of the type UUID. That means we are creating a unique user ID. And this is referencing auth.users. References auth.users means that the ID is coming from whatever the auth.users has. So if I just go to the authentication tab, the ID that's mentioned over here is going to be the ID of the user in this table, and that's exactly what we want. In the profiles table, the ID of the user should be the same thing as what's mentioned over here, because it's the same user, right? So this is how you do it. And then we are saying that this should not be a null key and that it is a primary key. Primary key in SQL means that this is a unique column in this table. So that means any other user cannot have the same value. If there is the same value, then it's just going to override the data. And remember this, a table can only have one primary key. In users table, ID is the primary key. Then we have the field of updated at with the data type of timestamp. Then there's username of the type text, and the username always has to be unique. Then we have full name, which is of the type text, avatar URL, which is of the type text, and website, which is of the type text. Now don't confuse unique with primary key. There can only be one primary key in our entire table. However, there can be multiple fields that are unique. So even full name can be unique, even avatar URL can be unique. But only one column in our table is going to be a primary key. So all of these are our columns in the table. Then we have a constraint where we are checking if the username length is greater than equal to 3. If it's less than 3, that means it's going to give us an error. So that's a good constraint that Supabase has put in. Then we are setting up the row level security for this table. So you see, we have put in alter table profiles, enable row level security. So this way we are enabling row level security. And then we are creating a policy for our row level security. So this policy says that public profiles are viewable by everyone. So on the table of profiles, everyone can view the public profiles. Then we are creating another policy on the profiles table which says users can insert their own profile. And here we are just checking if the auth.uid is equal to the ID, that means it's the user themselves that are trying to insert some form of data. Then we have another policy that says users can update own profile. And here it's basically the same thing like this, but instead of insert, we have update. Now if we scroll down, this is where our trigger is created. In the beginning, I said that whenever a new user is created in the authentication tab, I automatically want a user to be created in the profiles table. This is the trigger that's created. So here we've created a function which is public called handle new user. And then we have set up a trigger. And here we have specified that in the profiles table, we need to insert ID, full name, and avatar URL. And where are those values going to come from? We can find that over here. So we have specified values new.id. Your new stands for this auth.users, okay? So we are able to get the ID of the user. Then we want to access the full name. And we saw that our additional data that we are storing is being stored in this raw user metadata. So what it's doing is going in new.raw user metadata and accessing the full name that's present. And then it's doing the same thing to get the avatar URL, new.raw user metadata avatar URL. And then we are returning new from here. So this way we have created a function. Now finally, we need to attach the trigger whenever the user is created in the auth section. So here we have said that create trigger on auth user created. After a new user is inserted in the auth.users section, we need to execute this handle new user function. So you see, this entire part does this job. This trigger automatically creates a profile entry when a new user signs up via Supabase Auth. Supabase also offers storage. So here we are setting up the storage. Storage is used to store files that are 1 MB or 2 MB. For example, your image, your audio file, or any other form of file that will be stored in storage. They cannot be stored in this database. So here we are saying that in the storage.buckets, we have to store an avatar. And then we have created policies for each one of them as well. So I hope all of this code is understandable to you. Now let's go ahead and edit this code so that it suits our own app's functionalities. So the first thing I'm going to do is remove the storage part because our users aren't allowed to change their profile picture, or in fact, our users don't even have a profile picture. Now, if you want, you can add the profile picture in your application, but in this one, we are not going to have one. So I'm going to remove all of this setup storage code. After that, I can go at the top and update the profiles table over here. So our user is going to have an ID, which should reference auth.user and should not be null, and it should be the primary key. So everything's fine with this. Then we have updated at, so this looks fine as well. The next thing I want is to remove username. The username is not present in our application, only a name is present. So I'm going to convert this full name to a name, and it should be of the type text. And two users can have the same name. That's not a problem with me. I'm also going to remove the avatar URL. I'm also going to remove the website text. Then here we have a constraint where we check username length is greater than or equal to 3. So I'm going to change it to the name length. So I'm going to remove the user from here. Name length. Here I'm going to check if the character length of the name is greater than or equal to 3. Then I'm going to let this row level security be as it is. I don't have an issue with that. I'm going to scroll down, and here in the handle new user function, I'm inserting values, right? So the new.id is fine. My user ID is this particular thing, new.id. That's all right with me. But then I'm only providing a name of the user in the raw user metadata. So I'm going to update that. So instead of passing in a full name here, I'm going to pass in a name. Let's remove avatar URL. That's not needed. And then let's match all of these fields. So ID has new.id, name has new.raw user metadata, full name. So instead of full name, it's just going to be name. And at the end, we have avatar URL part, which we are going to remove. So that's how my table is going to look like. And that's all the changes I needed to make. So what I'm going to do is run the query. To run it, I can just click on this button. And here you see success, no rows returned. And you can see Supabase also saves my queries over here. Now, if I want to see if a table was created or not, I can go in the database. And here you see in my database tables, I have a new table, profiles. Right now, there are no users inside of it. That's because we just created a database table. Now, whenever I insert a new user in this authentication tab, this database table should automatically get filled. So what I'm going to do is delete both of these users. And after that is done, I'm going to restart my entire app and then go to the sign up page. I'm going to create a new user. So I'm going to call this Revan. The email is going to be revanr@gmail.com. Password is going to be test123. Sign up. And let's see if a new user is created here. A new user is uploaded in the authentication tab. That's good. If you don't see the user, just click on this reload and see if the user pops up over here. Then you can go to the database. And in the profiles table, as you can see, I have one row. So new user has been added. Now to see if it's the correct user or not, what I'm going to do is go to the table editor, go to this profiles tab, and here I have the ID. You see, it is labeled a bit differently from the two fields, but yep, the ID is the same as the ID that was present in the authentication tab. To verify, I can just copy this, go to the table editor, go to the profile section, and here you can see it's the same thing. The updated at is null because we have not provided any value for updated at, and then we have the name Revan. Everything looks good as of now. Now you might be wondering, what are these two signs? The first sign over here is primary key. And as I said, primary key is the unique identifier for this table. So ID is the unique identifier. And then we have a foreign key relation. What is a foreign key? A foreign key is a column in a database that is linked to another column in a different table. To explain this better, I'm going to go to the database part. Here we have schema visualizer. I'm going to click on that. And here you see I have my profiles table created. It has the fields of ID, updated at, and name. This tells that it's a primary key, and then we have a foreign key relationship. This means that ID is connected to a primary key of another table. So we are connecting a profiles table with the auth.users table using ID. Now later on, when we add our own block table, that is going to have a field that is connected to this ID of the profiles table. And that's why SQL becomes so powerful. You can connect two databases using one field. This line that you see, that represents that both of these tables are connected. So basically, a foreign key is a column in one table that matches a primary key in another table. The primary key of auth.users is ID. So it's matching that. You'll understand the benefit of a foreign key later on when we get to the blog section. But for now, you can just think of it as something that connects the two tables together. So I hope that's clear, and with that we are able to store our data in the Supabase database as well. The next thing I want to do is create a user entity so that instead of returning a string from our data sources and our repository, we are returning a user model. This way, we will also have access to our user model throughout our entire program. So let's get to that. To create an entity, what I'm going to do is open this file explorer part. And from this file explorer part, I'm going to go to the features, auth. In the domain layer, I'm going to create a new folder called entities. And in this entity, I'm going to create a file called user.dart. Now, if you want, you can call this profile.dart just to match it with our Supabase table, but I think I'm fine with user. Now here, I'm going to create a class of user, and then I'm going to specify the structure of my user. What are the fields that are present in my user? It's going to be final string email, final string name, and final string ID. Actually, ID is the first field, so let me just put it so that there's more structure. Not that it makes any difference. After that, I'll generate a constructor for this, so I'll just create. So my entity is now created. If I refer my diagram, the domain has entity. That's done. Now, I want to create a model. This model is going to help me shape my data from remote data sources into a structure of user. So let me create a user model quickly. So I'm going to go to the Explorer, and in the data part, I'm going to create a new folder called models. And this is going to be called user_model.dart. Then I'm going to minimize this. And here I'm going to call this class user model. And this is going to extend the user entity that we created. So the user model extends the user, but not the user that's coming from Supabase Flutter. Remember that, it shouldn't be coming from Supabase Flutter. Let me remove that. What we want to do is import the user class that's coming from the domain layer. The reason we are extending from the user is because user model has the same structure as our user. If we refer to our diagram, we want to convert the data coming from the remote data source into a structure, and we cannot use an entity that's present over here. Data layer should have its own models. It cannot be used outside of the data layer. So what I'm doing is creating a model that extends this entity so that we follow the L in solid principles, which is list cost substitution. List cost substitution basically means that I should be able to replace model with entity and entity with model. When our repository is being called in this use case, I can replace the user model with an entity. You'll see that later in the code, but I just wanted to point it out right now. So coming back to our code here, let's fix the error. We are extending the user, so obviously we have some fields that we need to pass into this user. So if I just go over here, click on this bulb icon and create constructor to call super, it will automatically do that for me. What's happening here is we are asking for the ID of the user from the constructor and then passing it to our super class using super.id. It's basically doing the same thing as requiring string.id and then calling super like this, something you might have seen. But this is just a shorter way of doing the same thing. Now what I can do is go to the Explorer, go to the data sources, and in this auth remote data source, I can update my fields. Now, instead of returning a string everywhere, what I want to return is the user model. So I'll scroll to the top. In my interface, I'm going to return a future user model and make sure to import the model from the data layer. Even over here, we are going to have a user model. Don't pass in a user over here. Not a user that comes from Supabase Flutter, not a user that comes from the domain layer. It should return a user model. Later on, when we go down our path, somewhere over here, we are going to replace our user model with the user that we created in the domain layer. So as of right now, it should just return a user model. Now, I'm going to solve these errors by changing the return type over here as well. And now it should give me an error over here. The error should be there because we are returning a string and we want to return a user model instead. Now, how do I return a user model based on this user that I have? The answer is pretty simple. If I go back, the response.user has a function called toJSON. and this to.json gives me a map of string comma dynamic. So what I can do is take a map and convert it into a user model. But where should the code of this conversion be written? It should be written in this user model. The reason it should be written inside of this is because the function would then become reusable. So for example, when we write our login functionality, we'll have a similar problem. We'll have to convert response.user to a user model. So instead of manually writing our logic over here, what I'll do is write it in this class. This way, I'll be able to reuse my logic and my code would become cleaner and neater. So what I want to do is create a factory user model.fromJSON function. And this fromJSON function is going to take a map of string comma dynamic. Let's call this map and also fix the keyword dynamic. And then based on this map, I'm going to convert it to a user model and return it from this function. So I'm going to return user model and then pass in the ID. The ID is map ID, just like this. The email is map email. The name is map name, as simple as it gets. So with this, we are done. Now, if we want to handle some form of edge case, we can do that. For example, this map of ID can be null, right? So we can put 2 question mark followed by an empty string. So just in case this is null, we are going to put in empty string. Otherwise, the value of map ID is fine. We can do the same thing for map email and map name. So our fromJSON function is now ready. I can go to the auth remote data source, and instead of returning this map, I'm going to wrap it with the function user model.fromJSON. Then I'm going to take all of this and put it inside of the map. There we go. Now there's no error in our function and hopefully it works. Now you might be asking, why have we not written this fromJSON function inside of this user entity? The reason we have not done this is because user entity is not fetching any data from anywhere. This user entity only exists so that we can access the ID, email, and name property. Only user model is related to the fetching task. So only user model should have this function. This way, when we have to test, we don't have to test the user class at all. It doesn't have any logic related functionalities, but we will have to test the user model class because something can go wrong in this fromJSON function. Hopefully that makes sense. Now what I'm going to do is close all of the save files and we see in the repository layer we have an error. Let's go into that. In the auth repository implementation, we are getting a user model that we are returning, right? We need to change that. And to change auth repository implementation, first we'll have to go to the domain layer and change the auth repository interface. So here, instead of returning a string, I have to return a user. Now we are not going to pass in a user model over here. Why? Because we are in the domain layer. Think about it. If we are in the domain layer, we cannot access stuff that comes from the data layer. That's the entire reason why auth repository interface even exists in the first place. So what I can do is instead of returning a string, I'm going to return a user that comes from the domain layer. Don't import the user coming from Supabase. So I'm going to quickly import that and I'm going to replace it in the login with email password 2. Then I'm going to save this file and then move to auth repository implementation.dart file. Here, instead of returning a string again, I'm going to return a user. So let me import that. Again, import the correct version. Also import that and save the file. And now if you see in the sign up with email and password function, a user model is returned and it satisfies the condition. Also, I think the naming is a bit misleading. So let's convert this to user and return right user. So with this, we get the user model and we are returning the user model. And it satisfies the condition because user model extends user. User model is a child of the parent class user. So the list cost substitution principle says that I can replace user with user model and it shouldn't give me an error. And that's what's happening. Now, if I go in the domain layer, use cases, user sign up, there's another error. And the error exists because here also we have specified that we are returning a string. We shouldn't be returning a string, we should be returning a user. Now onwards, we'll only be using the user entity. The user model is only there for the data layer. It is not there for the domain or the presentation. It's only there so that we can fetch the data and return it. Now I'll take the user and pass it in over here. As simple as it gets. Now I can again open the Explorer, fix the error in the presentation layer. So in the auth block, we are returning auth success UID, but we're not actually getting the UID, we are getting the user. So I can name this as user, go in the auth success class, and here instead of asking for the UID of the user, we are going to ask for the user that comes from the domain layer. This will fix our error all over the place. So for now, I can assume that everything works well and start working on other aspects of the application. For example, whenever the user clicks on sign up, I first want the user to see a loading indicator. And if it's a failure, I want the user to see an error message. If it's a success, they should move to the home screen. So these are the things we need to set up. Now, what I'm going to do is in the auth block, whenever we get the auth sign up event, I'm going to emit auth loading. So that means we are in the loading state now. After that, if it's a failure, it will get converted to auth failure. If it's a success, it's going to be auth success. I'm also going to remove this print and save the file. Then I'm going to close this part, going to go to the sign up page, and here set up the error displaying part. So I'm going to wrap this entire form with a widget known as Bloc Consumer. Bloc Consumer is a mix of Bloc Builder and Bloc Listener. Bloc Builder builds the widget based on the state of the block, and Bloc Listener helps us navigate from one page to another or display a snack bar based on the state. So Bloc Consumer combines both of them, which I'm going to use. So I'm going to pass an auth block over here, and then in the builder, I'm going to check if the state is auth loading. So if the state is auth loading, that means I want to display a loading indicator. To display a loading indicator, I can create a custom widget for it. Because this loading indicator is going to be used in the sign up page, the login page, even the blog pages, because as we fetch data from Supabase, I want the loading indicator to be shown. So obviously that means it's going to go in the core folder because it's a shared resource across all the features. So here I'm going to create a new folder called common. And in that common, I'm going to create a new folder called widgets. And in that, I'm going to create our loader. Let's call this loader.dart. Then here it's going to be a stateless widget, which is called loader. And then I'm going to return a center child of circular progress indicator. That's it. That's my loading indicator. If you want to change this, you can make this more stylish by using Hive animation or any other form of animation. Mine is pretty simple. Then I'm going to take this loader and return a const loader. So this way, loader is going to become a reusable widget. So whenever you want to change how the loading indicator in your app looks like, you can just change it over here. You have one centralized place of control for that. So anyways, if the state is auth loading, we return a loader. Otherwise, we are going to return a form. Now in the listener, I'm going to say that if state is auth failure, if the state is auth failure, what do I want to do? I want to display a snack bar. Snack bar means that a little widget from bottom appears that shows the error message to us. Now that snack bar is also going to be a reusable function. So I'm going to go to the core folder and create a new folder called utils. In this utils, I'm going to create a new file called show_snackbar.dart. This is going to contain just one function, void show snackbar, with the parameters being build context and the content that we want to display. Then I'm going to do scaffold messenger.offContext dot hide current snackbar dot show snackbar. Then I'm going to pass in my snack bar, where the content is going to be the text followed by the content that we take from the parameter. So this is the way you show a snack bar. Now I've done hide current snack bar because if there are two snack bars that are in progress, we want the previous snack bar to get hidden away when a new snack bar appears. So it will hide the current snack bar to show the recent snack bar. Now I'm going to call the show snack bar function. So I can just do show snack bar, pass in the content as let's say state dot, and you see I get an autocomplete of message because I've put in the if condition that if state is auth failure. So it knows that this state variable is now auth failure. So if the state is auth failure, it should have a message property which we are displaying. Awesome. Now I can restart the entire app. Then in the signup, I can just say naman, email as namanr@gmail.com, password as test1234. Sign up and we see the loading indicator showing up. And we also see that we don't get any error message. And the reason for that is namanr@gmail.com has been added to our authentication tab. And if I go to my table editor, profiles, we should be seeing naman name over here. Perfect. Now you saw that whenever we have a success part, we're not doing anything. What we want to do is move from the sign up page to the home page because now we're logged in. But that's a thing we will cover later on in our application. For now, the sign up page seems to be completed. The next thing we need to work on is the login feature. And it's very similar to the sign up feature. So let's complete it really quickly. Go to the auth remote data source to complete my login with email password function. So in this function, the first thing I'm going to do is remove this throw part, then convert this function to an asynchronous function, and then I'm going to minimize the explorer. Now everything in the login with email and password function is going to be very similar to sign up with email and password. So I'm going to take all the try catch block statement present inside of sign up with email password, copy it and paste it over here. After that, I'm going to change this line. We are signing up the user over here. Instead of signing up, I want to sign in the user with password. So I'll use that function. Now the data part does not need to be put in because login does not store all of that information and we do not want it to store. We only have an email and a password. That's good. After that, we are going to check if the user is null. Then we are going to throw a server exception saying user is null. Otherwise, we are going to return a user model from JSON that's present over here. And if there's any other error, we're just going to throw a server exception again. So our login function is now ready. The next thing we need to do is go to the repository in the domain layer. So I'll go over here and see the login with email password function is nicely written over here. So everything looks good in this repository. So I'll go to its implementation in the data layer and start working on that. So I'll try to find sign in with the email password. There we go. And convert this into an asynchronous function. Again, we're going to have a try catch block. So let me put that in. And here we're going to catch a server exception. We have seen that before. And if there's a server exception, we want to return left. And then we're going to return a failure class saying e.message. Perfect. Now in the try catch block, what do I want to do? I want to take this remote data source and call the sign in function. So we are going to get our user, which is equal to await remote data source dot, and then we are going to call the login with email password function. Then we are going to pass in our email, password, and then we are done. Now the user that we get, we want to return it. So we are going to do return write user. And this way our auth repository implementation is done. If you look at this function below, sign up with email password, you'll see both of these functions look pretty similar. We call the function and then we are returning right. If there's any exception, we are returning left. So there's a scope of refactoring both of these functions and write much cleaner code. What I mean is I have a scope of creating an extra function over here. Let's call this getUser function. The return type of this function is going to be future, either failure or user and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Inside of this asynchronous function, we're going to copy paste all of this, the entire try, catch, block statement. So I'm going to put that in. Now, instead of calling this function, what I'm going to do is take this function from the parameter. That means I'm going to have a future user function taken from the parameter. Let's call this variable function. So I'm taking in a function that returns future user, and the variable name is function. Now I'm going to call this function, and then whatever user I'm going to get, I'm going to return that. Now I can take this function, and instead of doing all of the try, catch, block statement over here, what I can do is remove them and instead say return get user, and from here I'm going to return this thing. So I'm going to take it, paste it over here, and there we go. Also, this function is going to be asynchronous, so let me put that in. So what have I done over here? I've basically created a wrapper function around this function. What this wrapper function does is put all of the code inside of try, catch, block, and if there's any exception, it's going to return left. But if there's no error, then it's going to return a particular user. The reason I've done this is because the code written over here and the code written over here are basically the same thing. So that means I can remove the try, catch block from here as well, and then say return get user, and make sure it's a private variable. Okay, I don't want this get user function to be accessible outside of this file. So I'm going to take all of this and put it over here. Then this is also going to be asynchronous. Let me put a comma so that the formatting is right. So with this, get user becomes a reusable function. So what happens is this get user function takes another function which returns future user. So we pass our login with the email password because both of them return future user model, right? And user model inherits from user class. So we pass that in. As soon as that's done, get user function is going to get called, and from here we try to run that function. When we run that function, if it is successful, it's going to return the user to us where we return right. But if there's any exception, it's going to return left. The same thing happens with sign up with email and password. So with this, if I have any changes to make, I don't have to make any changes in this function. What I need to do is go to this function and change all of my code. For example, if I want to see if there's any auth exception that has occurred, I can do that. What I can do is check on auth exception, and this on auth exception is given by Supabase to me. So I'll do on auth exception catch e, then I'm going to return left failure e dot message. Simple enough. Now you see we are getting an error, and that's because auth exception is coming from the Supabase library. And Supabase library exposes the user class, and our own class that we created is also called as user. So what we need to do is go up there and prefix our import. So when we import Supabase Flutter, I can tell Dart to import it as SB. And whenever I call on auth exception, I can do on sb.auth exception. So whenever I use any Supabase related class over here, I need to prefix it with sb dot. So you see, the use of this function is that any changes I need to make for any of the function, I can do it over here. I needed to catch auth exception in both of these functions. So instead of putting them over here, I put it over here. Because as the file size increases, we are going to get more and more functions. So I'll forget to put on auth exception one place, and then maybe my application crashes, and I do not want that. So this is a good practice to do. So I hope that was clear, and if it was, let's move ahead. So from AuthRepository implementation, I'm going to go to the use case. We already have a user signup use case. I'm going to create a new use case called user login.dart. If you want, you can also call this user signin.dart. Then I'm going to create a class user login, which is going to implement our interface use case. Now we need to pass in two types over here. The first type is the success type. So from here, obviously I'm going to return the user that comes from the domain layer. And the other thing that I want to return is the parameter. The parameter in this has to be created down below. I'm going to create a new class called user login params. And that is only going to have two things: final string email and final string password. Then I'm going to click on this bulb, create constructor for final fields, and format this. After that, I'm going to take this user login params and put it over here. Then I have a proper class created. I can again come over here, press command full stop, and create one missing override. So with this, I have the call method with me. Now I can remove the unimplemented throw error, put async over here, and just return whatever the repository login method is. Now obviously for that, I'll have to import repository. So I can do final AuthRepository, then create a constructor for this. So I'll have constant user login, this.authRepository. Then I can take this AuthRepository and call the login with email password function. Now to pass in the email, I can do params.email and password can be params.password. Also, make sure to use return await authrepository.login with email and password. I've already explained this to you before. Now, instead of importing either .dart, we can import the fp.dart package. Cool. Now, since our use case is ready, let's go down in the AuthBloc and create a block for that. So from the constructor, we are also going to import another use case, which is going to be user login. So let me make this a private variable. Then I'm going to require this from the constructor. So I've required user login, and in the initializer list, I'm going to pass in underscore user login is equal to user login. Simple. Now I need to catch the auth login event. And as you can see, this seems very populated. So to clean this mess up, what I can do is take all the code written inside of the auth signup function and create a new function for it. So I'm going to create a function void, and it's going to be private, and I'm going to call this on auth signup. Then I'm going to paste everything, and from the parameter, I'll give the type because both of them are dynamic right now. The event is going to be auth signup event, and the emit is going to be emitter of auth state. So there we go. Now I can take this on auth signup and paste it over here. Now I need to create a new event. With this, our code over here looks less messy. All of our implementation is down below, and up we have only called the function. It's going to work as normal. We've just created a new function instead of an anonymous function up there. Now I need to create a new event for auth login. So let me go there. I'll click over here, and then I go to the auth event.dart file. Here I'm going to create a new class called auth login, which is going to extend the auth event class. Then here I'm going to have two fields: final string email, final string password, which I need to take from the user. And then I'm going to click on this bulb, create constructor for final fields, and save it. Then I can go to the AuthBloc, and here listen for the auth login event. So I'm going to have on auth login event. I want to call a function that looks like this. So I can just copy the entire function definition and paste it down here. Now instead of calling this auth signup, I'm going to call this on auth login. The event is going to be auth login, and the emitter is going to be the same, auth state. Now in this function, the first thing I want to do is emit an auth loading state. After that, I want to call the use case. So I'm going to call underscore user login like this. And then I need to pass in the parameters. So I can call the class user login params, then pass in the email. To get the email, I can do event.email. Password is event.password. And obviously I also need to await this. And this is going to return either failure user, so I can store all of this in a res variable. Now, to format this, I need to resolve my errors up. So I'll copy this function, paste it over here, and save it. This way everything's now formatted. After that, I can resolve this either part. So to do that, I'll do res.fold. If there's a failure, what do we want to do? I want to emit auth failure. And then the message is going to be l.message. And for the success part, I want to emit auth success and then pass in the user model, which is just R. So our entire AuthBloc function is also completed. The next thing I want to do is go to the Explorer, and you see in our init dependencies, there's already an error. There's an error because we need to add a new named parameter called user login. Now to get the user login, we first have to register a user login event. So let me do it right beside this user signup. So I can do service locator dot register factory user login, and then I can just pass in the service locator, which is the auth repository. And GetIt is automatically going to do that. You see, this is the benefit of using GetIt. If we weren't using GetIt, we would again have to pass in auth repository implementation, and in auth repository implementation, again we would have to pass in auth remote data source implementation, and in auth remote data source implementation, again pass in Supabase client. But now everything's so easy as we only need to pass in service locator. Now we don't have to worry about registering any other thing because rest of the things are registered. For example, the repository and remote data source is registered, and those are the two places where I edited my code. So everything looks good. Now I can close all the save files and move to the login page. Here we have the sign in part. What I need to do is call the login function over here. So I can do context.read and then pass in AuthBloc as the generic type. And here I want to add the auth login event. Now in the auth login event, we need to pass an email and password. So the email is going to be emailcontroller.text.trim and password is passwordcontroller.text.trim. And before doing all of that, remember, we also have a form created. So I need to validate that form key too. So I'll have to do form key.currentState.context.validate. Not context, sorry. Current state.validate. Now I can put all of the code inside over here and save it. So this is something we've already done in Signup page, so I rushed through the process. I hope you've understood it. Now I'm going to restart the entire app, and actually, let's have faith in ourselves and go one step further. Let's also add a block consumer on the top and see if it works. So above this form, I'm going to wrap all my code with block consumer. And then I'm going to pass an AuthBloc like this. Now in the implement listener, I'm going to do the same thing I did in the signup page. If there's a failure, I want to display a snack bar. So I'll just go to the signup page to quickly copy paste some stuff. So if state is auth failure, do the same thing. Now we need to import show snack bar. So let me do that. Then I can go to the signup page, and again, we are going to check here. If state is auth loading, then we want to return a loader. So I can do that in the builder. Again, I'll have to import loader. I'll do that. Save the code, restart, and let's see if it works. So in the sign in, I'm going to pass in namanr@gmail.com. I think the password was test1234. Click on sign in. And we get an auth exception, email not confirmed, status code 400. Now in your application, you might want to enforce that. The user cannot sign in until they are verified. But in my app, they can sign in even if they are not verified. So to fix that, I'm going to go to the Supabase dashboard. In the authentication tab, I'm going to go to providers, and you see there's a little drop down. You can click on that. And here you have a bunch of options to select. Minimum password length, OTP expiration, secure password change, secure email change, confirm email, enable email provider. What I want to do is disable confirm email. That means users don't have to confirm their email address before signing in for the first time. Then I can click on save. and it's done. So hopefully that's fixed now. Let's go to the signup to create a new user, Rivan Ranawat, and the email I'm going to pass in, and the password is going to be test123. Then I'm going to click on sign up, and we don't see any error, so hopefully that's been fixed. And as you can see, we already get this. That means the user is logged in. Now I'm going to restart my entire app so that I go to the sign in page. Now here I'm going to pass in my email and also present a password. Then click on sign in, and there's no error. So I think the user is now logged in. As you can see, last sign in was 5-2. So that means the user is able to sign in. The users that are created before the authentication policy change probably don't follow the same rule. So they're still waiting for verification. If you want, you can delete these users so that there's consistency among your users. Now just to verify, I'm also going to go to the table editor, profiles, and see that the user is present. Awesome. So now that we are done with the login and sign up features, I want to take a moment and go through the clean architecture again so that we are on the same page. I'm also going to take help of this diagram to explain the solid principles and the clean architecture relationship. But first, let me explain this to you again. So if you think you're already familiar with the concept, that's great. I recommend you to go ahead with other sections. But now I'm just going to revise clean architecture with the example from code over here. So first we saw that in clean architecture, there are 3 layers: presentation, domain, and data. So to follow that, in our features folder, we created one feature called auth, and it has 3 layers: data, domain, and presentation. In the presentation layer, we created a pages folder, and in that page, we created our 2 authentication pages, login and sign up. We also created a widgets folder where we put in reusable widgets like auth field and auth gradient button. So that is the widgets part. Then we needed the presentation logic holder that communicated directly with the widgets. So we created a block layer that is AuthBloc. Now AuthBloc requires auth event and auth state that we also created. Now this AuthBloc directly communicates with the use cases, and if you see, that's what we imported from the constructor: user signup and user login use case. Now all of these use cases only provide us with a single feature. So user signup only deals with the feature of signing up the user. The user login use case only deals with logging in the user feature. Then when we go to a particular use case, let's say I go to the user signup use case, we are directly contacting with the AuthRepository interface. And you can see over here, we are directly asking for the AuthRepository interface. We are not asking for anything that's an implementation, because just in case in the future we want to change our database, we'll not be using auth remote Supabase implementation. We'll be using, let's say, auth Firebase implementation. So we can create a different class in that scenario. So here we are asking for the interface. So as you can see, the repository that was created in the domain layer is being used in the use case. Now, since we are in the domain layer, we also have entities created, and this entity is the user class. This entity can be used throughout our application. And this entity also serves as the base model, the parent class for the model we create in the data layer. And this user class doesn't have anything that's extraordinary. It just has 3 fields defined: the properties of user class and a constructor for that. So this class should not be tested because there's no logic present inside of it. So anyways, coming back to our use case, we saw that we are directly talking with the interface that is present in the domain layer. However, the actual implementation is present within the data layer. And again, just to repeat, because this is the most important part, the repository is also created in the data layer, and that is the actual implementation. It is created so that the domain layer does not depend on data layer, because data is a lower level module and domain is a higher level module, and higher level modules should not be concerned of what's going on in the lower level detail or lower level module. So let's go to the data layer repository, and here we see an actual implementation created of the auth repository. we are directly communicating with the auth remote data source. And again, we are not depending on the actual implementation of auth remote data source. We are depending on the interface that we created in the data source file itself. So if I go to data source, we see over here, we have an interface created. That's the whole point of clean architecture. You should not be depending on the actual implementation. You should be depending on abstraction. Now in this data source, you can see I'm depending on Supabase, which is our external database or external API, and it gives us raw data. So we get our raw data over here in form of response.user.toJSON. So that is our raw data. And we are converting it from raw data to a model using this function from JSON. And this function is defined inside of our user model class. And this user model class is this model. And it is extending the user class that was present in the domain layer. It is extending the entity, because both of them represent the same thing. The only reason we are not using user inside of data layer is because we don't want both the layers to be dependent on each other. They should be independent of each other. And then when we return user model from here, we are basically calling this function in the repository. So you see model points towards repository. So I hope this entire clean architecture is understandable to you. We'll be using the same thing in the blog feature as well. Now just to demonstrate the relationship between solid principles and clean architecture, we have this diagram. You see, we have a presentation layer where we have our block provider or any other state management tool. We have our pages. The theme is not defined inside our presentation layer. We have defined it inside of our core folder because we have defined core as a folder that contains resources that can be shared across multiple features. Then we also have components, which is widgets. Then this presentation is calling stuff from the domain layer, the use case. And you can see use cases follow O and S of the solid principle, the open or close principle and the single responsibility principle. Let me explain how they follow these principles. So if I go to a particular use case, let's say the user signup use case, what is user signup doing? It is only dealing with the signup feature of the application. So it only has one responsibility to do. That's why it's following the single responsibility principle. It is also following the open or close principle because this class is open for extension but closed for modification. So if I want to extend this class's feature, I can do so, but I cannot modify the already existing things inside of it. And it makes sense, why would I? You saw that when I was creating the user login use case. We had completed the user sign up feature and we wanted to add the user login feature. I wasn't bothered about this use case that was present. I directly added my own use case of user login without bothering this class. So this class follows the open or closed and single responsibility principle. Then in the domain layer, we also have entity, and you'll see that entity and models from the data layer are both linked together. The model from the data layer extends the user from entity. And that is the Liskov substitution principle, the L in solid principle. This means that I can use user model instead of user. And that's exactly what we did. If I go to the repository, auth repository, you see I've mentioned user over here. Okay, my success return type is a user. But if I go to the repository implementation and see, we are returning a user model. And even then it satisfies this return data type bounds because user model is a child of user class. So that's where we have used Liskov substitution. If we go to our repository class again, here we are also following interface segregation because we have our auth repository implementation that implements this interface. And this interface only deals with the authentication task, the login and the sign up feature. And if I have any other feature, I'll be creating a separate interface for it. And between the domain and the data layer, we are following the dependency inversion rule. So if I go to a particular use case again, let's say user sign up, I have auth repository over here. And that's what dependency inversion is. Dependency inversion is a strategy of depending upon interfaces or abstract functions and classes rather than upon concrete functions and classes. So instead of writing AuthRepository implementation here, I've written AuthRepository that comes from the domain layer. This way, I'm depending upon the interface rather than the concrete class, the concrete implementation. So dependency inversion helps me to segregate my domain and data layer so that they're both independent of each other. So this way we are following the solid principles. The D in solid principles stands for dependency inversion, not dependency injection. Even though dependency injection is a design pattern where we inject dependencies to particular classes, that doesn't come under solid principles. So this is all the explanation I had for clean architecture and solid principles. Now that we've understood this, let's format a code a little bit. For example, over here, we are using service locator.registerFactory. Again, we are doing service locator.registerFactory. Again, we are doing the same thing. Instead, what we can do is remove the service locator, remove the semicolon, and do service locator.registerFactory dot and even here dot. So this way, both the objects are linked together. And similarly, we'll also do it over here, dot. Then even here, we'll do that, dot register factory, dot register lazy singleton, and that's all. This just looks cleaner in my opinion. And if you want, you can also add comments saying that this is the data source, this is the repository, this is the use cases, and this is the block. So everything looks good in our application right now. Let's move to the next feature, which is persisting the auth state in our application. That means if the user is logged in, we want to keep them logged in. So there are two ways to do this task. The first way is to use the Supabase built-in stream that will let me know whenever the user signs up, signs in, or signs out. The second way is to use a session. So whenever I log the user in or sign up the user and restart my device, you see we get this map looking kind of thing. That is a session that is being printed out. I'm going to take use of this session to check whether the user is signed in or signed out. If there is no session, that means the user is not logged in. And if there is a session, that means the user has logged in. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close the init dependencies file, go to the Explorer, and in my data sources, I'll get started. So the first thing I need in my interface is something known as a session, and that comes directly from Supabase. And it's going to be nullable because if the user is logged in, we're going to get the session. If the user is not logged in, we're going to return null. And this is going to be a getter, and we're going to call this current user session. Then obviously I need to implement this, so I can quickly do command full stop, create one missing override, and I'm actually going to take this right at the top. You can put it wherever you want, it doesn't carry much meaning, I just wanted to put it up over here. Now to get the current session, all I need to do is supabase client.auth.current session. And with this, I'll have a session that's nullable returned. So you might think we are done. We just need to take this auth remote data source current user session and pass it down to repository use case, and then we can check if the user is present or not. But that's not what we're going to do. That's because the current user session is only going to give me the ID and the email of the user. In our scenario, it's probably also going to give us the name. But what if we had more fields? That's not a viable solution. So using this current user session, what I'm going to do is fetch the user data from the database so that I have the most up-to-date information about my user. So maybe you expand the app further and you want to add update user. So you'll be updating the user in the database itself in the profiles table. You won't be updating the auth.users part, right? So to get the latest information about a user, we have to contact Supabase database. So we are going to implement a method for that as well. So below login with email and password, I'm going to create a new future with the return type of user model again, but this time it can be nullable. Make sure that the user model is nullable, not the future, because a future is going to be returned no matter what. The user model, however, can be nullable, and then I'm going to call this getCurrentUserData. And this is not going to have any parameters because I obviously have the UID of the user. I'll get the UID of the user using this session. And of course, I need to implement a method, so let me create this missing override. Now in this, again, we're going to do a very similar thing as we did before. We're going to have an async function, then a try, and a catch block. Whenever I catch an error, all I need to do is throw a server exception, and the message should be e.toString. Now how do I contact the Supabase database? To do that, I can just do Supabase client dot, and you see we have auth. We always used auth over here, but instead of using auth now, we can do from. When we specify from over here, we need to pass in the table. So Supabase client dot from directly talks to the database. We don't have to do something like Supabase client dot database or anything like that. We can directly do dot from. That means we're talking to the database. And here I can pass in the table. The table I want to talk to is profiles. So I'll correctly spell that. Make sure it matches this table name. Then I need to get all the fields, right? So I'm going to do select. And just doing select will get me all the fields because by default it has asterisk as the value. Asterisk means that it's going to get all the values. However, if you want a particular value, you can specify it over here. For example, if I just want the ID of the user, I can specify it. Or maybe I want the ID and the name of the user. I can specify that. And there shouldn't be two separate strings. Instead, you should just mention ID, name. However, if you mention asterisk or don't mention anything, it's going to take asterisk by default. That means we need to get all the data from the profiles table. By all the data, I mean all the columns. Here, you're only specifying what columns you need to get. Next, you need to specify what row data do you want to get. And if you don't specify any row data, that means you'll get all the data from Supabase. But we only want the data of one user, right? The current user who's logged in. So I can do dot eq, that stands for equals. And then I need to pass in a column name and the value. So what user do I want? I want the current user, and I get the current user by using the session. And session is going to give me the ID of the user, which is our primary unique identifier in the table. So I can use that. I can say that the column name should be ID and the value should be current user session dot user dot ID. And this way I'm getting the data of the user whose ID matches this ID. So from the perspective of Supabase, what's happening over here is I go to the profiles table, and from here I decide what columns do I want to get. Do I only want to get ID? Do I only want to get the name? Do I only want to get updated at field? What column do I need to get? And if I don't specify anything, it's by default going to take asterisk. That means I get all the columns. And then we need to specify what rows we want to get. What particular user data do I want? Now, if you don't specify anything, it's going to get you all the fields. But I do want only one field, and that is our current user. To get a current user, we have the session variable that will help me get the ID. And this ID, luckily, is our primary unique identifier. So I can just use that ID to get one particular user data, and I don't have to be concerned that I'm getting the wrong user data. So now I can do await and store this in a variable. Let's call this final user data. But here's the problem. What if the user is not logged in? In that scenario, it can throw an error to us. So I can take the precautionary measure over here. You see, when we try to access the user, I say that current user session is not null, but I cannot decide that. The session can be null depending on the status of the user. If the user is logged in, it's not going to be null. If the user isn't logged in, it's going to be null. So I can check here if current user session is not equal to null, then I'm going to run all of this code. And if the user is not logged in, I want to return null. I have the user data with me, and you see it's a list of map string comma dynamic. And make sure to put await over here. If we put await, we get a list of map string comma dynamic. If we don't put await, instead we'll get Postgres filter builder, etc, etc. So make sure to put await. Now, based on this user data, I want to return a user model. So I can just do return user model from JSON and pass in the user data. But this is a list and this accepts map of string comma dynamic. To understand our next step, we must first understand why is this giving a list of map string comma dynamic. The reason it is giving that is because there can be times when we get multiple user data. For example, if I hadn't mentioned this equal to filter, our code would just be this. And even then, my return data type is list of map string dynamic. We are getting a list because there are multiple users map that I'm getting. My data looks something like this, a list where there is one user data map, a second user data map, a third user data map. But since I've already put equal to, I know I'm only going to get one user data. So this list is only going to have one element, only one map. So I can just do user data dot first to get the first element in the list. And then I can return that. And that's my entire function of get current user data. So since our data source is now over, I can close this and go to the domain layer to write a new method in our interface. And that method is going to be current user. So it's going to be future, either failure, or we're going to get a user again. But this time it's going to be current user. And again, we're not going to have any parameters, so that's good. Now I can save this file, go to the AuthRepository implementation, and here fix this error by creating one missing override. Now I can take this function and put it somewhere at the top. That's where I prefer it. Again, it doesn't matter where you put it. Then I'm also going to put async over here. I can call the getUser function again. So after calling the getUser function, I can return the call to remote data source dot get current user data. But I'm not going to do that. The reason for that is I need to return a failure if the user is null, because there is a possibility that a user can be null. Let me show you what I mean. If I have a call made like this, final user is equal to await remote data source dot get current user data. Okay. So this user model can be null, right? And the bound of this getUser function is future user. It is not future user that can be nullable. If that happens, this will disrupt this entire function. So I'm not going to reuse this function. Instead, I'm going to write this from scratch. And if I'm writing this from scratch, it means I'll have to put a try catch block again without fail. Because if I don't write it, I'll crash my application, because from get current user data, we might throw a server exception. So that's very important. So in the catch block again, I'm going to put on server exception. Then I want to return left, and then I'm going to return failure e.message. Now the only thing I need to do is if the user is not null, I want to return right. Otherwise it's a failure. So I can check if user is equal to null. That means I want to return left. And then again, I'm going to pass in failure saying user not logged in. Now, if the user is not null, then I can just return right with user passed to it. Perfect. So that's my entire function. Now, if I go down, I disrupted this function a little bit. So let me fix that. And there we go. AuthRepository implementation is now done. The next thing I want to get into is the use cases. Here I want to create a new use case saying that current user is there or not. So I can create a new file, current_user.dart, and here I'll start writing my code for current user. So it's going to be a class current user which implements use case, and then I'm going to pass in a success type. So if it's successful, I want to return a user that comes from the domain layer, and the parameter has to be no params. That means there is no parameter. Now, how do I define no params? What I can do is create a class no params that takes in nothing. So it's an empty class. And then I can pass no params like this. Okay. And now I can implement the missing override. But here's the thing. Think about it. No params can be the parameter type of multiple functions, right? There can be multiple functions that do not require any parameter. So what I can do is take this no params and put it inside of use case. So after I've declared my interface, I'm going to put in my class of no params. And in current user, I'm going to import this no params, and it's automatically done when we import the usecase.dart file. I'm also going to remove this fp.dart file and import the normal fp.dart package. Then I want to write async over here and just return await. And now I need the auth repository. So to get it, again, I'll have to create a constructor. We've gone over this multiple times now, and we are going to have current user this dot auth repository. Now I can take this auth repository and call the current user function. Now I can close all the save files over here and move to the presentation layer, which has AuthBloc. And in this AuthBloc, I want to add another use case from the constructor, which is current user. And it's also going to be a private variable. And then we are going to require this from the constructor. Now after that's done, we need to create an event to check whether the user is logged in or not. So let's go to the auth event.dart file and here create a new class. And that is going to be final class auth is user logged in. Now you can name this whatever you want. I'm just going to name this. Now in this class also, we don't need any constructor arguments. So I'm directly going to go to AuthBloc and register my event. So it's going to be on auth is user logged in. Then I want to run a particular function, and that is user logged in. Then I'm going to take this function name and create a function out of it. So it's going to be void is user logged in. Then we are going to get an event of auth is user logged in and an emit, which is going to be of the type emitter auth state again. And it's going to be an async function. Now, if this is getting too long, you can just put a comma so that it's formatted properly. You can do that for other function as well. After that, in that function, you can call the current user class. So we can just do this. And now it requires no params class. So I can just pass in no params like this. There we go. Then I also need to await it. And I'm going to store this in a result variable. And this result is also going to be of the type either failure user. So I'm just going to do result.fold. Now in case of failure, I want to emit auth failure. And then I'm going to pass in l.message. And in terms of success, I just want to say that, hey, this was a success. So I'll do auth success. And we do have the user with us. R is a user. So I can just pass in an R. Now this formatting looks a bit weird to me, so I'm just going to shift it like this. So our AuthBloc is now ready. I can go to the Explorer and we see an error. We see an error because in the init dependencies.dart file, we have registered the AuthBloc, but we forgot to put in our new use case, which is the current user. So let's go to the use case part. Here it is. And then we are going to do register factory and we are going to register our current user. Then obviously we need to pass in a auth repository. So to do that, I'm again going to pass in service locator, put in some commas to format the document, and there we go. Then here I need to pass in the current user, and I'm going to pass in the current user as service locator again. So all of this looks pretty solid to me. The last thing I have to do is go to the main.dart file and run the function. Now to run the function, I need to get access to this AuthBloc and then call the auth is user logged in event. To do that, I'm going to go to the main.dart file and convert this my app to a stateful widget. So I'll press Ctrl+Shift+R and convert it to a stateful widget. Once I convert it to a stateful widget, I'll get access to the initState method. In this initState method, I'm going to do context.read. and I'm going to read the auth block. And here I'm going to add my new event, which is auth is user logged in. If you want, you can actually name this auth current user or whatever, but I think this is fine for me. Now, just to see if this runs or not, what I'm going to do is go to the AuthBloc class, and here, whenever we get a success, I'm going to print that success out just to see if it's the right thing. So I'm going to print r.email. Then I'm going to restart my entire app, open the terminal, and I don't see any email being printed out. Let's try to do this a bit differently. I'll do r.id. Then we can restart the entire app, restart this, and we get the ID of the user. If I do r.name, let's see what we get. I'm going to restart my app and then see the terminal. It says Rivaj Ranawat. That's fine. So why aren't we getting the email of the user? And the reason we're not getting that is because we have not stored the email in our database. So what can we do to get the user email? Now, most likely you won't be needing the user email, but just to make sure you have the latest and greatest information, what you're going to do is go to the data source, auth remote data source. And over here, when you do user model.fromJSON, you can update this user model to also have the email. Now, since this class has all the fields as final, we can't update the particular field, right? If we go to a user class, you see all of these are final. Final variables cannot be changed. So I cannot change any variable of this class directly. What I can do is implement a copyWith method that will allow me to change the properties of this class. So to implement a copyWith method, what I can do is click on this bulb icon. But you see, we get wrap with block builder and everything related to a block. That's not what I want. And we probably get this because we are extending from a class. But if I go to the parent class, click on this bulb icon, I get the option to generate copyWith. Now I can take this copyWith, cut it from here. This shouldn't have much logic. I can remove this and paste my copyWith function over here. Obviously, I need to change this because we need to return a user model, not a user. And this way, it's all fixed. Now, our user model also has a copyWith function. I can go to the auth remote data source and then do .copyWith. The reason we get copyWith is because this particular function is returning a user model. And on user model, we have created the copyWith function. So now on copyWith, I'm going to pass in my email, and to get the email, I can do current user session dot user dot email. So with this, we are returning a user model which has an email. Now I can restart the entire app, go to my terminal, we see Rivan Ranawat being printed out, that's good. I'm also going to print out email now. And if I restart, I see my email being printed out. Perfect. So everything seems to be working fine in this scenario. Now the next thing I want to do is, depending on the user status of whether they're logged in or not, I want to display the login page or the home page. And this should be fairly easy to do. I can just use a block consumer again, and if the state of AuthBloc is success, that means the user is logged in, otherwise the user is logged out. But here's the problem. If I use AuthBloc to get the user information, what will happen when I need the user information in other features? For example, when I try to upload my own blog, I'll need the user ID of the user. And to get the user ID, I'll be using AuthBloc. Now I said AuthBloc and all the things that are defined inside of this auth feature should only be usable inside of the auth feature. It cannot be used in some other feature in our application. So AuthBloc is definitely not a way to get the user information. Instead, what I can do is define an app-wide user which can be usable across all the features in our app. So I'll not be using the AuthBloc to get the user data. Instead, I'll be using that app-wide user that we created. Now, obviously to persist state in our application, we will need to use block. But for this app-wide user, I'll be using Qubit. Block and Qubit are often interchangeable, and I'll be using Qubit because I just want to make this part very easy. Now the question becomes, where should I create my app-wide user Qubit? Now obviously I need to do that inside of the core folder, right? Because core folder contains things that are shareable across all the features in our application. And in the core folder, I'll be doing it in common. In common, I created a separate folder called widgets because there's going to be another folder called qubits. So this is going to contain all the common qubits across all the features in our application, or at least many of the features. And to create a qubit, I can right click and click on new qubit. Here it asks me the name of my qubit. I'm going to call this app_user and then hit enter. So here, as you can see, it successfully generated app user qubit. It generated app user qubit.dart file and app user state file. The only thing I didn't like is that it named it qubit. I want to name this something else. So what I'm going to do is right click, rename, and I'm going to rename this to app_user because there can be multiple qubits over here, right? I want to be very specific, calling this app user. Now in the app user state, there's only one state, app user initial. App user initial should be the initial state of the application. That means it is the state that shows that the user is logged out. So naturally, I'll have to create another class called app user logged in. This is the state it is depicting, the user is logged in. And then I'll have to extend the app user state. Now, if the user is logged in, I'll obviously want some information over here, right? And that's going to be the user. So I'll do final user, but you see, I'll have to import user from the authentication folder. Now, anything that is present in core can be used in other features, but core cannot have imports of classes that are defined inside of another feature. So to tell this simply, core cannot depend on other features, but other features can depend on core. So that means the user cannot be used because the user is defined in the authentication feature. Now what should I do so that I can use user over here? So it only makes sense for me to take this user out of the authentication feature and put it inside of core. So I'm going to comment this for a minute. I'm going to save this, close all the save files, and then go to the auth feature, the domain layer, entity, and I'm going to take this entire folder out in the common folder of the core folder. And then I'm going to move it over here, let Dart do all the refactoring, and then I only need to save all the files. So I can quickly do that. After you've saved all the files, you can close all the save files just to make sure you've not closed any unsaved file. And now the user entity belongs in the core folder. That means this user is reusable across multiple features. And it makes sense, right? If I have the blog feature where I want to get the user ID, I obviously need to get access to this class. So I'll be accessing this class's ID. So this user class has to be in the core folder. Now you might wonder that, hey, our domain layer doesn't have an entity anymore. Is that fine? And that's totally fine. There's no compulsion that an entity should be present. An entity is there so that your code gets more structure. And the structure is being received because I'll be using this user class in the auth feature. As I said in the app user state, core cannot depend on other features, but other features can depend on core. So our auth feature is now totally dependent on this core. So I hope you understood this. It was a lot of refactoring. And I purposely did that so that you understand the fundamentals of clean architecture and then modify it on your own to suit your application needs. Now I'm going to uncomment this line and then going to import this user that comes from the core folder. Then I'm also going to name this user and then I'll take it from the constructor app user logged in this dot user. If you want, you can make this constructor a const by making its parent class app user state a const. Now over here, I'm going to remove the import of block, the import of meta, and then directly going to import the Flutter block package. Now in this, one thing that's correct is that app user qubit has the initial state of app user initial. Now I only need to add a new function, and that is to update the user. So what I'm going to do is void update user, and I'm going to take a user that can be null. And then in this function, what I'm going to do is check if the user is null. That means the user is in the initial state. So I'm going to emit app user initial state. Now you might be wondering, if the initial state is app user initial, why are we emitting a new app user initial state? And that's because if the user logs out, the user is again going to be null. So we again send them back to the initial state because initial state represents the logged out state. Then we are going to have an else condition. If the user is not null, in that scenario, I want to emit app user logged in state, and then I'll pass in the user that I get from the parameters. Then I can save this, and let's see why we get an error in the app user state. We get this error because immutable is not defined. Let me quickly fix that. There we go. So our app user qubit is now set up. We don't have to do anything else because Qubit doesn't work on the concept of events. Bloc does. In Qubit, you can directly call the function. Now the next thing I want to do is take this app user qubit and connect it to the auth qubit. Why? Because I want to call this update user function, right? When this update user function is called, our app user qubit will update and we'll have a new state. We'll have a state of whether the user is logged in or whether the user is in its initial state. So I'll go to the AuthBloc, and here I'm going to have a new block, final app user, and it's not a block, sorry, app user qubit. App user qubit will be a private variable, the same thing that we have done before multiple times. And then I'm going to set app user qubit private variable to app user qubit. Awesome. Now, when do we want to update the user? We want to update the user whenever they sign up, whenever they log in, and whenever we check if the current user is present or not. Because if the user signs up, we want to send them to the home page. If the user logs in, we want to send them to the home page. If the user is logged in, we want to send them to the home page. So in all three of the events, we'll have to call app user qubit.update user. So at the bottom, I'm going to create a new function, and this is going to be a very reusable function and obviously a private one. We're going to call this emit auth success. And here we're going to take in a user. And we also want to take an emitter of auth state because we'll be emitting some form of state from here. And the state we'll be emitting is auth success. So let me type it out, auth success. And then we need to pass in the user that we get from the parameter. Perfect. Now that's not all this function does. This function is also going to update the user. So it's going to have app user qubit dot update user, and then I'm going to pass in the user over here. Now I'm going to replace all the emit auth success lines that are present with emit auth success like this. Then I'll pass in R, which is the user that we get from here, and the emit, which we get from here. And similarly, we're going to do it with everything. So let me copy this, paste it over here. And instead of using curly bracket, I'm going to put an arrow function. And this is a user, so let me put user. Then we can again go up and we're going to have an arrow function with emit auth success passed over here like this. That looks awesome. So what we are doing is emitting auth success and updating the app wide user, that is the app user qubit, whenever we check if the user is logged in, whenever the user signs up, or whenever the user logs in. Now I'm going to go to the init dependencies and add a new parameter of app user qubit. So first we'll have to register the app user qubit, which I'm going to do over here. I'm going to write here core, and whatever dependencies are related to core are going to go over here. And then I'm going to do service locator dot register lazy singleton. We're not going to do factory because even in the app user qubit, it has to maintain its state throughout the lifetime of the application. And here we are going to pass in the app user qubit. Now I can go down and just pass in a service locator like this. Now I also need to create an instance of this app user qubit which I'm going to do in the main.dart file. So here I'm going to create a new block provider and it is going to be on top of the auth block. I don't think it would make much difference. And here I can just pass in app user qubit and that's all. So I've registered a block provider, which is app user qubit. Now all of this looks good. We have called the add auth is user logged in. So what's going to happen is this event is going to get triggered. So in AuthBloc, we are going to have this event running. So this function is going to run. And here we're going to call the current user function. So it's going to check and let us know whether the user is present or not. If the user is not logged in, we're going to get a failure. But if the user is logged in, it's going to run this method emit auth success, and that updates the user in app user qubit. So I can use the app user qubit in the main.dart file to display a login page or a home page. So I'm going to wrap this login page with a block selector. I'm doing block selector because I only want to catch one state in app user qubit, and that is the app user logged in state. So I'm going to have app user qubit. The state is going to be app user state, and the selected state is actually going to be a Boolean. Why? Because in the selector, I'm going to check and return if the state is app user logged in. And this doesn't have to be a const anymore. The const is going to come over here, return const login page. So this block selector is going to look for app user qubit, and whenever the state is app user logged in, it's going to run this builder. And in this builder, I'm going to check if the state is true. This state is letting me know if the user is logged in or not. So let me rename this to is logged in. Then I'm going to check if the user is logged in, then I want to return a home page, right? And I don't have a home page widget created yet. So what I'm going to do is just put in a scaffold with body and a center text that says logged in. We'll update this later on when we create our home page. But for now, the scaffold is good enough. I'm also going to put this as a constant so that all the warnings are gone. Now I'm going to restart my entire app, and as you can see, logged in shows up. So that means our entire authentication logic is working fine. Now there is a bit of a refactoring I want to do. If I go to my AuthBloc, you see in the is user logged in part, I forgot to emit an auth loading state. And if you see in the signup, I have emit auth loading. Even in the login, I have emit auth loading. So I need to remember to put this emit auth loading every single time. But what if I don't have to do that? What if as soon as we get an event, the loading indicator starts automatically? Can that be done? Yep, that can be done. We can add a CatchAll loader for all auth events. This way, we don't have to explicitly emit auth loading before operating on each event. This way, even if we forget to put emit auth loading, it doesn't matter because we've already started the loading event. So how should I go about doing this? Well, in the beginning, I can just catch an event saying on auth event. So if I get any type of event, I'll just say that, hey, go ahead and emit auth loading event. So here, the first part is going to be an underscore because it doesn't matter to us, and then an emit. And here I'm going to emit auth loading. So this way, no matter what event runs, auth signup, auth login, auth is user logged in, this is going to run first. So auth loading is going to begin. And this way, I don't have to mention auth loading over here or over here. So that's a nice refactoring we could do. We catch all the auth events over here, emit the loading state, and then we can move to some other event. To give you an example, if the user calls the auth signup event, this event is going to get triggered. So auth loading state begins, and then this function runs, auth signup. And then all of this gets executed, and then finally we emit auth failure or auth success depending on what happens. So I hope this was clear. Now I'm going to close all the save files over here, and I think we are done with the entire auth section. We covered a lot over here and we understood the clean architecture thoroughly till here. So if you were just watching this tutorial to understand clean architecture, I think you can pause the tutorial over here and implement clean architecture in your own application. However, if you want to continue with me and build the entire app, you're welcome to do so. Now, we are going to get into the blog feature of our application. Now let's see what's next for us. So let's get back to our flowchart, and over here, let's see what we have completed. So initially the app begins, then we check if the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, we want to display the login page, which we do. And then there is a text that says, do you not have an account? If the user does not have an account, we display the signup page. And if the user has an account, they can click on login and go to the home page. As of right now, our home page is just a text saying logged in. But we need to replace that with the actual home page. So that's a work in pending. Now if the user is authenticated, we want to check if the internet connection is present. And if the internet connection is present, we want to fetch blocks from Supabase. So this internet connection part can be done later on. But for now, let's just fetch blocks from Supabase. And to fetch blocks from Supabase, first, we need to upload blocks to Supabase. And to upload blocks to Supabase, we'll need a home page, which will redirect us to a page that will allow us to add a new blog. So everything points us to one direction, creating the home page where we are going to display blogs, and over there, there's also going to be a button that will allow us to upload a new blog. So let's get started with it. In the features folder, I'm going to create a new folder called blog, and in this blog, we're going to have 3 subfolders: data, domain, and presentation. Now in this presentation layer, we are going to add our pages folder and also the widgets folder. In this pages, we are going to have our new page called blog_page.dart file. Now I'm going to minimize this explorer and create a stateless widget. And this stateless widget is going to be called blog page, which is going to return a scaffold. The body of the scaffold is going to display all the list of blogs, and in the app bar, we are going to display a title that says that this is a blog app, and we are also going to have a button that will move us to the add new blog page. And on that page, we'll be able to upload blogs. So I'm going to quickly pass in an app bar, and in the app bar, we are going to pass in a title. So the title is constant text that says blog app. If you have other name of your app, you can pass it in. If you have an image to pass in, you can do that as well, because title accepts a widget, not a particular text. Then I also need a button to go to a new page to upload a new blog. So I'm going to pass in an actions, and in the actions, I'm going to pass in the icon button. The icon button is going to have an onPressed function and an icon. The icon is going to be icon, Cupertino icons. I'm not using material icons this time. Cupertino icons dot add circle. I like this design. And obviously this is going to be a constant. Now what I want to do is take this blog page and put it in the main.dart file. So whenever the user is logged in, we don't want to return a scaffold. Instead, we want to return this blog page. And also this has to be a constant. Now I'm going to restart my entire app, and if we see, we have blog app showing here with this button. Now whenever I click this button, I want to go to a new page that will give me a text field to add a title, content, upload an image for my blog, and then upload my blog to Supabase. So let's get started by designing that page. So what I'm going to do is open the Explorer, and in this pages folder, I'm going to create a new page. And we can call this page add_new_blog page.dart. Then I can again close this Explorer, and here we are going to create a stateful widget. Why? Because we are going to have 2 text editing controllers, and we need to dispose those 2 text editing controllers. So I'm going to have a stateful widget. Let's call this add new blog page. And then again, we're going to return a scaffold. And here again, we're going to have an app bar. And in this app bar, we're going to have a new button in the actions, which is again going to be icon button. The onPressed is going to be an empty function, and the icon is going to be icons.done rounded. So this is the button which when clicked is going to upload our blog to Supabase. Now I can also create a route to this page, which we've done before with the sign up and login pages. So I'm quickly going to create a static route here, which is going to return a material page route. The builder is going to get a context and we are going to have add new block page. Also, this has to be a const. Now I can go to the block page, and whenever the user clicks on this add circled button, I want to navigate from block page to add new block page. So here I'm going to do navigator.push, and the route needs to be add new block page dot route. Awesome. Now I can restart my app. And if you observe, we see a loading indicator. The loading indicator is present because in our AuthBloc, we had passed a loading state for all our events. So if I again restart, you'll see for a second, there's a loading indicator. Awesome, that looks good. Now, if I click on this circle, I also get shifted to a new page. So that seems to be working fine. Now, how is the design of this add new block page going to look like? So this is what the design of this page is going to look like. First, we're going to have a container that allows us to select an image, and then we're going to have multiple filters that one can select. So these are the topics that your blog can belong to. Then we're going to have a title and the content of the blog. So first we want to replicate this part, this container. So let me zoom in and show it to you. So as you can see, we have a dotted border over here. Now we can create this manually in Flutter, but it will take some code. Instead, what I can do is install a package that does it. So I'm going to press Command-Shift-P, add dependency, and then I'm going to add dotted_border package. Once that's added, we can go in the scaffold of this add new block page and then specify the body. The body is going to be the column because there are multiple widgets that we want to lay down vertically. Then in this column, the first child is going to be a dotted border. And the child of this dotted border is going to be a container where we're going to specify the height and width. So the height is going to be 150. So let me pass that in. And the width is going to be how much ever width we get. So double.infinity. Then we are going to have a child with a column. And in that column, we are going to specify the elements of this container. And the elements of this container are going to be these things: the folder, the spacing in between, and the text that says select your image. So here I'm going to pass an icon, icons.folder open. And if we save that much, we see our icon over here. That's looking good, but I want to increase its height. So what I'm going to do is set the size to, let's say, 40. Then it looks much bigger. That's good. The next thing I need is a spacing in between. So I'm going to leave a size box of height, let's say 15. And then a text that says select your image. And here I'm also going to put in a style of text style just to increase the font size of this text. So it's going to be, let's say, font size 15. Now to remove all the warnings, all I need to do is set const for this column because all of these things are constants. Now that we've completed this looks good. The only thing I need is to center this column that we have. And to do that, we can just do main axis alignment .center in this column. And that will center everything. Now if you see from the side, there's padding to our container. It's leaving some space from the edges. We want to do that. So we can wrap our entire container with a padding widget. But if you go down and see, even this topic selection part has padding on the left and right. Even this block title and block content text fields have padding on the sides. I want to change that. So everything has the same amount of padding. And instead of wrapping everything with padding, I'm going to wrap this entire column, with the padding widget, and it's going to be edge_all 16. Then we're going to come over here and this looks good. The next thing I want to do is change this color of the border. So I can specify the color over here, and the color is going to be appPalette.borderColor. There we go. Now the next problem is that this dot is very small. I want to increase the length of this dash. So what I can do is specify something known as dash pattern over here. And this requires a list of double, and here I'm going to pass in 10, 4, and obviously this list has to be a constant. We can save that And when we come over here, you see this is now looking much bigger. If you want, you can change this to, let's say, 20,4, and you'll see the difference over here. So you can adjust this based on what you want. I think 10,4 looks solid, so I'm going to keep that. The next thing I want to do is make the borders rounded. To do that, in the dotted border, I can specify the radius, and the radius is going to be radius.circular10. And obviously let's pass in const. Now if I come back, this looks more rounded, but let's make it more perfect, just like this one. So what I can do is specify the border type over here, and the border type should be border type.rrect. And when I come back, this looks better. Another thing I'm going to do is specify the stroke cap over here, which is going to be stroke cap.round. And when I do that, it feels fully polished. If you want to see what stroke cap.round does, here's the explanation. You can read this and you'll understand. Now, if you're wondering how I know what properties to put in, that's because I've already created this in my demo application. And to understand what exactly to put, I just referred the documentation of dotted border and I was able to create this design. So now that our container is done, let's get started with this chip part. Now there are two ways to display these things. The first way is to use a row and a single child scroll view to display a list of chips. The second one is using a list view builder. You can use whatever you want. I think I'm going to use the row and single child scroll view. So let me go down here, and then I'm going to pass in a single child scroll view. Why a scroll view? That's because there are not just 3 chips over here, there are actually 4 chips. So we want to be able to scroll if there are more elements and select those elements. So here, obviously by default, single child scroll view has a scroll direction of axis.vertical. I want to change the scroll direction to axis.horizontal. Then as the child, we want a row, because everything should be aligned horizontally. And the row is going to have children. And in the children, I'm not going to pass any list like this. What I'm going to do is create a list. Let's name our topics over here. My first topic is technology. The second topic is business. The third topic is programming. And let's add a fourth topic, which is, let's say, entertainment. After that, call the map method on this. So what map is going to do is loop over each and every one of these list elements and put them in a container. And this is the container we want to put them in. Now you can create this container from scratch using the container widget, but what I'm going to do is utilize the chip widget that Flutter provides us with. So the label is going to be text, and then we're going to pass E. Also, just so that the errors are gone, I'm going to convert this entire map to a list. Okay. So this map function gives us an iterable. I'm converting this iterable to a list so that we can pass it as the children to the row. So what's happening is we have a list, then we are calling the map method on it. So we loop over every single one of them. So E contains in the first iteration technology. So a chip is created with the text of technology in it, and it is displayed on the screen. So if I restart my app, you see we have these chips displaying over here. Now I want to design these chips, and to design them, I can pass the design over here. But instead of doing that, I'm actually going to go to the theme.dart file and set up a global theme for this chip. So here I'm going to pass in a chip theme, and this chip theme requires chip theme data, which I'm going to pass in. The chip theme data is going to have a color, and then it requires something known as material state property, and then we need to specify the color. So I'm going to do material state property all. Once I do that, I can directly pass in a color, and the color is going to be app palette dot background color. So the chip is going to have a background color as its main color. Now if I come back over here, we don't see any difference. So let me restart the entire app, and when we come over here, it matches with the background. The other thing I need is that the border should not be present. By default, there should be no border. So I can pass in side border side dot none. Also, let's put a const over here. and then restart the entire app. Now when I come over here, you see all the border has been removed from our chips. Now I know you'll say that there is border behind these chips, right? We can see that over here. There is border. But the reason we have removed border is because if a chip is selected, you see there is no border for the chip. If the chip is not selected, then there is a border. So we need to achieve that. So we can again go to add new block page and here specify the border. So I can specify the side to be border side. The color will be app palette dot border color. And then later on we will specify over here that if a chip is selected, then only this border color should be displaying. Otherwise we don't want to display it. But anyways, this looks cool now. The next thing I want to do is leave some spacing from the top. So I can do that quickly by leaving a constant size box of height 20. After that, this looks good. Now I only need to leave some spacing between these two chips. And to do that, I can wrap my entire chip with a padding widget. So I can do padding and let's leave padding of 5 pixels. Then I'm going to come back over here and this looks much better. Perfect. The next thing I need to put in is these text fields. And if you remember, in authentication, we created a widget known as auth field that looks very similar to this. Actually, it's the same thing. The only difference is it's working. That means if we want to add more than one line, this text field is going to expand. Let me show you a demo. So here we have block title, we pass in something. In the block content, let's say I pass something. The block content can be greater than 100 characters or something. So when it exceeds the length, it just creates a new line in the text field. We want to achieve that as well. So we're not going to be using the text field that's present in the auth feature, and technically we shouldn't because we are doing feature-wise development. Each feature should have its own stuff. Otherwise it should be put in the core folder. So what I'm going to do is that in our Explorer, I'm going to create our own widget and let's call this blog_editor.dart. And in this blog editor, I'm going to create a stateless widget. So let's call this blog editor. Then we're going to return a text form field. And the text form field, we're going to pass in a controller. So we are going to take the controller again from the constructor. Let's take it in. And it's very, very similar to our auth text field. So let me pass that in quickly. Other thing we'll be requiring is an hint text, and I'll require that from the constructor too. Then I'll pass in my controller over here. In the decoration, I'm going to pass in input decoration. Then I'm going to pass in the hint text, and the hint text is going to come from the constructor too. Now I'll go back to our original app and nothing changes. And that's because we have not called the blog editor class in the add new block page. So let me add that right after single child scroll view. So we have blog editor. Now we need to pass in our controller and hint text. So the hint text is going to be pretty simple. We're going to call this blog title. And for the controller, we'll have to create that on the top. So we'll have final title controller, which is equal to text editing controller. And since we are here, let's create another text editing controller for the content. So we are going to call this content controller. Now, before I forget, I'm going to dispose these things off, and I'm just moving quickly over here because we've done all of this in the authentication page too. So I don't want to waste much time over here. So after the dispose method is called, let me go down and fix it by passing title controller. Awesome. Now if you see, blog title shows up over here and that's looking good. If you're wondering how the styles were automatically applied, that's because in our theme.dart file, we've passed in the input decoration theme. So that's working fine for us. Now the next thing I want to do is leave some spacing over here. So I'm going to leave a constant size box of height 10. Then again, I'm going to take all of this and repeat below the block title. So we're going to have a block content here and we're going to call this content controller. Then save it and we have block content showing up as well. Now if I type anything, you see I don't go to the next line. I want to go to the next line as soon as this typing is over. To achieve this, what I need to do is go to the blog editor widget and here specify max lines as null. Once I do max lines as null, what happens is when I type something and it exceeds the limit, it goes to a new line, and then it can go to multiple lines if I want. So you see, this is pretty good for our application, but here's the problem. If we exceed the screen height, it gives us this render flow error. So to fix it, I want to wrap this entire widget, this entire column that we have, with a single child scroll view. So I'll wrap it over here, and then it should be all right. There we go. So our entire design of the app looks good enough. The only thing I want to do is whenever I click on one of these chips, it should be stored in a list. Because we need to store all of this data in database, right? So if I click on any of them, I want to store it in a list and also display that, yeah, you've selected this. So first of all, I'm going to go ahead and create a list at the top. It's going to be a list of string, and I'm going to call this selected topics. Initially, the list is going to be empty, but as and when the user selects a particular chip, we'll add it to this list. Then I'm going to wrap this entire chip with a gesture detector widget. I'm not going to wrap this padding with a gesture detector widget, because then if I click over here, it's still going to select this chip. I don't want that. Only if the user clicks on this chip, I want to select it. So I'm going to wrap this chip with a gesture detector widget. Then we're going to have an on tap, and in the on tap, I'm going to do selected topics dot add, and then I'll pass in E, because E is the topic that we have, right? We're looping through all of them. So E is this string. So we'll add that in selected topics. And obviously we need to call setState. So we'll do that. SetState will rerun this entire build function, and that's exactly what we want. Now, if I select something, we don't see anything, but if I print selected topics over here, we should be seeing something. So let me do that again. You see, we have technology and business both in our list, because initially I clicked technology and after that I clicked business. So that's looking good, but what if I want to remove a chip too? So if I click on business again, what it's going to do is add it to our list again. So we have technology, business, and business. But what I want to do is, if business already exists in my list and the user clicks on it again, I want to remove it from my list. So I can just have a condition over here. If selected topics contains E. So that means our list already contains a particular topic. In that scenario, I want to do selected topics.remove E. And if the selected topic does not contain that string, I want to add it to my list. And then I want to call setState. This looks good now. I can restart my app. Actually, there was no need of restarting. But anyways, I click on technology. I click on business. Now I'm going to open my terminal and I see technology and business. And if I click on technology again, we only have business in our list now. So that's amazing. Now I only need to do one last thing for this chip. If the selected topic contains that E, I want to display a pink color. Otherwise, I want to display no color. So I'm going to remove this print so that it doesn't give me any warnings. And then in the color, I'm going to pass in the color of the chip. So I'm going to have a condition here. If selected topics contains E, then I want to pass in constant material state property all and then pass in the value. The value is going to be appPalette.gradient1. Otherwise, if it does not contain anything, I want the default color to be there. And for the default color to show up, I'll just pass in null. And now if I come back, you see technology, programming, everything is highlighted. And if I click on programming again, it's not highlighted. So our logic seems to be working fine. But there's only one issue I have. The border color still remains even if the chip is selected. So I want to make changes to that. So over here, I'm going to again check the same thing. If selected topics contains this topic, then I don't want any border color. So I'll pass in null. And if selected topics does not contain, then we want the border color to show up. And this way, you see, our app feels a bit different. So this is the entire UI. The next thing I want to focus on is selecting an image from the gallery. So let's get into that. So to pick a file in Flutter, we're going to be using the image picker plugin that's provided on pub.dev. So this is the plugin we'll be using, and it's directly provided by Flutter themselves. So I'm going to copy this and press Command-Shift-P, add dependency and add image picker. Now the next thing I want to do is see if there's any installation processes, and there is in iOS part. So if you're following along on Windows, you can skip this part because there's no configuration required for Android. For iOS, however, we do need to do something. We need to go to our info.plist file, which is located under iOS runner info.plist, and add these three things. So I'll press Command-P, type in info.plist and make sure to select iOS/runner, not macOS/runner. Go in there, and here you need to add 2 or 3 keys. So I'm going to copy this part and paste it 2 times below. Then I'm going to copy this NS photo library usage description key and replace it with the UI main storyboard file. And then we need to provide a description of this key. So I'll say that photos from gallery required. Now, obviously, if you're sending this app to App Store for review, you cannot write this. It needs to be more detailed of where it's being used in your application, but for us, this is fine. The next thing we need is NS camera usage description. If your app needs access to camera, this is what you'll be needing. So our app doesn't require camera, but I think you might want to implement the photo from camera option. So I'll just pass it in, and then I'll say photos from camera. Now there's a third key, which is NS microphone usage description, which helps us get access to the microphone. Now we won't be needing access to the microphone because we'll not be recording videos. We only need images. So these two are fine. We're done with the installation in iOS as well. I'm going to terminate my app processes and restart the entire app. Then I'm going to close all the save files, open the file explorer, go to the core folder, and in that I have utils. In the utils folder, I'm going to create a new file called pic_image.dart. And this is going to contain a utility function of pic_image, because pic_image is a function that can be called in the block feature. It can also be called in other features in our app. For example, if your authentication requires the user's profile picture, you'll be using this function over there. So let's go ahead and define the pic_image function. It's going to return a future file, and this file needs to come from .io, not .html, so keep that in mind. After that, I'll put a question mark because it can be nullable, and we'll understand why it can be null in just a minute. Then I'm going to call this function as pic_image, and then it's going to be asynchronous. After that, I'm going to have a try and catch block because we're going to be making asynchronous calls. Now, if there's an exception, we're going to return null. If there's an exception, it means that user probably didn't give us access to the files, or the user did not select any file after opening the gallery. After that, we're going to call the image picker plugin. So we have image picker. Let's create an object dot pick image, and the source is going to be image source dot gallery. We won't be allowing camera in this application. However, if you want, you can pass in camera to get access to the camera of the user. After that, we can pass in await and store this in a variable, and this is going to be X file. This is of the type X file too, which can be nullable. So I want to check here if X file is not equal to null. If it is not null, then I want to return a file which is made from the path of this particular file. So this way we are returning a file. And if the X file is null, then I will obviously return null. So that's our entire pic_image function, which we can reuse again and again. Now I'm going to close this, open the Explorer, and go back to our block feature. So in the presentation layer, pages, add new block page, I'm going to integrate this function. So at the top, I'm going to create a new function called void pick image. Or if you want, you can name this select image, just so that there's no confusion. After that, again, we're going to call async because we'll be calling the pick image function that comes from the core folder. After that, I'm also going to await this and I'll get access to the picked image. Now this picked image is a file that can be null. So again, I'll have to check if the file is null or not. And if the file is not null, then what do I want to do? What I want to do is display it on this screen. To do that, I'll have to create a variable over here, which is of the type file, and it can be null because initially the user has not selected any image. So initially the file image is going to be null. And this is the image variable that we'll be using to display the image on the screen. So I can take this image and then I'll check if picked image, so the image that the user picked from our gallery, is not equal to null. In that scenario, I want to set state because I want to rebuild the entire build function. And then I'm going to set image equal to this picked image. And that's all. If you want, you can just keep it like this. Image is equal to picked image because if this picked image is null, image will again be set to null. And I don't think the build function will rebuild if the image variable has the same value. However, I would like to keep it this way because there is a condition where our logic will fail. I'll show that to you in just a minute. I'll take this select image and put it in the gesture detector of this dotted border. Because whenever the user clicks on any part of this dotted border, here or here, we want the gallery to open. So I'm going to wrap this entire dotted border with a widget called as gesture detector. Then I'm going to pass the onTap property, which is going to be select image like this. Then I can come over here and click on this part. And it asks me if I would like to give permission to Blog app to access the photo library. I'm going to give it full access. Then I'm going to select a file. And the file is selected. But it's nowhere displayed on our screen because we have not put the rendering condition. So here I'm going to do that. I'm going to say if image is equal to null, in that scenario, I want this. So if the image is null, then I want all of this to display. But what if the image is not null? That means the user has selected some sort of image. In that scenario, I want to display the image. So I'm just going to reverse this condition so that I can write my logic over here. So image is not null, then we want to do something. Otherwise, we'll display a gesture detector. So here I'm going to pass an image.file and then pass in the image. Also, this has to be a non-nullable thing. Then I can save it and we see our image displaying over here. That's looking good, but I still want to make some changes over here. The first thing I want to do is decrease its height and take the entire width. So I can wrap this with a sized box widget where I'm going to specify the height to be 150 and the width to be double.infinity. So here it is. That's not looking good. If I decrease the height of my widget, the image is not taking the entire width. So to make it take the entire width, in the image.file argument, I'm going to pass in fit, and the fit is going to be boxFit.cover. And this way it takes the entire width of the screen. Another thing I want is that this border radius should be rounded. If it's rounded, it's going to match with the vibe of our entire application. So I'm going to wrap this image.file with a widget known as clip_rect. And then it will allow me to pass in border radius, which is going to be border radius.circular 10, let's say. Then I'm going to save it, and there we go. This looks good. Now, if I click on this again, we're not able to select an image again. So we can wrap this sized box with the gesture detector widget as well, and then set the onTap to be select image. It's a reusable function, you see. Now, if I tap over here, I can select another image. So let me select this, and there we go. Now, coming back to our select image function, here I said that the if condition is an extra logic, and in one scenario, this if condition is going to help us. Let me show you how it can help us. So right now, if I select an image and change it, it works fine. But what if I open the gallery, click on cancel? In that scenario, the image goes away. The image goes away because the picked image becomes null. Because over here, I said that the X file can be null, and if it is null, we are returning null, or an exception will occur that will return null. So our image again becomes null, and as a result, this logic re-renders. So we are checking if image is not null, but image is null. So all of this logic runs and we see this part again. So we do not want that. And that's why we put an if condition over here. So if picked image is not null, only then we want to change this. And this way, if I change, it works. And if I click on it, click on cancel, this image stays the way it is. So this if condition works as a safety precaution. Now you can adjust it the way you want your application to run, but this is the way I want it to be. So our entire designing page part looks good now. The next thing I want to do is whenever this button is clicked, I want to upload all of that data to Supabase. To do that, first I'll create a new table in Supabase called blogs, just like we did with profiles. And after that, we can get started with the data layer, uploading all of the data to Supabase. So let's go to our Supabase dashboard and create a new table. So to create a new table, again, go to this SQL editor. And here we're going to write a new query. If this doesn't show up, you can just click on new query and you'll be able to write your new query. Now again, we're going to copy the same stuff from this blog builder user management app so that we don't have to write it from scratch. Now I'm not going to explain the same thing. So let's just copy paste it and just change a few things. First of all, I want to create a table for blogs. So let me name this blogs. And here I can say for public blogs. After that, the blog is going to have a column called ID, which is going to be of the type UUID, but it shouldn't be referencing auth.users because this ID is going to be automatically generated one. So I can remove this references auth.users, but yeah, it is going to be not null. And again, this is going to be our primary key because IDs are generally the primary keys in any table. Then we are going to have our column of updated at timestamp with time zone. So that's good. Then we are not going to have the username full name, so I can remove that. We are also not going to have the avatar URL, so I can remove that, and the website is also not going to be there. What I need is a title, so I'm going to have a title of the type text. I'm also going to have a content of the type text. Then we are also going to store the image URL, which is going to be of the type text. Now you might be wondering that, hey, the image URL, how are we going to get the image URL? It is a file, right? And that file is stored in our device. So what we are going to do is take that file and upload it to storage. This storage will give us a URL which we can put in our blogs table. After the image URL, we are going to have our last field, which is going to be topics. So these are the topics that the user can select: technology, business, programming, and entertainment. But this topic cannot be a text, right? It has to be an array. It has to be a list. And it's going to be a list of string. So we can pass in text followed by array, meaning that this topics is going to be an array of text. If you want, I think even this will work. So you'll get to know that this topics is a text array, but I'm just going to specify it like this. Another field we require over here is the ID of the user who's posted this blog. So right now I'm uploading from my device, so I need to know which user posted that, right? And to do that, I'm going to store the ID of the user. I'm not going to store the name of the user because the name of the user can be updated at any point in our application. If you decide to add the update user profile functionality, it can be changed. So I'm not going to store the name of the user. Instead, I'm going to store the ID of the user. And that ID of the user will help us connect to the other database. So if I go back to our database, then I click on schema visualizer, you see over here, we had a profile ID which was connected to auth.users.id. Now we are creating another table called blog, which is going to have a poster ID or the user ID, which is going to be connected to this profiles. And we saw that this ID became a foreign key because this was the key that helped us connect to another table. And similarly, the poster ID that we're going to have here is also going to be a foreign key. So I can just type here poster_ID, and if you want, you can call this user ID. It is going to reference public.profiles table, right? Earlier we had written references auth.user. This time we are referencing the public profiles table, and we are referencing a particular ID of that table. So I can just pass an ID like this. So poster ID is referencing public.profiles ID. Now, if I need to be more specific, what I can do is wrap this poster ID with the foreign key tag. And this way we are very specific that this is going to be a foreign key poster ID, which is going to reference public.profiles. And very specifically, we are referencing the ID column of this public.profiles table. And then we can remove our constraint because there's no constraint over here. Now, another thing I forgot to do is mention the poster ID at the top. So I'm going to have poster ID, which is of the type text, which I'll specify over here. And then later on, I'm saying that this poster ID, which is a foreign key, is referencing public.profiles ID. And I'm sorry, I just realized the poster ID is not actually a text, it is a UUID. And if you want, you can also add not null. You can actually add not null for the title as well, and for the content as well, because none of them are going to be null. So yeah, if you want to specify that this poster ID is referencing something and that it is a foreign key, you must first specify it over here. Awesome, so our table for blogs is now created. Then we set up the row level security, we enable the row level security. Here we can just change that public blogs are viewable by everyone, and then we can change the table name, which is blogs again. Then users can insert their own blogs. So it's going to be on the blogs table again. This is also going to be blogs, and we can say users can update own blogs. So this looks good. Now we don't need a trigger over here, right? So whenever a new profile entry is created in SignUp Auth, we don't want this procedure over here. So we can directly remove this entire function. That's good. We do need storage in this one because we will need to upload the user image into our storage. So we can just have insert into storage.buckets ID name. So the ID is going to be blog_images and the name is going to be blog_images as well. Then we can copy this blog images and put it instead of avatar every single place. So after all of this is done, I'm just going to click on run and hopefully it is a success, and it is. After that, I can go to my table editor and here I should see a blog table that is automatically created. And you can see we have ID as a primary key and poster ID is a foreign key relation which references the public.profiles.id. Now if we want to be extra sure, what we can do is go to the database, go to schema visualizer, and we have a clearer picture. So we have our ID, which is of the blog and it's a primary key. Then we also have a poster ID, which is referencing the ID in public profiles. And this ID in public profiles is referencing auth.users.id. So that looks good. Our table is created. Now let's go ahead and see if the storage bucket was created. And yes, it was. Blog images is present over here. We do need to change something over here. I'll click on this drop down, edit bucket, and as we can see, this is not a public bucket. No one can read any object without any authorization. I do not want to allow this, so I'm going to enable it and it will give you a warning. I'm fine with that. If you want, you can look into additional configuration. Meaning if you want to restrict the file upload size so no one can exceed more than, let's say, 20,000 bytes or something. Then the allowed MIME types, that means you want to allow image, video, audio, what. So if you want, you can add image JPEG / image PNG so that only images are allowed. And as you can see, wildcards are also allowed. So we can pass an image / asterisk and it will only allow me to pass in images. But I don't want to do any of that. I'm just going to click on save. And now my blog images bucket is public. Now I can come back to my code, close this file and start working on the domain layer. In the domain layer, I'm first going to create my blog entity. Then I'm going to go into the data layer, create a model, followed by data source. And then we can come back to the domain layer to write a repository. So first things first, let me create the entity. The entity is going to be blog.dart. And here it's going to be a very simple class blog, which is going to have an ID. Then it's going to have the poster ID. Then we're going to have the title, the content, then the image URL, then the list of string of topics, then an updated at date time. And that's pretty much it for now. We will have an extra field over here, but I'll get to that later on when we fetch the blocks. For now, I can just generate a constructor for this. So I'll create constructor. Let me format this by putting a comma at the end. And there we go. Cool. Now I can go to the data layer and create a model. And that model is going to be called blog_model.dart. This class is going to be BlogModel, which will extend our blog that comes from the entity. Now I'm going to press command full stop, create constructor to call super, and everything's going to be super.something. Now I'm not going to explain all of this again because I already did in the user model. I hope you remember what all of this means. Now that our blog model is also ready, I'm going to close all the save files, go to the Explorer, and then create a new folder in data layer called data sources. In this data sources, I'm going to create a new file called blog_remote_data_source.dart file. Then I'm going to create an interface just like we did in the authentication part. So I'm going to have abstract interface class, blog remote data source. And here we're going to start putting our method. So the first obvious method is going to be upload blog. So I can just have future and it's always going to return a blog model. Let's call the function upload blog. And what is this function going to require? Well, it's going to require a bunch of things, right? It's going to require the content, the title, the date time, the ID, and several other things. So what I can do is instead of requiring each one of them, I can simply ask for a blog model, which I'm going to do over here. So we'll create a blog model in the repository layer and then pass that blog model directly over here, which I can use to upload the blog. Now let me create a class called blog remote data source implementation. And that is going to implement the blog remote data source. Then I'm going to press command full stop and create one missing override. Here it's going to be asynchronous, try catch again. If there's an error, we again want to throw a server exception and the message is going to be e.toString. In the try block, we want to call Supabase. So again, we'll be requiring Supabase from the constructor. So let me ask for that. Supabase client, and then take blog remote data source implementation and call Supabase client from the constructor. Now I can take the Supabase client and upload it to our database. So to upload it, we'll do Supabase client dot from. So what table do we want to do the operation in? I want to go to the blogs database. Let me see if I spelled it correctly. Blogs, this is the one. Awesome. And to upload a blog to database, all we need to do is call the insert method that's present over here. Once we do that, I can simply pass in the object with the values. Now, how am I going to get the values? To do that, I'll have to create a map over here and then pass in, let's say, the title. So it's going to be blog.title. Then I'm going to have content, which is going to be blog.content. Now, instead of doing this over here, what I can do is create a reusable method just like I did in the auth section. I created the from JSON method in that because it was quite a reusable method. Even this part can be reusable, right? So instead of creating from JSON, I'm going to create to JSON. And actually, I'll also have to create from JSON because after I upload the blog, I also want to return the latest blog from here. So after I do insert, it's going to give me the blog data. That is the latest blog data. So I'll return a blog model created from that blog data. So I'll need a from JSON method as well. So I'll quickly go in the blog entity because that's where I'll be able to create my toJSON and from JSON class. So I'll click on this generate JSON serialization. I'm going to remove everything from here. And rest of the things I can copy. For example, toMap, from map, and remove the toJSON from JSON. After I've copied all of that, I'll go to the blog model, and in there, I'm going to paste all of this. So the toMap is going to be just like this. You're going to pass in ID, poster ID, title, content, image URL, topics, but the updated at is going to change. Because if you want to upload datetime to Supabase, you don't have to do milliseconds since epoch, because then it would require a number, because this is giving us an integer, right? To upload data to Supabase, all you need to do is call the toISO8601 string method. And once you do that, here the return data type is going to be string. However, when it goes to Supabase, it's going to have a timestamp property. So just make sure to change it over here. Then when we scroll down, we want to have from map for BlogModel. And then we want to return BlogModel over here. The updated at property here gives us an error because there's an extra parenthesis over here. So let me remove that. And it says that the error is gone. However, the error is there. It's a logical error because if we do map updated at as int, it's going to be an error. Because map updated at is not going to give me a number because I'm storing a string, and in Supabase it's going to be stored as a timestamp. And when Supabase gives me the updated at value, again it's going to be a string. So instead of doing all of this, I'm going to do datetime.parse. Then I'll pass in the map updated at. This parse will convert a string to a datetime, and that's exactly what I want. Now, just in case, if updated is null, what should happen? If updated at is null, then I want to return the current date time. So I'll just do map updated at. If that's null, in that scenario, I want to pass in datetime.now. And if it is not null, then I want to pass updated at. Now, another thing I would like to change here is the updated at property. And actually for everything over here, I don't want camel case. I want the snake case. So I'll do poster underscore ID, title content, image underscore URL, updated underscore at. Even here, we are going to have poster underscore ID, image underscore URL, updated underscore at. So that's looking good now. Now, if you want, you can implement error handling methods over here. For example, if this is a list of string, meaning if map of topics is null, then what do you want to do? If it is null, then I just want it to take a square bracket, otherwise map of topics is enough. And you can do the same thing for all the string methods, but I'm not going to do that. And now instead of calling it toMap, let me call this toJSON so that there's consistency in my naming in all my models and entities. Also, this is going to be from JSON. So the toJSON and from JSON methods are now ready. All I have to do is call them in the remote data source. So instead of passing in insert as this map, I'm going to do blog.toJSON, and then it will upload the map. So whatever blog I get, I'll call toJSON, so it will put in all of these things. That's nice. Now, after inserting, it's going to return a blog data to me. So I'll just have final blog data is equal to await. And it's saying dynamic over here because I'm not called one method, which is .select. If I do .select over here, it's going to give me the blog data, which is again list map string dynamic. Then based on this blog data, I'm going to return the latest blog model, which is return blogModel.fromJSON. So it will convert this map into a blog model. And we've already seen that in the authentication section. So I'm going to go quickly over this. I'll just call dot first and we're all done. So it is uploading our blog. Now you might feel there's some problem with this code because BlogModel accepts an image URL and we haven't even uploaded our image to the database. So how are we going to get the image URL in this BlogModel? And for that particular reason, we'll have to add another method in blog remote data source, which is just about uploading the blog image to Supabase storage. In the repository layer, we are going to call the upload blog image function and the upload blog function both together in a single function. But as of right now, in remote data source, we are going to create two separate functions for it. We are not going to put the Supabase storage call over here. Remember that. DataSource is going to simply list out all the functions and all of the functions are going to do just one task. In repository layer, however, we're going to call the upload blog image, which is going to take the file, give us a URL, and then we will update this blog model with the URL that the Supabase gives us, and then call this upload blog method. So I hope it makes a bit of a sense right now. If it doesn't, let's just follow along with the code and I think you'll be able to understand this. So let's create a function over here, which is going to be of the type future string. And we're going to call this upload blog image. Now this is going to take in two parameters. The first one is going to be the file that we want to upload to Supabase. And the second one is going to be the blog model. Why a blog model is required? Because blog model has some things like the ID that it will require to upload it to a database. So I'm going to make this named arguments and then I'm going to have required file import.io file. Let's call this image. And then we are also going to require the blog model. After that is done, the interface gives no error. Let's implement this in the DataSource implementation. And here, let's just format it correctly. So we're going to have async. Then again, we're going to have our try and catch block. If there's an error, we want to throw a server exception saying e.toString. In this function, if it's still not clear why we are returning a future string, it's because we are using async, because of which this entire function becomes a future. And from this function, we are going to return the URL of the image. So we are going to return a string. To upload image to Supabase, all I need to do is use the Supabase client and then call the storage client on it. Just like we had the auth client, we also have the storage client. So to access auth, you do Supabase client.auth. To access storage, you do this. And to access the database, you can directly use from. So anyways, we have the storage, and from storage, I want to go to a particular bucket. And what is the bucket ID? I created the bucket ID, right? If I go back to my SQL editor, here I've passed in that my ID is blog images. And in the storage also I can see blog images is over here. So I'll pass in blog_images, then directly call the upload method on it. Now, if you have a binary file, for example, a uint8 list, you'll be using the upload binary function. I'm going to use the upload option because that will allow me to pass in the file directly. So the file that I want to pass in is image. Let me get that right. Now what is the path? The path it is asking me is not the path of this file. The path it is asking me is where do I want to store this in this bucket? Well, my path is pretty simple. The name of the file should be blog.id. So I'll just pass in blog.id like that. And the reason I'm following this particular path is because my blogs cannot have more than one image. So just in case something goes wrong and multiple images are there, we are assured that there's only going to be one image per blog. If you want to add the facility to add multiple images in the blog, you can definitely make this path a little more detailed. But for now, I'm just going to put it as blog.id. So the name of my file is going to be blog.id. I'm also going to await this. And this isn't going to return anything useful to us, so we can leave it over here. Now to get the URL of the image, we'll have to do something like this. Return Supabase client dot storage dot from, then we're going to pass in blog_images, Then we'll again put dot and then call the getPublicURL function. And in this function, we need to pass in the path. The path where my image is located is blog.id. And this way, I'm able to upload my data to Supabase storage and then retrieve the download URL and return it from this function. One thing I forgot to mention is that if you have a more advanced path, you need to put slashes to separate the two things. So if you do something like this, blog.id slash, let's say images, it's going to mean that the folder name is blog.id and the name of the file is images. So if you want, you can do that. However, you need to make sure that if you change the path over here, you change the path over here as well. Otherwise, it's always going to return a wrong thing. So now that we have completed this function 2, we're done with the data source for now. So we can close everything and now go to the domain layer to create an interface for our repository. So in the domain layer, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call this repositories. And in this, I'm going to create a new file called blog_repository.dart. Then here, I'm going to define my interface blog repository. So it's going to be abstract interface class blog repository. And inside of this, I'm going to define just one function. And that's going to be future either failure. And when we have a success, what I want to return is a blog. So let me import that blog, which comes from the entity. Then I want to import failures.dart and then I want to import fp.dart. There we go. After that, I'll name my function. So it's just going to be upload blog. And as I said, this upload blog is going to contain everything. So using this function, we are going to call the data sources two methods, the upload blog image method and the upload blog to database method. So obviously we're going to ask for the entire user generated content here. So we're going to require file image. We're going to require string title. Then we are also going to require the content. Then we are also going to require the poster ID. That means the user who posted it. And then we are also going to require a list of string of the topics. So with this, I have my interface created with one method, upload blog, and all of these parameters. Now, if you're wondering why didn't I take a blog model in the parameter, that's because I'm going to create a blog model inside of blog repository implementation. So all of this needs to be taken from the arguments. Now in the data layer, I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder. Let's call this repositories. And then I'm going to create a new file, blog_repository implementation.dart. Then as we know it, we are just going to do class blog repository implementation implements the blog repository that's coming from the domain layer. Then I'm going to implement the method. So we have our upload blog function. This function also needs to be async, and I'm also going to format this. So I'll put a comma here and there we go. After that, also make sure to remove this either.dart file and import the correct fp.dart package. After that, the first thing I want to do is create a blog model based on all of these data. So I'm going to create a blog model, which is going to be a blog model. And then the ID is going to be randomly generated. So we need to pass an ID over here. Now, Supabase is not automatically going to create the ID. We have to create it by ourselves. And to do that, I'll be using a package known as UUID that's present on pub.dev. So to install it, we can do Command-Shift-P, add dependency, add UUID. This UUID will help us generate a random ID based on the date or based on any other parameter we want. I'm going to base it on my date. So every ID that's generated is going to be random. So I'll just do constant UUID. So make sure to import the UUID.dart file. And then you can run .v1, v2, v3, whatever. And then run v1 or v4 or v5, whatever you want. I'm going to go ahead with v1 because it generates a time-based version UUID. So that's enough for me. And there we go. Our ID is now done. Then the poster ID comes from the parameter title2, content2. Now for the image URL part, we don't have the image URL as of now. So what I'm going to do is put in an empty string. Then we have topics and finally updated at. Updated at is going to be datetime.now because this is the time we're posting our blog, right? So datetime.now. So we have a blog model ready with us. The next thing I want to do is contact the remote data source so that I can upload my image first of all to the Supabase storage. So here from the constructor, I'm going to get access to the remote data source. So it's going to be blog remote data source. Let's call this blog remote data source. And we're going to take that from the constructor. So we have blog repository implementation, this .blog remote data source. Now another thing I forgot to do is wrap all of this code in try and catch block. Because if I call some method from blog remote data source, it's going to throw a server exception if any error occurs. So I need to catch all of them over here. So try catch block will be present. Then I'll take all of this code and push it in try block. And if there is any error, I'm just going to do return left failure and then I'll pass e.toString. But if I go to my blog remote data source, you'll see that I'm always throwing a server exception. So instead of catching all the errors, I can be specific that I only want to catch the server exception. And this way I can pass in e.message instead of e.toString. Now we have access to the remote data source. So I can take the blog remote data source and call the upload blog image function first, because this will give me a URL which I'll then assign to this blog model. So I've passed in my image over here and my blog is going to be BlogModel. Then I can also await this and this is going to give me the image URL. So I can save it over here in this variable. Now I just need to update this blog model to include the image URL as this image URL. To do this, you might say we need to put this call above the blog model creation. And you would be right, but here's the problem. We have blog model over here. So if I try to put it above the blog model creation, we won't have access to this blog model. So I can't put it there. What other thing can I do? Well, I can just take this blog model and change its image URL property. I'll take the image URL property and assign it to this variable. However, that's not possible because all of BlogModel's fields are final. If you see in the blog, every single one of them is final. And we saw earlier in the user class that if anything was final and if we wanted to change the value, we had to implement a copy with method. So we can click on this bulb icon and generate a copy with function. I can also remove this comment because I only need this function, which I'm going to cut from here and put it inside of the blog model. So I'll paste it over here and instead of this being blog, it's going to be blog model and we're going to return a blog model as well. Simple. Now in the blog repository implementation, I can do blog model is equal to blog model dot copy with and then pass in the updated image URL, which is this thing over here. That's looking good. Now the only thing I have to do is upload this blog model to the Supabase database. So with this, we uploaded the blog to Supabase storage. Now we need to save this to the Supabase database. To do that, we can do await blog remote data source dot upload blog. Then we can pass in our blog model. And this is going to return to me the most up-to-date blog. So I can store this in a variable called uploaded blog. And then finally I can return write passing in the uploaded blog over here because that's what I want to return whenever my function is in a success mode. Blog. So that's our entire implementation of the upload blog method. Now we just need to go to the domain layer and create a use case for this. So I'm going to close all the save files and in my domain layer, create a new folder called use case or use cases. And I'm going to create a new file for this. Let's call this upload_blog.dart. And this is going to follow the same old process. We are going to create a class UploadBlog, which is going to implement the use case. And then there are going to be two types over here. The first is going to be success and then parameter. The success is going to be the blog entity, and the parameter, we'll have to create that because there are too many parameters over here. So let's create a parameter, upload blog params. So whatever is the name of our use case followed by params. And then we can specify all the arguments. So there's going to be final string poster ID, final string title, final string content, final file, which is coming from .io. Be sure about that. Don't make that mistake. And then we have a list of string of topics. The same things we took in parameter from the upload block function that we created in the repository class. Now I can generate a constructor for this and then pass upload block params as the second type over here. Then I can create one missing override, and this is going to be async. And then I can implement my own function. Now to implement my own function, I'll have to get access to the blog repository class. So make sure to pass that in, blog repository like this, and then take this from the constructor. So we have this dot blog repository. Then I can just do return await blog repository dot upload blog, and then I'll pass in all the parameters. So I have params dot image, and I'll do this for every single one of them. So I can just pass in params before every argument. And in the poster ID, it's giving me an error because I think it's not defined. I called this posted ID instead of poster ID. So let me fix that over here. And I think everything is fixed other than a semicolon. There we go. So our entire use case is now written as well. The only thing I want to do is change the fp.dart package. So I know I'm rushing through this entire process, but that's only because we've done this so many times now. Now I'm going to open my Explorer, minimize all the folders using this button, and then in the lib folder, block folder, I'm going to go to the presentation layer. In the presentation layer, I'm going to create a new block, and that block is going to be BlogBloc. So let me name that. And a new block is created with 3 files created. I can close this use case and directly go to the blog state class. So we have our blog state over here with blog initial. So that's fine. Now let me introduce more states. There's going to be a loading, failure, and success state. So let me do that right away. So I'll have final class blog loading, which extends the blog state. Then we're going to have a final class blog failure, which extends blog state. Then we have a final class blog success, which extends blog state. Now, whenever we have a failure, we want to display an error. So I'll also take that from the constructor. So we'll have blog failure, this dot error. And if my upload blog is success, then I don't want to take anything from the constructor, because if it's a success, what do I want to do with a blog, right? What am I even going to display? So I can go to the Explorer, close this blog state, create a new blog event, and that's going to be called final class blog upload, which is going to extend the blog event. If you want to make this name better, I would highly encourage you to do so, because upload blog is a use case and blog upload is an event. So you don't want to get confused between both of them. Now in the blog upload, I do have many things to take from the constructor. So everything I mentioned in the blog parameter in upload blog use case, I want all of that. So I'll just copy this entire thing and paste it over here. Then I can take this blog upload class and put it over here. Also, I need to import the .io package, which I'll do. Finally, I'll go in the blog block, and here I'm going to remove all of these imports and then fix it by importing Flutter block. Again, I'll go to block event and import the material.dart file. Nice. Now, just like before, whenever we receive any blog event, what I want to do is display a loading indicator first of all, so that I don't have to emit loading state for every single event. So I can just pass an emit blog loading whenever any event is caught. After that, I'm going to listen for another event, which is going to be blog upload. And then we're going to get our event and emit, but for that, I'm going to create a separate function down below. So it's going to be void underscore on blog upload. Then I'm going to get access to the event, which is of the type blog upload. And then we have an emitter, which is of the blog state. And that is the emit function. Now I can take this function and put it over here. Now I want to take the upload blog use case from the constructor. So I'll have final upload blog, and then I'll take this from the constructor as well. I'll also make this function asynchronous, and then I can call the upload blog class. In the upload blog class, I'll pass in the upload blog parameters, and then we need all of the things, poster ID, title, content, etc., which I'm going to get by using event.posterID, event.title, event.content, event.image, and event.topics. After all of that is done, I can just await this and store this in a result variable. Then I want to resolve this result, so I'll do result.fold, and then whenever there's a failure, I want to emit the blog failure state and then pass in the error message as l.message. If it's a success, then I just want to emit the blog success, and that's not going to take any constructor arguments. So that's good for us. And that's basically everything in the block for now. Next thing I have to do is register this block. And even before registering this block, I'll have to register all the things I newly created in init dependencies.dart file. So just like I have a function for init auth, I'm going to have a function for init block. So down over here, I'm going to have void underscore init block. And actually it shouldn't be init block, init blog, because I'm initializing the blog related dependencies. Then I can go at the top and call this function before I forget it. Now all of the initialization we are going to do is very similar to init auth. First we have to register our data source, after that repository, after that use case, and after that block. Even if you change the order in which they are called, for example, if you call register lazy singleton somewhere over here, it won't cause an issue, okay? So you can do that. But I like to follow that order because it gives me a good sense of what I've forgotten and what's left. So I'm going to do service locator ... and the first thing I want to register is the data source. So I'll have register factory, and then I'll pass in my blog remote data source implementation. And then I'll pass in my Supabase client, which is the service locator. Now, when we register this factory, make sure to put in the blog remote data source, because this is of the type blog remote data source, not blog remote data source implementation. There can be error if we don't do that. Now, let's register something else. ... register factory, and this time we're going to register our repository. So it's going to be blog repository implementation. We'll pass in the service locator for the data source, and we are going to register this as blog repository interface. Then I can register my use case, which is the upload blog class. And then I can again pass in service locator for the blog repository. Finally, I have to register my block, which is register lazy singleton, not register factory, because we want to maintain the state that's kept inside of our block. So I can pass in blog block and then pass in service locator for the upload block. So this way we have registered everything. Now if you want, you can put the comments again, and I'm going to do exactly that. So data source, then we have the repository, then we have our use case, and finally our block. That's looking good. Now I can close this init dependencies.dart file, go to the main.dart file, and then scroll up and create my own block provider for the blog block. So I can paste this block provider, pass in the service locator, but instead of putting AuthBloc, I'm going to put BlogBloc. Then I'm going to save this file, restart my entire application, and nothing's going to change now. And if you open the terminal, there's no error either. That's good. Now all I need to do is go to this add new blog page and call the particular event whenever this done button is clicked on. And if you think about it, this page has something like a form over here. There's a title, there's content, the user has to select one topic, and the user also has to select an image. So it's kind of like a form, right? So let me add the form validation logic over here. So at the top, I'm going to create final form key, which is going to be of the type global key. And we can pass in the form state over here, just as we did in the authentication part. Now I can take this form key and attach it to the form that's going to wrap this entire column. So the key property here can be the form key. And then in the onPressed, I can do all the logic. So here I can check if form key dot current state dot validate. So if all the validation is true or not. And for that validation to be true or not, we have to set up the validation in our text form field, which is created in the blog editor part. So here we need to add our validation logic. So I'll add validator, then we get a value, and then I'm going to check if value is empty. So if the value is empty, then I want to say return $hint text is missing, just as we did before. And obviously this value is never going to be empty. Now if the value is not empty, then I want to return null that hey, there's no error, everything looks good. If you want, you can also do value.trim.isEmpty because space might take a character. After that, we can close the blog editor, go on the top, and continue with our validation logic. So with this line, we have validated these two text fields. Now I need to check if at least one of the topic is selected or not. If you want, you can make this entire part optional, but I want at least one topic to be selected. So what I'm going to do is put and selected topics dot length is greater than equal to 1. So if the length is greater than equal to 1, that means it is all right. So the user has to select one topic. And if you see, the linter is giving me a warning that, hey, you can write this code more neatly. So I'm going to replace this with is not empty, and this looks good. The next thing I want to check is if the image was present or not. If the image is not present, that's not going to work for us. So I'm also going to check if the image is not equal to null. So with all of these conditions, I can be sure that all of the data is being passed. Now, assuming everything is correct, what I need to do is run context.read. And here I'm going to pass in my block, which is BlogBloc. Then I'm going to add a new event over here, and my new event is blog upload. So I'll pass that in. Now I need to pass in everything, poster ID, title, all of that. So first thing we need is the poster ID. And to access the poster ID, I'll have to use the qubit that I created earlier, app user qubit. So if the user is on this screen, we are sure that the user is logged in. So I can take the user from here and get their ID. So I can create a poster ID variable, which is equal to context.read, and I'm going to read the app user qubit. Then I can access the state. Now this state can be anything. But since we are on the add new blog page, we know that this state is going to be the user logged in state. So I can tell Flutter to read this in a particular manner. So I can wrap this entire thing with parentheses and then say, I need to treat this as app user logged in. So this is the state that we are in. The user is logged in. And then I'll get access to the user property, and then I can access the ID property, using which I'll get the ID of the user. Now I can take this poster ID and pass it over here. Now to get the title, I can do title controller.text.trim. Then the content is going to be content controller.text.trim. Then the image is going to be just the image, and I'll also pass the bang operator. Because here we've already checked image is not equal to null. So that means the image is not null. And finally, I'll pass in the selected topics over here, and we are all set. So this was a bit of complex logic to add in the UI part, so I can take all of this and shift it in a function of its own. So I'll copy all of this on pressed and create a new function. Let's call this void upload blog, paste it in, take this upload blog function and call it in the on pressed of the icon button. I think we're also missing a curly bracket over here, so we'll quickly put that in. The last thing I want to do is let the user know if it's a failure or a success. If it's a failure, I'll show a snack bar, and if it's a success, then I'll move them back to the block page. So I'll wrap my entire single child scroll view with the widget of block consumer. And then I'll pass in the block as BlogBloc. After that, I'm going to implement my listener. So it's going to be if state is blog failure. In that scenario, I'll show a snack bar that says state.error. I'm also going to check if it's a success. So if the state is a success, so blog success, in that scenario, I want to move away from add new blog page and go to the blog page. Navigator.push and remove until will not be using push, but instead push and remove until, so that we never land on this page. If we do push, that means on top of this layer, we are adding the blog page, but we don't want to do that. We want to make sure that the user is not able to come back to this page back again until they click this button over here. So I'll do push and remove until, then I'll pass in the new route. So I'll have to create that new route in the blog page. So let me go there. Then I can specify the static route function. So it's going to be a material page route. A builder is going to be present with context, and then I'll pass in the blog page like this. Also, this is going to be a constant. Now I can come back to the add new blog page and here mention blog page dot route. So a failure and a success state was implemented. Now what if we are in the loading state? In that scenario, in the builder, I'll just do if state is blog loading, then I want to return a constant loader. So I'll save this and we're done with the add new blog page. So I'm going to restart my entire app, click on this button, and let's say I just click on this enter. You see, it gives me an error saying block title is missing, but the entire layout of my text field changes. And that's because in my theme.dart file, I've not specified the theme of my input decoration theme when it is in error mode. So we have enabled border, we have focused border, but we don't have error border. So if it's an error border, in that scenario, I want to display a border, but this time it should be app palette dot error color. So after I mention the error border and go back to my app and just hit enter, you'll see block title is missing and the error border shows up. But when the border is focused, you'll see our usual layout is gone. It's not present over here. So to fix that, we'll have to pass in a border as well, which is going to be just border. Then I can restart my entire application again, go over here, and let's say I hit enter, the block title is missing, I type something, and a border is still present now. So that's good. Now let's say I mention a valid title. I'm going to say Python for Beginners 2024. And this comes under programming. Then I'm also going to select a block content, and let's say I just paste some gibberish. So I'll paste my content here. I'm also going to select technology so that I have two fields, and then I'm going to select the image in my blog. So let me select a nice image. There we go. Now I'm going to click on enter, and you see we have a loading state that looks good, and we get shifted to the blog app. We're not able to go back to that page until we click over here, and then all of our details are gone from here. So that means the blog upload should be successful. So if I go to our Supabase dashboard and go to my table blogs, you see we have our ID that was randomly generated by UUID, updated at poster ID, title, content, image URL, and topics. And you see topics is a text array. Now let's see if the image URL is correct. So I'm going to take this entire URL and paste it in my browser. And yep, the image does load up. Another thing I want to check is if I go to the storage, my blog image shows up successfully or not. And there we go. We have our image showing up correctly with the right MIME type. Now you might want to compress this image when you upload this to the database. And to do that, you can simply go to the pick image function in the utility folder and here specify the image quality. The image quality can be any value from 0 to 100, so you can decrease it from there. So everything looks good over here. Now just to verify if the poster ID is correct, I'm going to click on this view referencing record and it will open that profile in the Supabase dashboard. And this is the user, Rivajar Anawat. So that's good too. Now the final step is to display all of the blogs on this home page. So for that, we'll have to implement our getAllBlogs function in the data source and then pass it down to repository, create a use case, call it in the block, and finally display it on the screen. So let's get into that. So let's go in the data layer, the data sources folder, the blog remote data source, and here we're going to implement our method. The method is going to be getAllBlogs. So we are going to implement a method where we are going to return a future list of BlogModel, and this is going to be called getAllBlogs. Then I want to implement this method, so I'll create one missing override, and there we go. Now inside of this, I'm going to first make this method asynchronous. As usual, we're going to have our try and catch block, and then we're going to throw a server exception if we see any error, and the message is going to be e.toString. After that, in the try block, we need to get all the blocks. So to get it, all we need to do is call Supabase client .from. If we do from, we have to pass in the table name, and we want to get all the blogs from the blog table. So I can just pass in blogs, and then I want to get some fields. And what are the fields I want? I want to get all the data that's present within the blog. So I can just leave it empty over here. But other than getting all the data that's present in the blog table, so the ID updated at poster ID title, content, and image URL, I need another field, and that is the name of the user. That's because when we display the blogs, we want to display which user posted that blog. And for that, we'll have to get the latest information about our user. What's the latest name of our user? And to get that, we know poster ID can help us do that because poster ID is a foreign key that is associated with the primary key of our profiles table. So by using the poster ID, I can get the name of my user. And that's what I want to do. Now the question is, how do I do it? One thing I can do is get the data from the blogs table, and then whatever data I get, I'll take the ID and contact the profiles table to get this particular user data. And by doing that, I'll get the name of the user. So we'll have to make two API calls. Now there's an easier way to do this. How? By performing a join operation on our SQL database. It means that I'll get all of this data along with the data from the profiles table. And we can do that because of this poster ID present over here. Because poster ID is a foreign key that will get us the user information of this particular row. So to do that, I'll go over here. In the select, I have to pass in asterisk because I want to get all the data from my table. So I'll get all the blogs. And after that, I'll put a comma and then pass in profiles. Then I'll pass in a parenthesis and pass in the data I want. If I want all the data that's present inside of profiles, I'll put asterisk. But since I only want one column, I'll pass in the name, which is the profiles username. So what this will do is get all the data from the blogs table, and then it will go to the profiles table and get the name of our user. So we'll get all the blog data, including the name of the user that posted this blog. And again, the only reason it works is because of this poster ID. This poster ID is linked to another table, so our Supabase client knows where to go and find the particular user information. So it will go to this particular user and get their name. If we had passed asterisk, it would give us the ID updated at and the name property, all of them. So this is the join operation that we can do in SQL and Supabase. Now I can just put a semicolon, then store this data. So we'll have final blogs is equal to await Supabase client. Now I have a list of map of string comma dynamic, but this time we can have multiple elements in our list. We don't just want the first element in the list because there can be multiple blogs. Right now we only have one blog in our database, but we can have multiple, right? And we want to display all of them. So I need to loop through this list and convert every single map into a blog model. So to do this, you can run a for loop or you can run a map function on the list. So I'm just going to do blogs.map. So we'll map over every single blog and let me call this blog. Then I'm going to return BlogModel from JSON function. You see, this is a reusable function. Then I have to pass in the map, and the map is the blog that we get over here. Now, after this map is done, I'm also going to convert this to a list, and then I'm finally going to return this entire thing because we need to return a list of blog models. So we are looping through every single map in the list and converting it into a blog model, then converting it to a list and returning it from the function. Now here's a small issue. If we go to the blog model, we have the fields as ID, poster ID, title, content, image URL, topics, updated at, but there's no mention of the poster name, the user that posted it. Because here we are also getting the name of the poster, right? There's no mention of that in our field. So our blog model is not going to contain the name of the poster. To fix that, I can go to the blog entity and over here add a new field, final string poster name. Then this poster name is also going to be nullable because when we create a blog model, we are not passing in a poster name, right? We only get a poster name when we are doing a join operation in getAllBlogs function. So here I'm just going to do this dot poster name. It's not a required field. Then I can save it, go to the blog model. Then over here I can do super.poster_name. In toJSON, I'm not going to pass our poster name because in no situation do I want to store the poster name. And in the from JSON function, you might think of putting poster name over here and doing map poster name, but we shouldn't be doing that. That's because not every single time we call from JSON are we doing a join function. For example, if I go back to our blog remote data source, go to the upload blog function, you see blogmodel.fromJSON, and here we don't have the poster name because here when we are trying to get data from the blogs table, we are just getting all the data from the blog table. We are not performing any join operation. We are not joining the two tables together. So if we add any field in the from JSON, it can give us an error. And we do not want that. So I'm not putting that in the from JSON. Instead, what I'm going to do is whenever I have a join operation created like this, I'm going to use the copy with function over here. So you convert the map to a blog model and then you can externally update the poster names. But if you try to pass the poster name over here, that's not possible because the copy with function doesn't take that. So let me update the copy with function in blog model. So we are going to get string poster name, and then we are going to say poster name, this dot poster name. Then we can close the blog model, and over here we'll pass in the poster name as blog. Now, what's the poster name going to be? The poster name is not directly going to come from the map like this, poster name. It's actually going to be blog, and then we are getting the profiles table data. So it will be in the profiles key. And then we'll access the name property because in the profiles table, the poster name is the name of the user. So that's what we are getting. And this will be it. The reason I know this is going to be the value is because I had printed the blog data when I was creating my demo application. And that time I knew the data we are going to get from the blogs table will satisfy the condition that's present in from JSON. And the data we get from the profiles table is going to be under the blog profiles key. So when you're building your own application and you want to figure out how the map is going to look like, just print it. But anyways, this is our entire logic. Now we can close our remote data source and go to the domain layer to specify a new function in our repository. And that's going to be getAllBlogs again with the type of future either failure list of blogs. Let's call the function getAllBlogs, and that's pretty much it. Now I'll go in the data layer, blog repository, implementation, and I'm going to implement this method. So there we go. Now again, we're going to have the same try, catch, block stuff. So let me quickly create that. So it's going to be async function, then a try and a catch block. Then if there's an error, we want to return left with failure passed to it and e.toString. And obviously I only need to catch the server exception. So let me do on server exception and then e.message. Now in the try block, I want to get access to the blog remote data source and call the getAllBlogs function. So I can do final blogs is equal to await blog remote data source dot getAllBlogs. Then I can return write and pass in the blogs from here because we are returning a list of BlogModel and this requires list of blog. So with list-of substitution, that's done correctly. Now the next thing I want to do is create a use case for it. So in the use case, I'm going to create a new file. Let's call this get_all_blogs.dart. Then I'm going to create a new class getAllBlogs, which is going to implement the use case. Then we need to pass in our success type. So the success is going to be list of blog, and let's import the blog from entity. And then we are also going to have no params passed to it because getAllBlogs doesn't require any parameter. Now let's implement the missing function. There we go. Also, this has to be async. We need to take the repository from the constructor, all the same stuff that we had done before. So we'll have getAllBlogs, this dot blog repository. Let's also remove either.dart and import the fp.dart package. Then over here, as usual, I'm just going to do return await blog repository dot getAllBlogs. Then finally, I need to call this in the block layer. So let me go in the blog block. Then I'm going to import my use case. So it's going to be final getAllBlogs. And I just realized we haven't made both of them private. So let me make them private really quickly and fix everything in the constructor. So instead of requiring it manually, I'm going to create a named constructor. Then we're going to have required upload blog, and we are also going to require getAllBlogs. Then after the colon, I'm going to say underscore upload blog is equal to upload blog and underscore getAllBlogs is equal to getAllBlogs. And that's all. Now just to remind you, this is made private so that it's not accessible outside of the BlogBloc class. Now I just have to create an event handler, and before doing that we need to create our own event. So to getAllBlogs, I'm going to create a new event over here, final class getAllBlogs, which is going to extend the blog event. And this is not going to take any parameter, so that's cool. Now I can go back to BlogBloc and add an event. So we are going to have on getAllBlogs, and I think I've named the event incorrectly in blog event. So let me fix that. Let me call this blog fetch all blogs. Or if you want blog getAllBlogs, both of them are fine. Then over here, I'm going to listen to this event blog fetch all blogs. And the reason I changed it to blog fetch all blogs is because the name of the event should be first, so blog, and then whatever you want. So I'm just calling it blog fetch all blogs. After that, I'm going to create my own function for this. So it's going to be underscore on fetch all blogs. Also, let's fix all of these errors that are present over here. The reason these errors exist is because I changed the name. It's not upload blog anymore, it's underscore upload blog. So after fixing that, I'm going to implement this method. So down, I'm going to create a void function, fetch all blogs, and it's going to have the same parameters as this function, or at least similar ones. So I'm going to paste it, and instead of blog upload, it's going to be blog fetch all blogs. And over here, I just need to call the get all blogs function. So let me put this as async, and then I'm going to do final res, which is response is equal to await underscore get all blogs, and it doesn't require any parameter other than no params. So that's done. Now I can resolve this response using response.fold, and if it's a failure, I want to emit blog failure, and then I'll pass in l.message. But what if it's a success? Do I want to emit blog success like this? Well, here's the problem. Blog success does not take any parameters. Blog success does not take any constructor arguments, and because of that, you cannot pass R over here. To fix it, maybe you can say that I'll go here and have final list of blog, and then I'll have blogs taken from the constructor. So we have blog success, this dot blogs, and this would probably change things. I can go back to BlogBloc and pass in my R, but I still have another error, and it's over here in onBlogUpload method. I'll have to pass a list of blogs here too. So maybe you'll say to resolve the error, I can just put a constant list, and that should be fine. But it's not. Think about it. Let's say in the beginning when I restart my app, all the blogs are fetched and displayed on this screen. After that, I go over here and upload a new blog. So once I upload, click on this, and it's a success, it's going to emit blog success, and it's going to change the list of blogs from all the blogs that we fetch from database to this constant empty list. If it's changed to an empty list and we come back to the screen, our screen would be empty. We would see no blog, and that's not what we want. So to fix this, what I can do is instead of having just one success event, I'll have two success events, one for upload success and one for display success. So I'm going to call this class blogs display success and put it over here. I'm also going to create a new class which replicates our old class, which is blog upload success, which extends blog state. So this way, whenever I upload, it's going to have this state, and whenever the display success, I have this state. Two different states, so it won't interfere with my application. Now I can pass in the blog upload success over here, and here I can pass in blogs display success. Now all our errors are gone from this file. Let's fix other things that we might have. So in Explorer, first thing we need to do is go to add new page, and instead of checking if the state is blog success, I'll check if it's blog upload success. And if it's an upload success, then I want to go back to our blog page. Now I'll again go to Explorer, and in the init dependencies, I have a few things to fix. So I'll go down, and now here, instead of having positional arguments, we have named arguments. So I'll pass an upload blog over here. So the upload blog is service locator, and to pass in get all blogs, first I need to register it. So I'll register a use case. So I'll do .register factory, pass in my new blog, pass in my new use case, which is get all blogs. Then I'll pass in a service locator again, as I need to pass in blog repository. And then I'll pass in my service locator for the get all blogs. That's all. Now I can close this init dependencies.dart file, go to our blog page, and here I want to call the function to get all blogs and display them on the screen. Now I need to do that as soon as the app starts, right? So as soon as I restart my app and this blog page shows up, I want all of the blogs to be listed. So it only makes sense for me to do this in the init state function. So I'm going to refactor this and convert it into a stateful widget. And after that, I can access my BlogBloc in the init state function. So here I'm going to do context.read. Then I'm going to talk to my BlogBloc and then add an event of blog fetch all blogs. And this way, hopefully we will be getting our blogs. Now I need to display the list of blogs. To do that, I'll minimize this actions part. And in the body of the scaffold, we want a list view builder because we are going to get a list of blogs that we want to display on the screen. So we'll use a list view builder, then pass in an item builder where we are going to get a context index, and then we are also going to get an item count. Now to get the list, we'll have to wrap our entire list view builder with a block consumer widget. So let me do Ctrl+Shift+R, and I'll wrap all of this with block consumer. Then I can pass in BlogBloc and block state. Then here I can check if the state is blog failure. That means something unexpected happened. In that case, I want to show a snack bar saying that, hey, an error occurred. So it's going to be state.error. Now, if we are in the loading state, what we want to do is check if state is blog loading. And you might say that, hey, we have not emitted the blog loading state in our blog block, right? But we have. You see, we had our CatchAll event where we directly begin the loading state. So we don't have to worry about emitting blog loading every single event. So we can have a loading state and we will have that. So let's return a constant loader in that scenario. Now, if the state is blog display success, in that scenario, I want to return a list view builder. And if it's none of them, then I just want to return a sized box. So I'll have return size box like this. Now in the list view builder, I need to mention the item count. So the item count is going to be state dot, and you see we get a list of blogs over here. So I can take this blogs dot length. In the item builder, we want to return our own block card that we'll manually create. But for now, I can just do return text. And I want to return the title just to make sure everything's coming out properly. So I can extract the blog from state.blogs doing this. Final blog is equal to state.blogs and then pass in the index to get one blog. After that, I can take this blog and call the title property on it. Then I can save it. I'll restart the entire thing. And you see we get our first blog, Python for Beginners 2024, showing up. So that means our entire process is a success. And this particular thing will work in all scenarios because we've created two states. If we had created one state, I've already told what the problem was going to be. If it was blog success for upload and display, that would mean that it displays a list of blog over here. When I go to the new screen, upload the blog, it will again have a blog display success with an empty list. So when I come back on the screen, it's not going to show anything, even though it's a success, because using this state, I'm getting the item count and the item count would be 0. So nothing is going to get built. So I hope that was understandable. The next thing I want to do is create a fancy block card, which will be displayed over here instead of this text called Python for Beginners 2024. So let's get into it right now. Instead of writing the card's code over here, I'm going to write it in the widgets folder that I created. So here I'm going to create a new widget called blog_card.dart. Then it's going to be a stateless widget, and let's call this blog card. Then here I'm going to return a container with the height of 200 and a child where I'll display the blog's title just to see if it's working out properly. So I'm going to take the blog entity from the constructor of this card. So I'll have blog.title being displayed over here. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the blog page and return the blog card from here. I'll also pass in the BlogModel that I extracted over here. Then I can save it, restart the entire app, and I still see this Python for Beginners because I've not added any color to this container. So let me see if it takes the height of 200. So in the decoration, I'll pass in the box decoration, which is going to have a color. And the color, if you see, is different for every single card. Now, if you want, you can change the colors over here. I've just put the color as the gradient of my button. You might want to change this to red, green, something like that. And I'll show you how that design is going to look like. So my point is that there's different color for every card, just like there's different text and different topics for every card. So it only makes sense for me to take that from the constructor as well. So I'm going to have final color, and I'll require this color from the constructor too. Let's also go to the blog page and pass in the color. For now, let's say all the blogs are of the same color, which is appPalette.gradient1. Now, of course, we are going to implement our logic so that our blog cards have different colors, but for now, it's the constant. Now I can go back to our blog card and specify the color over here. Now let's see. A Python for beginners shows up. That's nice. And the card is taking pretty much the same space. So that's nice. The next thing I want to do is add some spacing from the side, leave some margin. So here I'm going to pass in the margin, not padding, because if I add in padding, it's going to leave some space from the inside. Margin is going to be the outside thing. So make sure to add margin. We are also going to add padding, but padding is going to deal with the stuff that's inner. Margin is going to deal with the stuff that's out of the container. So the margin is going to be agentsets.all and we'll pass in 16. Let's put a const to that. Now if I come back, this looks solid. Now I just want to make this rounded over here. So to do that, I can go in the decoration and specify the border radius of this container. So it's going to be border radius dot circular and we'll pass in 10. Then I can come back and everything's rounded. That's looking good. Next thing I want to do is leave some padding from here. The text is shifted right in the corners. I want some padding to be present. So I'll pass in padding as constant agentsets.all 16 again. Then I'll come back and this is looking good. The next thing I want is 3 elements that are laid out vertically. These set of cards, this text, and this blog reading time. So obviously for this, we'll have to wrap our text with a column widget so that everything's laid down vertically. After that, I'll have to lay out my chips over here. So to do that, I'm just going to copy the same code that I had in the add new blog page. So I'll scroll down and I have this particular thing. I need to grab this entire single child scroll view and paste it in the blog card. So I'll have this done. Now, instead of having all of these conditions in the side, we don't want the side at all. I want it to be null because the border should appear over here. The same goes for this color, so I'm going to leave it out as well. I'm also going to remove the gesture detector from the chip because we do not need that. So I'll click on remove this widget. And I think this is looking good. So we have our chips over here. That's nice. But instead of displaying all of the chips, I only want to display the chip that I had selected. So that means I need to access the blog's topics and display them. So instead of passing this list, I'm going to have blog.topics.map. And then we have only 2 chips displaying, programming and technology. That's right. But if you see, these 2 chips are right in the center. I want it to go to the beginning of the axis. To do that, I can go to the column and say the column's cross-axis alignment should be cross-axis alignment.start. It's cross-axis alignment because the main axis alignment of a column is vertical. The cross-axis is going to be horizontal. So if I do that, the chips go in the beginning, and that's right. After that, I need to work on this text. This text should be much bigger and bolder. So I'm going to have the blog title as style, text style, and I'll pass in the font size as 22 and the font weight as font weight.bold. I'm also going to put this text style as constant. There we go. So after this, the next thing I want to focus on is this reading time. This reading time should be displayed over here. And to do that, I can just put a text, let's say 1 minute for now. We are going to dynamically calculate this in just a minute, but let's get the layout right. So we have constant text 1 minute and it's displaying over here. Now I need to leave some space between these 2 things. To do that, I can just do constant size box, height, let's say 100. But that's too far. Let's do it 70. That's still too far, so let's do 50. And that's right. But here's the problem. What if the text is not Python for Beginners 2024? Instead, it's going to be something that's taking 2 lines. So it's going to have a text over here, a text over here as well. So that means 1 minute is going to again have a render flow error. So it's not a dynamic layout and can fall short in certain scenarios. We don't want that. So to shift this to the bottom, I can go to the column and pass in the main axis alignment as main axis alignment.space between. With this, if I go back to my card, we have 1 minute displaying over here in the bottom, but rest of my layout is destroyed. That's because we are leaving space between these 2 elements and these 2 elements. We don't want that. We only want space to be left between this and this. So to make this work, what I can do is treat both of these elements as if they were the same thing. So I can treat these 2 widgets as one widget and I'll treat this as another, and then I'll have my column as space between. So there would be space between this one widget and this one widget. To do this, I'm going to wrap my single child scroll view with a column, and I'm also going to wrap my text within this column. And then our layout is fixed. But again, we have the same problem. Our chips over here are again in the center. To fix that, we'll have to take this cross-axis alignment and paste it over here as well. Make sure to not remove this because then our 1 minute text is going to come in the center. We don't want that. So in both the cases, our cross-axis alignment is going to be in the start. We'll restart and we see the same thing. Now the next thing I want to do is calculate the reading time dynamically. And to do that, we'll have to implement a small algorithm. And I'm not going to implement that algorithm over here in the blog card. You can do it if you want, but I know that this algorithm can be used in multiple parts. Because when I click on this and go to the blog viewer page, we are also going to have the same minutes displaying. So instead of strictly implementing the function and algorithm over here in blog card, I'm going to write this in the utility function. So I can go to the Explorer, in the core folder, we have utils, and here I'm going to create my new util called calculate_reading_time.dart. Now this calculate reading time function is going to return an integer. And then we can name the function calculate reading time and create a function out of this. Now what's the algorithm of this calculate reading time function? Well, first of all, I need to get access to all of the blog's content. Based on the blog's content, I'm going to determine how many words are there and then determine the time it will take for a user to read this. So I'll accept the content from the parameter. After that, I want to know how many words are present in this content. Now, how are words present in a sentence? Think about it. If we have a sentence like Revan is a good boy, how many words are there? How do I know how many words are there? Revan is a word, is a word, is a word, good is a word, and boy is a word. I know this because we have spaces in between. Word is a string that is separated by spaces or full stops or new line characters. But this full stop part is not right because if we have Revan is a good boy.com, that's one word. So boy.com is going to be treated as one single word. So we can count a word just based on the spaces and new line characters. By new line character, I mean if a new sentence is written over here, this is also a new word, right? And in terms of string, it is going to be displayed as something like this. So we need to keep track of this /n and this space to figure out how many words are going to be there. Now to do that, you can implement your own custom logic using a while loop and a for loop, but I have a simpler way. I can just use a regular expression to do so. To write regular expressions in Flutter or Dart, you can just do reg expression like this. Then you need to define your pattern. So I'll pass in R followed by my pattern. So my pattern is \s plus. So with this, I'll be able to split the text by spaces and new line characters to count all the words. So this is the regular expression, but I want this content to give me a list. So I can pass in content.split. So in this split function, you can specify your own pattern. So it can be a string like this. So that would mean you need to split all the words by a comma. But what I need to do is split all the words by this regular expression that will let me know if it's a space or a new line character. And this will return to me a list. Now I need to calculate the length of this list to know how many words are there. And I can save this in a variable. So we are going to have final word count equal to this. Now I'm going to use the speed is equal to distance upon time formula to calculate the time it would take to read these many words. So I have the distance. The word count is the distance. I need to calculate the time. So obviously I need the speed. Now what is the speed of reading? If you Google, you'll find that humans have an average reading speed between 200 to 300 words per minute. So maybe I can take the reading speed as 225. Or if you want to take the lower limit, you can take 200, or the higher or upper limit 300. But I'm going to take 225, and then I'm going to calculate my reading time. So it's going to be final reading time is equal to the speed, which is 225, divided by the distance, which is the word count. And this way, I'll have the reading time. Now I just need to return this reading time, which is going to be a double. And it's a double because if you have 225 divided by, let's say, 100 words, it's going to give me a double value. For example, 2.25. And I don't want to return a double from this function. I want to return an integer. So to fix this, I can return reading time dot toInteger. But if I do toInteger, it will sometimes take the lower value or sometimes take the higher value. I always want to take the higher value, and that's why I'm going to do ceil. Ceil means it will take the highest number possible by rounding it off. So if you have 2.25, it's going to take 3 minutes. So that's my entire algorithm. I can remove this. So this function is now completed. I can go back to my block card and call this function to dynamically calculate the number of minutes. So we are going to have calculate, and obviously for that, I'll have to do string interpolation. Then I'll call calculate reading time and pass in the content. The content is going to be block.content. If you want to add the text as well, you can do that, but I'm just fine with block content. Then I'll remove this constant because a function is called, and that's all. Now you see it saves 3 minutes. And if I add another blog, and let's say the title is how to get rich, and the content is I want to get rich. This is way less than 225 words per minute. And also let's select an image, and then we can press enter. So a new blog is uploaded, and now we have Python for Beginners 2024, how to get rich, and how to get rich says it's 45 minutes. And I think that's because we have implemented the algorithm incorrectly. It should be word count divided by 225, not the other way around. Time is equal to distance upon speed. So it would tell me how many minutes it would take for me to read this blog on average. Now I can restart the app, and you see both of them says 1 minute. Now let's try to get beyond 1 minute. So I'm quickly going to select an image. This time we have technology and business, how to grow a startup, and let's find some content. My content is going to be to return this entire container text just for the fun of it. And then I can hit enter. Now a new blog is uploaded. We have how to grow a startup over here. It's still 1 minute. I think we made a mistake. Let me do this again. And this time I'm going to paste this many times, just so that I'm sure we get something that's beyond 1 minute. And if I scroll down, I see something that's 4 minutes. So that's good. So yeah, it calculates dynamically and everything seems to be done other than the color part. So let's fix this color part. We want to display different color for different blog, and it depends on the position. If you see, if it's the 0th blog, we want this color. If it's the first blog, this, the second blog, this. Then if it's the third blog, again, we want to repeat this entire scheme. So again, we'll have this color, and this color. To implement that logic, I'll have to close all the save files and go to the blog page where this block card color is given. Here I'm going to say if index %3 is equal to 0, that means we are either on the 0th block or the 3rd block or the 6th block. In that scenario, I want to put gradient 1. Otherwise, I want to check if it's index %3 equal to 1. That means I'm on the 1st block, the 4th block, the 7th block, or the 10th block. In that scenario, I want to put appPalette.gradient2. And finally, if it's none of these, then I'll just pass in appPalette.gradient3. So you see, this is my entire condition. And now we have something that looks very similar to this one. The 0th block is this, 2nd is this, 3rd is this. There's another small thing I want to change, and that is the spacing that's there between the two blocks. You see, the spacing between them is too much, and that's there because if I go back to my block card, you'll see the margin is 16 from all the sides. So that means there's a margin from here, 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 and here, which is 16. I want to reduce the spacing between these two blocks. So to do that, I'm going to set this margin to 16 from all the sides except, so I'll do copy with bottom, and let's put bottom as 4. And with that, we have our design properly replicated. This app design was inspired by the dribble design I found online, and that is created by Yusuf. So I've mentioned the link in the description. If you want to go and check him out, please do so. He's used the colors red, green, yellow, and this bluish color. So if you want, you can replicate this design by using these colors, and I think the app will look much better. I just try to follow it with the theme I had in my application. Anyways, this color is putting me off, so what I'm going to do is go to the blog page and remove this part and just have two colors. If index %2 is equal to 0, then I want gradient 1, otherwise gradient 2. And this way my app will look much better. Yeah. The last thing I want from this application is whenever I click on this, I go to a new page where I see the image and the content along with the name of the user who published this and the date it was published at. So let's get into that. So that should be fairly easy for us. I'm going to close all the save files, go to the Explorer, and in the pages, I'm going to create a new page called blog_viewer_page.dart. Then I'm going to call this a stateless widget because there's actually no state that we need to maintain in it. And then we can do blog viewer page. Let's name this properly. After that, I'm going to return a scaffold. Here there's going to be an app bar just because I want a back button to be present. So when the user clicks on it, they go to a new page and have a back button on the app bar. That's why the app bar is present. I can also implement a static route function. So we are going to have a material page route where the builder is going to be present, and we are going to return blog viewer page. We'll also put this as constant and then go to the Explorer, block card, and then wrap this container widget with a gesture detector widget. So let's have that. And in the on tab, we're going to do navigator.push context, and we are going to specify the route as blog viewer page.route. Then we can save it. We'll restart the entire application, and let's see if we go to a blank page. And there we go. We also have our back button using which we can go back. Awesome. The next thing I want to do is display the title, display the name of the user, the date it was published at, followed by the image and the content of the blog. So this is what it's going to look like. The first thing we need is a column inside of which I want a title. So I'm going to have a body, column. Then in the children, we are going to have a text that's going to be the blog's title. So even over here, we are going to need the blog from the constructor. So let's take the blog from the constructor. So we have required this.blog. Even over here, we are going to have the blog accepted from the function parameter and pass the blog like this. This is not going to be a constant anymore, so let's remove it. and that's looking good. Now I can pass the text as blog.title, and now we should be able to display something, but we are not. That's because we have an error in the blog card. We need to pass in the blog over here in the route. So I'm going to pass that in, and this blog is coming from our constructor, so we can do that. Now I can close this, and you see we are getting an error saying null. And that's because earlier we had not passed the blog from this route parameters. So let's restart the entire app and it should work. There we go. Now I just need to bold this and increase the font size. So I'll pass in the style as text style, where the font size is 24 and the font weight is fontweight.bold. We can also put this text style as constant. Awesome. Now you see that our text is stuck on the side. I want to put some padding or margin. So you can wrap this column with padding or margin, whatever you want. I'm going to wrap this with padding, and it's going to be 16. Now I want to leave some space, after which I can pass the name of the author. So I'll have constant size box height 20, and the text is going to be by, and here we're going to specify the name of the poster. So we'll have to use string interpolation. We'll have blog.poster name, and hopefully we do get a poster name. So let me save this, and we have the correct poster name showing up. So our SQL join ran nicely. Now I just need to style this text. So I'll pass in style as text style. The font weight is going to be fontweight.w500, not too bold, but bolder than my normal font weight. And then the font size is going to be 16. Also, let's put this as constant. So I have the author name also showing up. I need to move this to the left-hand side. To do that, I'll specify the columns cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment.start. Nice. After that, again, I'm going to leave some height and specify the date it was published at, followed by the number of minutes it will take to read this blog. So I'll pass in a text that says first the date. So to get the date, I'll do blog.updated at. Then I'll put a full stop, after which I can call the calculate reading time function again, which comes from the utils folder, and I'll specify the blog content, which is blog.content. Then I can save this, and I see the date followed by 1. I also need to specify minute over here. And yep, there we go. Let me leave some height over here. So we'll have constant size box height of 5 this time, because the space left over here is smaller than the space left over here. I also need to increase the font size of this text and change it to gray color. To do that, I'm going to specify the style, which is text style. The color is AppPalette.gray color, and the font size is 16. I'm also going to put this as const. Nice. I also need to bold this a little bit. So I'm going to copy the same font weight and paste it over here. The date over here looks quite different from the date over here, and we are going to format this in just a minute, but let me put other things over here. The image and the blog's content. So in my code, again, I'm going to leave some height, and this is going to be a height of 20 because we are leaving a space between these two things. It's going to be much bigger. So we have clip rrect with border radius as border radius dot circular 10, so that we leave a nice enough border radius, and then a child as image dot network. Image URL, we get it from blog.image URL. So let's save it, and we have our image showing up over here. That's nice. If you want to set some constraints on the image over here, you can do so by wrapping this widget with a container. But I'm not going to do that because I want the image to be as long as the user specified. After that, again, I'm going to leave some height, and finally we are going to have the text of blog.content. So let me paste that. And here it is. I will increase the font size over here. So let me have a style with text style passed to it, where the font size is 16. And if I come back, the font size is looking bigger, that's nice, but we have an error, bottom overflowed by 72 pixels. To fix that, we'll have to go right at the top and wrap my padding widget with a single child scroll view so that the entire thing is scrollable and the person can read properly. If you look closely, another thing you'll realize is that the line spacing between these things is a lot. Here, the line spacing is not as much. So to increase the line spacing, that means the spacing left between the lines, we can scroll down and change the height over here to 2. Then I can also put a constant, save it, and this looks better. The height is generally increased between the lines because it becomes more readable for the user. The last thing we want to do here is format this date. Now to format the date, we are going to be using a package from pub.dev called Intl. As you can see, it was published 2 months ago and it was done by the Dart team themselves. So it's a good package to use. I'm going to copy this and add it to my application. Now Intl provides internationalization and localization facilities including message translation, plurals and genders, date or number formatting, parsing and bidirectional text. All we need is the date formatting part. So we're going to utilize that. Now this date formatting can be required by multiple features in our app, not just blog viewer page. So I'm going to create that in the utils folder as well. So in the utils, I'm going to create a new function called format_date.dart. Here we are going to have all the functions of formatting the date. Ours is going to return a string and it's going to be called format date, but I'm also going to specify extra information over here. I'm formatting the date by DMMMYYYY. So this stands for date, month, year. So I want the date to be present followed by the month in 3-letter characters and then the year, which can be 4 characters. So DMMMYYYYY. Then over here, I'm going to take the date time as the parameter and then I'm going to return date format and here specify how I want to format my date. So here I can specify DMMM, YYYYY. Then I can call the format function that's present on date format and specify my date time. And this way I'll get a string that is totally formatted. If you want more knowledge on how to format this thing, you can read the documentation present in Intl. Here you'll see we have date formatting and parsing, using which you can understand how to format your dates the way you want it to show up. So I'm happy with this. I'll go to the blog viewer page. And instead of just doing blog.updated@, I'm going to cut this and instead say format date by this, and then specify my date time, which is blog.updated@. After that, I'll come back over here and I see 1st March 2024, 1 minute. And that is the time that I published this blog, so that's good. If I go to another blog that I published today, we have 2nd March 2024, 4 minutes showing up. And everything looks good. It is scrollable, but one problem I have with this is when I scroll, it doesn't tell me how far I am. I would like a scroll bar over here, which would let me know where I am, and if I want to scroll quickly, I can do that. So in the blog viewer page, I'm going to wrap my single child scroll view with a widget known as Scrollbar. So this scroll bar will provide me with an external scroll bar, as you can see, and then I can scroll my stuff really quickly. And it also lets me know where I am in the blog reading process. So you might think we are done with the application, but no, we are not. We are forgetting one essential feature. Let's go back to our flowchart and see what we have completed. So we have completed all of these things. Then is the user authenticated? Here we have a logic. Is internet connection present? If the internet connection is present, we are fetching blocks from Supabase and we are doing that on the home page. But what if the internet connection is not present? Then we want to display blocks from local storage, and that is the logic we have not implemented. And if we go to see, we have not even implemented the logic of is internet connection present, because we are just assuming that the internet connection is going to be present. Now, how do I check if the internet connection is present? To do that, we have a package, Internet Connection Checker Plus. If you want, you can go ahead and use any other package you know of, for example, network info, and that should help you as well. But we are going to be using this plugin. So I'm going to copy this, add it to my pubspec.yaml. I can close all the save files, and in the core folder, I'm going to write this connection checker logic. That's because this connection checker class that I'm going to create is reusable across multiple features, even in the auth feature, even in the block feature. In almost every feature, we'll have to check if the connection is present. So here, I'm going to create a new folder. Let's call it network. And in that, I'm going to have a new file called connection_checker.dart. And first of all, I'm going to create an interface so that our entire code is dependent on interface instead of concrete classes. So I'll have an interface called connection checker. And in that, for now, we are only going to have one getter. And that is going to be of the type future boolean get is connected. So this will let us know if the device is connected to the network or not. Then we are going to create an implementation of this class. So we are going to have connection checker implementation, which implements connection checker. Then we are going to create one missing override. It's going to be asynchronous. And then I'll be using the Internet Connection Checker Plus plugin to return a value if it's connected to the internet or not. So let me import that from the constructor again. So we have final internet connection, and then I'll create a constructor. So we have this dot internet connection. Then I'll check internet connection dot has internet access. And I also need to await this. So if the internet connection has internet access or not, if it has internet access, then it means that it is connected. Otherwise, it doesn't. If you want to make this more extreme, you can do that. This will just let us know if at one point our app has internet connection or not. If the internet connection status changes, it's not going to let us know. So if you want, you can go ahead and use the stream part of this plugin, and that will let you know if the internet is connected or disconnected at any point. So you can basically listen for internet connectivity changes. But I'm fine with this. The next thing I'm going to do is go to the authentication part. In the data layer repository, I'm going to implement my logic. None of the other things have to get bothered. Only the AuthRepository implementation is going to change. And that is the benefit of using clean architecture and writing code in layers. I only have to bother one file and one class instead of doing it in every single place. Because data sources only contain Supabase related logic, so I'm not going to put it there. Repository is where I have to put all the network related tasks and call various things from auth remote data source. So I'm going to close this explorer and write my logic now. Now where should I write my logic? Should it be in the signup user, login user, or current user? And the answer is it should be everywhere. So I'm going to first take the connection checker from the constructor. So connection checker comes in, and then we have this dot connection checker. Then in the login user and signup user, we are returning get user function, right? Because that was a reusable function if you remember. Now what I'm going to do is go to the get user function and here just check if the connection is present or not. If the connection isn't, then I want to return a failure saying that, hey, there's no connection. So here I'm going to check if connection checker dot is connected is true or not. And since this is of the type future boolean, I'm going to await this entire thing and then check if it is connected. If it is connected, then I want to run all of this. But if it's not connected, so I'll put an exclamation mark here. Then I want to return left with failure saying no internet connection. Now let's see if this logic even works. So what I'm going to do is restart my entire application. Right now we have internet connection, so let the internet connection go away. I'll again restart the entire app and it's not restarting properly, and that's because there's an error in the lib folder. And it's there because in the init dependencies, we have added a new dependency but not registered it in the service locator. So let me register it. So I have my core comment over here. I'm going to register the service locator. And this has to be a factory because whenever I call a new connection checker, I want to check if the connection is present or not. So a new instance has to be created every single time. So I'll pass in the connection checker implementation. Then I'll also pass in the internet connection object. And for that also, I'll have to create a separate service locator. So let me do that. Service locator dot register factory. Then I'll pass in the internet connection. Then I'll take the service locator, pass it over here. So I'm returning connection checker implementation. And as we already know, instead of passing in the register factory as connection checker implementation, we're going to do connection checker, the interface. Now I can go down and pass in the service locator for the second argument as well. Now I can restart my entire app, and when there's no internet connection, we get this error message, and we'll understand why we get that error message. But when I click on sign in, first of all, we get the form validation error. Let me fix that. Then I click on sign in and it says no internet connection. So this seems to be working. And if I do the same thing in sign up, it's going to work because it's the same function, the same reusable function that's being called ultimately. Now, if I restart my entire app again, you see we get this error. Client exception with socket exception, and we get that error because we're trying to call current user function. And in the current user function, we have not specified what to do if there's no internet connection. So let's implement the same logic over here. So I'm going to have if. So if the internet connection is not present for the user, in that scenario, I do not want to put out an error message saying that there's no internet connection. No. If the internet connection is not present, I want to log the user in if they were logged in when the internet connection was present. So basically, I want to do all of this stuff, but offline. Not all of it, at least some of it. So if we go to our AuthDataSource, here you see we have created a getter, and that is the session part. This session is not future. That means it can be accessed offline. So I'll take help of this session to know if the user is logged in or not. And if the user is logged in, I'm going to return the user model based on the user that's present in the session class. And if the user was not logged in, then we're not going to return anything. We'll return a failure saying user is not logged in. So I can use the session variable that's present in the auth remote data source. So I'll have remote data source dot current user session, and I'm going to store that in a variable. So I'm going to have final session is equal to this. Now, if session was equal to null, in that case, I want to return left saying user is not logged in. But if the session is not null, I want to return a user model with user's details in it. So I'm going to return right with user model passed to it. The ID is going to be session.user.id. The email is going to be session.user.email. But we won't have access to the name of the user, so it can be empty for now. And probably there's no way to get the name of the user either. So we can just store it as an empty string. Anyways, the name is not going to matter. It only matters that we have returned a user model with the user ID mentioned in it. Now, if the email is not present, which is highly unlikely, we can just return an empty string too. So we can save this. So if I restart my entire app, the user is now logged in. If the user was not logged in, then we would still see the sign up and login page. Now the next thing I want to do is display the blogs that the user can see. So if I go back to my flowchart, you'll see that we are checking. Is the internet connection present? If yes, fetch blocks from Supabase. If no, we want to display blocks from local storage. Now you might ask, first of all, how do I access this local storage? To access this local storage, you can use multiple plugins that are present on pub.dev. Shared preferences, Flutter secure storage, Hive, Izer, SQFlite, anything you want. But I prefer using Hive because it's pretty easy to use and it will help me store a bunch of data in the database. If you want to use SQFlite, that's a good choice too. AppBar is a good choice too, but if you're planning to use shared preferences or Flutter secure storage, that's not a good option. Because shared preferences and Flutter secure storage are used to store data that are small, not entire blogs. So if you want to store the JWT of the user or some small data of the user, you can store it in shared preferences or Flutter secure storage. But if you want to store large data, you can store it in Hive. Now the next question is, how do I display blocks from local storage? The local storage is going to be empty, right? And that's the thing. If it's empty, how are we going to display blocks? So to do that, we can do one thing. Whenever the internet connection is present, we're going to fetch blocks from Supabase, store it in local storage, and whenever the internet connection goes out, we can display those blocks from the local storage. And that's what caching is. So we are basically caching our blogs in the Hive database. So basically, let's say this is our Hive database. I'll fetch the blocks from Supabase when the internet connection is there. I'll store it to Hive. Then whenever the internet connection goes out, I can access the latest blogs that were stored in the Hive database. So on pub.dev, you can go ahead and find the Hive package. You can see it was published 20 months ago. So you might think that's not a good choice, but if you go to the pre-release, it was published just 6 months ago, so we can use this pre-release version. And if you know a little something about Hive, you might know that the guy who built AppBar also built Hive. So you can use the AppBar database, that's what he recommends, or you can use Hive. I'm going to use Hive. So let's go ahead and copy this. Then go to the pubspec.yaml file and paste that in the dependencies. Now there are more things we need to add in the dependency, for example, either Flutter libs and path provider. So let's add that too. So we can copy these things and paste it over here. So after Flutter pub-get is run successfully, what I can do is close all the folders, go to the lib folder, features, block folder, data sources, and instead of having just a remote database, we are also going to have a local database. So coming back to this diagram over here, you see we had a remote data source. Now I have the local data source. And in this local data source, I'm going to use Hive. So let's create a blog local data source.dart file. After that, we can create an abstract interface. So we have blog local data source. And in that, we are going to have two functions. First, we are going to have upload local blogs. And here we're going to require a list of blogs. We're not just going to require one blog so that we can upload it. No, we're going to require all the blogs that the user can see and upload it to the storage. So we have blogs like this. And also let's import the BlogModel. The next function we're going to have is to load all the blogs. So we're going to return a list of BlogModel, which is going to be called load blogs. And you see, none of them is a future, and that's because Hive works offline. Obviously, it has to. After that, I can create a concrete class implementation of blog local data source called blog local data source implementation, which implements blog local data source. After that, we need to create two missing overrides, load blogs and upload local blogs. So first, I'm going to create an implementation of upload local blogs. So in this, we'll be using Hive. So I need to inject that dependency and take it from the constructor. So I'll have final box. That's how you use Hive. You'll have to create a box and then pass this box through the constructor. So we're going to have a box, then blog local data source implementation constructor, and then we'll take this box. Then I can use this box to upload data to the database. So I'll have box dot, and you see we have a bunch of methods over here like add all, clear, close, delete, whatever I want to do. But if you read the Hive documentation, it says that when you have a bunch of blocks to upload to your local storage, make sure to use write, because this is going to create a transaction, and transactions are a good way to efficiently write your information to the local storage. So whenever you have a bunch of data to upload to Hive, you always use write. It will efficiently insert or update multiple values in the database. So I'm going to make this function a block function. and then I'm going to write my logic. So to upload my block to the local storage, all I have to do is box.put. And then we need to specify the key and the value. The value is going to be one block, right? We're not going to store the list of blocks directly inside of one key. So what I'm going to do is run a for loop and put all of that data one by one. So I'm going to have for int I is equal to 0, I is less than blocks.length, I plus plus, a standard for loop. Then I can pass my box.put function in it. The key is going to be I.toString because this accepts a key of string. So whatever index the blog is, I want it to put that as the key, and the value is going to be blogs at I. And that is the entire function. But think about it. Right now we have the internet connection. So let's say we fetch all the blogs and upload the blogs to database. So our database consists of all these blogs. Then again, I restart my app. I have all of these blogs, and all of these blogs will again be stored to the database, in addition to the blogs that I stored earlier. So I'll have a repeat set of blogs. I do not want that. So what I'm going to do is clear off my box data before I upload any other data. So I'll call the box.clear method. So this will remove all the data from my box. And after that, I can start writing my data to the local storage. So let's assume that works for now. And since we are here, let's also write the implementation of this function, load blocks. So to get all the blocks from Hive database, we can use box.get and then specify the data we want. So to get the data, we have to put the key. So my key is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. How am I going to get that? To get that, I'll again have to run a for loop. So I'll run a for loop from 0, but not till blogs.length because now I don't have access to blogs. I'll run it till box.length. So box.length is going to be the number of entries or number of values that are present inside of the box. And then I can specify box.get I.toString. And since we are getting too many things, we can again create a transaction like we did over here, box.write. Instead of doing box.write, I can do box.read, then specify all of this in the function definition. But I'm still not returning a list of BlogModel. So to return a list of BlogModel, first I'll have to create a list like this, which is initially empty. And let's call this blogs. Then I can add to this blogs this data. So I'll have blogs.add box.get I.toString. But this is not enough, and this will give us an error later on because box.get is going to give me a JSON. And actually I've not specified 2 JSON over here as the value. So let me do that. So in the box, I'm uploading 2 JSON values. So I'm going to upload a blog in my local storage. And when I get it, I'm going to get a map which I'm adding to a list that contains BlogModel. So I need to convert this JSON to a BlogModel. So let me do that really quickly. BlogModel.fromJSON and then pass in box.get I.toString. And that's all I need. Now I can just return the list of blogs and we are done with the entire code. So I hope you understood this. Just to give you a summary, we are uploading local blogs. First, we are removing all the existing data in our box so that we can start fresh. Then we are writing all the blogs that the user has seen to our database, and we are storing that in a JSON or a map format. Then when we load the blogs when the internet connection is not present, we convert that map that we get into a BlogModel and add it to a list which we are later returning. That's all. Now I can go back to my repository and here import 2 dependencies. My first dependency is going to be blog local data source, which is blog local data source like this. And I'll also have an internet connection checker. So I have connection checker, and I'll take all these 3 things from the parameter. So I have this dot blog local data source, this dot connection checker. And then while uploading the blog, I don't want to upload anything to the local storage because whenever I upload a blog, it shouldn't be uploaded to my local storage. When I get some data from the Supabase database, that's when I want to upload my data to local storage. So I can just have a simple if condition over here saying that if not await connection checker dot is connected. So that means if the user is not connected to internet connection, then I want to return a left saying no internet connection. That's all I need in the upload block function. Now I'll go to the getAllBlocks function, and over here we are going to have our logic. So again, I'm going to check for the same condition. So I can copy all of this, paste it. If the connection checker is not connected to the internet, then I don't want to return a failure directly. I want to fetch data from my database, and that is the local data source. So I can just do final blogs is equal to local data source dot load blogs. So I have a list of blog models with me. Then I can return write and pass in the blogs. So if the user is not connected to internet, we load the blogs from the local storage and return that. And it satisfies our condition because we need to return a list of blogs. But right now, if you think about it, there's no data in our database. And we want to upload that data to our database whenever the internet connection is there. So right now there's internet connection. So I'll take all of the blogs and upload them to local storage. So here when we have internet connection, I'm going to pass in local data source dot upload local blogs and then pass in the list of blogs, which is like this. And then we can return write blogs again. And this makes sense, right? If internet connection is there, get it from Supabase, upload it to local storage, and then return all the blogs that you fetched. So hopefully this works. Now let's solve the error in init dependency because we have added a new Hive dependency and we have not passed that in. So the blog repository requires blog local data source and connection checker. So first, let's go ahead and specify a new data source. So it's going to be .register factory blog local data source implementation. Here we need to pass in a box, and to pass in a box, I'll have to create a new box. And we'll be creating a box right at the top. So to initialize Hive, we need to do two things. First, we need to change the default directory of Hive. So I'll specify hive.default directory like this and make sure to import Hive. And what should our default directory be? Well, to get that, we'll have to use the path provider plugin that we installed. So we can do get application documents directory. And we need to await this because this is a future, and we can get the path of that place. And that is going to be our default directory. After that, we need to create a new box and return that. So here I'm going to have service locator dot register lazy singleton hive.box, and then we'll pass in the box name, which is blogs. We also need to pass in the name of Hive. So we'll pass in like this, and there we go. So our Hive box is now registered. I can go back to my blog local data source implementation and pass in service locator like this. After that, I can pass in service locator for the local data source and the service locator for connection checker. So our app is now up and running, but you see we're getting an error. The error says that object of factory with type blog local data source is not registered inside GetIt. And that is because we have specified blog local data source implementation over here, but we forgot to mention the type. The type over here is blog local data source. So pass that in, don't forget that. And now if you restart the entire application, the error should be gone and we get our blogs. And hopefully the blog is now saved in our local storage. Now what I'm going to do is close the Wi-Fi. Then I'm going to restart my app. And you see we have our blogs still displaying. I'm still going to restart it. And you see there was no loading indicator or anything. The blogs show up quickly. And they are coming from the local data source, from the Hive database. If you want to confirm, you can do it. But I'm sure they're coming from the Hive database because they just show up so instantly and they're stored offline. And we have done our caching process as well using the Hive database. And with that, we should be done with our application. Let's see if we've missed anything by using our flowchart. So we are going to go over it from scratch. We start the app, we check if the user is authenticated. If the user is, we check if the internet connection is present. If it is, we fetch blocks from Supabase. If it's not, then we display blocks from local data source, and then all of that is done on the home page. If the user is not authenticated, we display the login page, and if the user already has an account, they can click on the login button, go to the home page. So that's done. And if the user does not have an account, we go to the signup page. So everything in our application is done. Our entire flowchart is completed. I still want to do something, and that is to refactor some code, and I made some bugs, so I need to fix them. So I'll close all the save files. I'll quickly fix the bugs, refactor some code, and then we should be done with the entire tutorial. So let's start with the bugs first. So if we go to the sign-in page, and there we need to pass in the email and password. Once you pass that and click on sign in, and if it's a success, we don't automatically go to the home page. We want to do so. So to fix that, we'll have to go to the login page, and here listen for the auth success state as well. So I'll add here else if state is auth success. In that case, I want to do navigator dot push and remove until, because I want to remove this page and go to the next page so that I don't come back on the sign-in page. And then I'll pass in the blog page dot route. After that's done, we can save this file, take this else if condition and put this in the signup page too, because signup has the same problem. Also, let's import the blog page, and there we go. After the application is started, you can go to the signup page and here pass in the name of the user. So let's pass in Revan, email as revan@gmail.com and password as test1234. Then we can click on sign up and we see we are taken back to the home page. That's good. If I restart the application, the state persistence should work, and it does work. So that's nice too. So the login and sign up user navigation bug is completed. The next bug I want to solve is that if there's any exception, we get the exception along with the error message. So if there was an exception, auth exception, that the password was too less of the user, I don't want that auth exception message to show up. So for that, I'll have to go to my auth data layer in the data source, and here catch specific exceptions and then throw server exception based on them. Right now what I've done is in the auth repository, I've caught those exceptions. For example, I've caught the auth exception here. It doesn't have to be that way. Instead, I can cut it from here and put it in the auth remote data source layer. So here I can catch a particular auth exception because we are logging in the user, and then we can remove sb dot, and then we need to throw a server exception, not return left. And instead of putting e.toString here, I can pass an e.message. Now I can copy this and paste this in the sign up with email password function too, because auth exception can occur there as well. So I can go back to AuthRepository implementation, and here you see I've removed from the get user, so it means I've removed it for the sign up with email password function too. Now I can remove the import of Supabase Flutter. Doing this helps us in two ways. We won't get that auth exception message seen on the client side, and the second is we don't have to import any Supabase related dependency in my auth repository implementation. So later on, if I decide to change my database, this dependency will change, but nothing else in this entire class is going to change. So that's good. Now I can do the same thing in the blog repository as well. So I'll go to the BlogDataSource, and here I can catch specific exceptions. So the exception I'll be catching in upload block function is the Postgres exception. So I'll pass in Postgres catch e, and then I can throw a server exception with e.message. The Postgres exception is going to occur whenever we use something like this, when we make our calls to the Supabase database, because Supabase database uses Postgres behind the scenes. And you can see this Postgres exception comes from the package Postgres. So Supabase is just a layer around the Postgres package. Then I can take this and put this in the getAllBlocks function as well, because that's where we are contacting the Postgres database again. So I'll do that. In this upload blog image function, we are directly talking to the Supabase storage. So over here, we are going to catch another type of exception, which is the storage exception. So we'll catch E, and then we'll throw a server exception again, passing in e.message. Since there's no database call over here, we're not putting Postgres exception. So I think we've done everything for remote data source. I can go to the blog repository layer and see if I've put any other exception here. And luckily we haven't done so. So that's nice. We are only catching server exception, which we are throwing from the remote data source. So everything looks good. So this bug is also solved. Again, the only reason we do this is because we want to catch particular exceptions in the remote data source so that I get the message attribute and I can clearly display the error to the user, not something like auth exception : and then the error message. We also do not want to display the status code to the user, and that will be displayed if we just throw a server exception from here. So keep that in mind. So I think all the bugs are now fixed. Now I just want to refactor my code. So I'll go to the lib folder. In the init dependencies.dart file, if you see, there are like 22 lines of import. And as our application grows, it's only going to get bigger and bigger. So at one point, there are going to be 100 lines of import. And to get to the main part, we'll have to scroll down a lot. And that will waste much of our time. So what I can do is create two files. One file is going to store all the imports, and another file is going to store the actual calls that are made, the actual code we will write. So in the lib folder, I'm going to create a new file called init_dependencies.main.dart file. And in this file, I'm going to transfer all my actual code. So I'll copy all of this and paste it in init_dependencies.main.dart. This is my main code file. And here I'm going to say that this file is a part of init_dependencies.dart file. And in the init_dependencies.dart file, I can say that it includes a part file that is init_dependencies.main.dart. And this way, whenever I import something like a new dependency or a new class, all the import will automatically go in this file. And this main.dart file is going to have all the actual code. So this looks much neater. You might have seen this part file in the block as well. So we had our AuthBloc or our BlogBloc, and we had part as auth event and auth state. And whenever we wanted to import something in auth event, the import directly went in the authbloc.dart file. So it's the same thing we did in init_dependencies.dart file. Another refactoring I want to do is if I go back to my add new blog page, you'll see here I have my list written. So whenever I have to update the list of topics that my app can allow, I need to go to this page and update it. That's quite a bad solution. Because later on, if my app expands, there's going to be a possibility that this list is used multiple times. And I do not want that. For example, if you decide to add a new feature of sorting by topics or filtering by topics. So you select one topic and all the blogs related to that topic pop up. So you'll be using this list again. So instead of copying this again and again, why not have a centralized control over it? So that whenever I need to update my list of topics, I can do it from one place. So I can cut this out, go to the core folder, create a new folder called constants, and here create my constants.dart file. So I'm going to create a class constants, which is going to have a static constant list of string, which is going to be topics, and that will be the list. Now I can go to add new blog page and pass in constants.topics.map. Now whenever I want to update the topic, I just need to go to this constants file. Another constant we can have is no connection message. So maybe you want to update your no connection message. you'll have to do that in several repositories now. Instead of doing that, you can create a constant over here saying static const no connection error message, which is equal to, let's say the error message is not connected to a network. Then I can take this no connection error message, get out of this constants file, go to the repository, and here instead of saying no internet connection, I'll say constants.no connection error message. Then I can copy this and go to the blog repository implementation and do the same thing. So whenever we upload the blog, we say constants.no connection error message. And now whenever I have to update this, I just have to update this string. I have a centralized control. Now you might want to do this for everything. For example, the Supabase table. There is a scope of having an error there. So if you go to our data source, like auth remote data source, here you'll see we are manually typing profiles. Instead of typing profiles, I can store this in a Supabase constants file, a new class, a new file, which contains all the Supabase related constants like profiles, blogs, and even the bucket name, which I think was blog images, and use all of that constants over here. That would be a good thing too, because there's a possibility that your table name changes, or there's a possibility that you misspell this. If you pass profile, your entire logic changes and you'll get an error, or maybe you're storing your data somewhere else. We do not want that. So keep that thing in mind. Now I know clean architecture might seem overkill. That's indeed true, but only for simple apps like the one we built right now. When you write bigger apps, clean architecture will prove out to be a good solution. I'm not saying clean architecture is the best architecture for your apps or programs. The best architecture depends on your project. This Reddit comment sums up everything pretty well about clean architecture, so I would encourage you to pause the video and read this. So that's all the refactoring I wanted to do, and this marks the end of the tutorial as well. I hope you understood clean architecture thoroughly. I hope you'll be able to add new features to this app. If you do, let me know in the comments. So this is it for the tutorial. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.